something like that. What's the state of practice? Yeah, if it is that first ball, he's a tall player, he's a tall player. One's quite short. Yeah. We'll begin live here in about 10 minutes. And then we'll go live afterwards. check. Radio check. Yeah. Fortunately. Soup and fucking mate. Well, if we're trying to get coffee. Not now, but well, be quick because we go live. No, it's alright now. It's alright. Just go now, but be quick. Make sure you're back for. Do you want one? No, that's right.
This is Surrey County Cricket Club, born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us,
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
and the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surrey, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoke and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the Ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby.
Can you clear the pavilion?
Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, welcome to the Kia Oval for the third day of this clash between Surrey and Warwickshire, which is pretty nicely positioned. Warwickshire were all out for 343 early on day 2, and by the close the home side have made it to 327 for 6. They trail by 16. Jamie Smith will resume on 98. He's been brilliant so far. Let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday and we'll return with live action out in the middle. Verified result moment. First runs off the bat for the day. Carved away for 4 miles. So a productive start for the visitors, 8 runs, advancing them to 326 for 8. And there it is. Ed Barnard records his 6th first-class century, which wasn't too nice. Shot. That's the boundary earlier in the over that Barnard was looking for, but Miles, well, he's crunched that. Forget about short boundary, long boundary. That's going regardless. Oh, knocks him over watching it. Well, it's been coming, you could say, for Worrell. He's been threatening the outside edge, and that's just jagged back ever so slightly. Feet used, caught it cover. That'll do it. So 2 wickets in a hurry to finish the innings. Barnard, the last man to go for 108.
It's a lovely looking stroke there from Dom Sibley. The first boundary of the day for Surrey. Very confident looking stroke through the offside there. Lovely looking stroke there again from Sibley, attacking the ball all along the ground, maybe slightly finer than he was looking to play. It's run away.
The 700 in tests. Flayed away for 4 by the captain. Burns has taken his time. We saw that against Hampshire as well. He started slowly, circumspect.
Miles comes in, a confident looking stroke there from Burns into the leg side. He might just bisect the 2 fielders out there, and he does so. 4 runs to the Surrey captain. Now a confident stroke from Rory Burns. Another boundary. And the cheers there. And then another one, this time a genuine run down, open the face to third man. I think he played for that.
Streaky, and now 3 fielders in pursuit. It will just make it to the rope. Shot, lovely shot, crisp drive through the offside. Fielder in pursuit is not going to get there. Marvellous effort. Really good effort again.
Flashed by Burns straight to backward point, and the first wicket falls. A bit of a juggle there, wide outside the off stump. Little flick off the pads there from Ollie Pope. No fuss, almost a freebie for a player of Ollie Pope's quality. Oh, and
Just
Dom Sibley opens the face, maybe slightly finer than he intended, but he really played for that. Confident looking stroke there from Dom Sibley. If the ball before, he took the power out of the shot and just opened the face.
It was in the air, and there is a field sort of set for that, but Dominic Sibley reaches his half century. He's in a pretty good vein of form at the start of this season. Another half century for him. That's nicely played by Ollie Pope. He picked the gap. That is again, you know, we see so many parallels and similarities with Ian Bell. I mean, Ollie Pope's slightly more moves a little bit more around at the crease. Now he's gone after that and thrashed it through backward point. That is a glorious shot from Dom Sibley. We've just seen a package of his drives to the offside, and none of them have been any better than that.
Down the track he comes, lofts over mid-on. Doesn't quite go all the way for 6, but it certainly crosses the boundary for 4. Into the deep on the offside. Oh, he's cleaned him up. Mills with the delivery. Edged and taken. And Ollie Pope punches his bat in frustration as Craig Miles picks up another. And that's a lovely looking off drive from Jamie Smith. Last ball before tea, and it brings a boundary. That's the ideal way to go in for your tea and cakes.
Yeah, nicely steered there by Smith. Opened up the face, used the depth of the crease, gets it down to the rope, moves into double figures. Nice straight drive, an attractive stroke. Gets to the rope. Didn't need to overhit it, folks. Joins Smith on 12. That's his best shot so far. Ball. Whipped. Yeah, nice wrists from Folks. One man to beat. His second boundary of the session. He's 18. That takes Surrey up to 198 for 3. That's 4 runs. That's the third time they've been able to find that short rope since tea, and yeah, Smith looks primed. The 3 should. Up to the stumps now. Rhodes beats the bat.
Good response.
Yeah. Just a point of difference there, not letting Smith charge down the track with Burgess up to the pegs.
As much as I can. Shot. Great shot.
Gorgeous.
And sure enough, surely it's Australia. Sobers. Oh, another wonderful shot. Down the ground this time. I thought Hannon Dolby might get to it, but it was hit with too much power.
Ideally. Oh, there we go. Have that. Clunk. Flat. Lifted. Going to hear that bang again. The only question, did it go all the way? Yep, it did. Into the seats, into the shade. Now half century as well. What a way to bring it up. There's that gap again. They have been fed in that direction, that side of the ground after tea, especially when batting at the Vauxhall end. Bowl fast, hostile left arm in the nets. Driving here, gap found again. Smith with precision placement. He shifted gears in the last couple of overs, and Barnard, second ball of the spell, out to the rope.
Overs than he probably thought he would do at the start of his England career.
Turned into a full toss by Smith. Misfield at cover. Can't afford that with the short boundary. A hand of recognition with forfeit. Oh, top edge over Burgess, the keeper, and down to the rope. That flies. Smith to 65. Barnard not happy. Again to the short boundary, and he can just swing that way with freedom. It goes all the way. I don't think he middled that. It sounded like it was near enough off the top edge, but trusts his swing. Oh, what a shot. Shot of this session. He's played a couple of those where he just says, you know what, I'm going to walk at you, I don't really care.
Well, striking like that. What a shot that is.
Get that before the close.
4 more. Might be pushing it, Charlie, but the 300's up. It's a crunching shot from Smith. He is just in the groove here. He is batting quite magnificently, and when he gets in the mood... Oh, he's got him. And that's why he's got the second new ball. That is a ripper to get through Stoke, folks. Oh, now that looks close, and he's given. Well, that is the method of dismissal for Dan Lawrence. He gets a little way across his stumps. Edged and brilliantly taken. What a catch that is. It's 5 for Miles, and that is a stupendous catch at slip. And
oh no, he's in.
Oh, Miles has hurt himself in his celebration. He's squirted away. That's deep third. It'll run away for 4 runs. Surrey will be delighted with that at least. It gets their deficit down below 20. They finished the day on 327 for 6.
So the state of play here at the Kia Oval as we prepare for day 3 to begin. Near enough in balance, 327 for 6, the home side. So they trail by 16. They did lose 3 quick wickets just before stumps though. Ben Folkes was bowled by Miles for 52 after a 139 run stand with Jamie Smith, who's still there on 98 and batting like an absolute dream. Then they lost Dan Lawrence leg before to Miles, and Kimo Roach, the night watchman, bowled by Miles. So Miles was the destroyer. 5 for him out of the first 6, 5 for 43. However, we've been told it's unlikely he'll play today. He hurt his ankle when celebrating the last in that sequence of wickets, and we're not expecting to see him walk out the gates in front of the beds to stand in a couple of minutes. We are just waiting to see the Surrey batsman Jamie Smith, 98, and Cameron Steele on 4 do just that, followed by the Warwickshire fielders. They made 343 in their first innings, so they did well enough, especially on the final session of day 1, to get into a decent position and win that day, but they lost a couple of early wickets on the second morning, which meant they didn't push to 350 or 400 or beyond. It gave Surrey the opportunity to bat on a beautiful day, as it is again here on the Sunday scheduled top of 23. It was Rory Burns and Dom Sibley who put on 88 for the first wicket, then Sibley and Pope 74 for the second wicket. The aforementioned big stand for the 4th wicket between Folkes and Jamie Smith, worth 139. So that's how things line up as we prepare for the second half of this match. Still plenty of time for both teams to have a real say, but cliched as it is, so much will be dictated to by the first hour on this third morning. Daniel Norcross will be joining me in just a moment. I'm reliably informed. He'll want to be. I saw him tweeting up a storm last night saying he needed to get to bed at the end of Eurovision to make sure he was here on time to watch Jamie Smith reach 3 figures, as we'd expect he would do. He'll be on strike to start. 98 for him, 14 boundaries, 2 sixes. The way that he was able to move the game ahead in the final session yesterday. That was a rollicking session. 149 runs in 32 overs. They went at 4.7 runs and over. They did lose the 3 late wickets, but they were able to put a big dent in that 343 that Warwickshire made the first time around. And as I say, sprinting into the box, just catching his breath, here is Daniel Norcross. Good morning to you.
Good morning. I don't like
catching your breath.
I'm angry. I'm angry with trains that stay completely stationary for 10 minutes and don't tell you why. Anyway, I will let that pass and hopefully revel
Deep breath.
in a morning of frolics and fun.
Yeah, it's got that potential. I've just framed up when you were on the way in there that with the late wickets yesterday, Warwickshire have got a little window here.
Oh, yes.
But in order to get through it, they've got to get rid of that Jamie Smith fella. 87 overs on the clock, which means we've got 23 until the end of the batting point, bowling point window. So, yes, these 23 overs will be most fascinating. How far can Surrey move the game forward if Smith is still there, or if Warwickshire can break through early? However, as we mentioned before, without Miles, that injury he picked up last night is keeping him off the field.
Is that news official?
According to what I've been passed by the czar of this commentary operation.
It was so unfortunate.
It comes out of the Warwickshire camp.
It was a truly brilliant moment of cricket. It was a fabulous ball, brilliant catch. But then in the celebration, the high five, and then we saw, didn't we, on the replay, how his leg, his foot went right from under him. So that is a bit of a bother for Warwickshire.
All right, let's set it up here, Daniel. We've got
one slip.
Yeah, just one slip. Jamie Smith, he is on strike. He is on 98. Amir Jamal starts day 3. So we've got 2 men back on the leg side, a long leg and deep square leg in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. That's the short boundary. A deep third, a deep point. So the field well spread, only 8 overs into the second new ball. So it feels like they're reasonably comfortable giving Smith a single and having a crack down the other end, opening up one end ideally.
Well, they've left a big gap for him, haven't they? It's quite a tempting gap through point, but there's only one slip in place should he get the edge. A little bit of movement here for Jamal.
Mid-wicket as well. Up-ish. Not far away. They've got the fielder set there for that miscue at Sam Hain. So 2 balls in a row, he's skewed out of the bat.
And he's also getting some quite nice shape here, Jamal. Both those balls swung away ever so slightly, and they know that Smith is going to drive. He likes to drive. I mean, yesterday he was... Well, that was as good an innings as I've seen here. It was absolutely magnificent. And his driving was particularly powerful.
Unbeaten. Genuine play and miss. So 2 miscued drive attempts and then one that's gone past the outside edge. Jamal, who we talked about quite a bit yesterday, is the type of bowler who really doesn't know how to throw in the tally. He's well suited to a situation like this.
Well, he's going to have an increased workload, you would imagine, over these next couple of days.
On the cusp of a ton. And beaten again. Wow, what an unusual start this is. Well, by unusual, I mean it's just so different to what we were seeing from Smith yesterday, who really did time the ball spectacularly well. Some of those walking drives, best way I can describe them, typically from the first ball of a bowler's over or spell, he would walk at them and slap them.
The one he hit on the up, that was a kind of back foot drive on the front foot.
Yes.
That was a remarkable shot through extra cover.
It was Viv Richards-esque, wasn't it? Using his feet here, out to deep point, but there is a sweeper, so it'll only be 1. We're starting day 3 just as we did day 2 with a well-set player, a stroke away from 3 figures. It was Ed Barnard yesterday who resumed on 96. He top scored for Warwickshire in their first innings, the last man out for 108.
Yes, Warwickshire only had 2 wickets in hand, didn't they? And Surrey have 4 wickets in hand, and one of them is not Roach, because he came in last night as night watcher. That was an interesting one, because I thought Dan Lawrence might not have come in when he did, but he did come in as if they wanted to keep the momentum going.
And Lawrence and Roach were out within 4 balls of each other. Good over from Jamal to start. Great over indeed. Could have brought a wicket. 1 run from it. 3:28 for 6, trailing by 15. Back to Smith. Once we're over the Smith hurdle, Daniel, we can spread out a bit and talk about how this day might look. We can scenario build. No one scenario builds quite like you. You sit up at night with...
Oh, I do.
Well, I wouldn't say your calculator. Your calculator is your
just the brain. It's how I get to sleep. I've rattled through a few scenarios, I can tell you. And one obvious one is that Warwickshire, with a virtually new ball, in a morning session. Might be a bit of moisture. We've seen a bit of movement.
Well, we're going to see Hannah
Get a bit of
Dolby
joy. Yeah.
take up the attack. He bowled 19 overs yesterday, none for 49, but he will have Burgess up to the stump, so trying to keep Smith honest, which is quite reasonable given the way Smith played yesterday. They're giving him the point boundary, one that he peppered a couple of times after tea. Deep third back, just one slip and a fine leg, so a relatively conventional field with 6 men up on the one, which is the one Smith needs for 3 figures.
Now, one of the things I have noted from the scoreboard this morning is that Warwickshire, by bowling those spinners, which they did, they bowled a fair bit of Bethel, a tiny bit of Yates, they have got their over rate from -2 up to parity. And we've seen a side come here and fall foul of that.
Yes, Hampshire made a real mess of that a couple of weeks ago, didn't they? When Jordan Clark got the better of them, they were playing the in-out game with the field and went off the rails badly. Gets it fine, goes for 4. Is it pad? Is it bat? All eyes on the umpire. It's buys. It's nothing. It won't be the century. Had to wait and just see. Even Smith looked up and thought, have I burgled a little inside edge on that one? But with Burgess up to the stumps down leg side.
That is the one problem that you have with this tactic if you keep up the stumps, because Hannah Dolby's not a slow bowler. He's brisk. He's not the fastest, but he's brisk, and standing up, if he loses his line at all, it's an issue.
Won't get to 100 with that defensive poke into the onside, so they have got that relatively straight mid-wicket. The music of the
Church Day.
The first Love Church down on level 2. I saw them. I saw the churchgoers coming in today. I didn't realise they're actually in the JM Fin stand. I thought it was next door, like there was a church next door to the ground, but no, it's actually in situ here. Can it be the soundtrack to a ton? Again, it won't be here. He's playing from the leg stump line. I think it's owing to that straightish mid-wicket that Smith is reluctant to try and play with any force, on the risk of one getting big on him and ballooning off the splice to the catching man.
Well, Hannah Dolby's not the man you really want to be facing when you are on 99, because he doesn't give you any freebies, does he?
Man of vast experience. Can they make an early breakthrough? Well in behind it. No inch given so far this morning. I always like that when you return to... Overnight's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing.
And Alex Bowden wrote persuasively about this when there was a push to make all Test cricket 4-day cricket. It was pre-pandemic, wasn't it, when that was doing the rounds? I think we've moved away from that now, and the idea of having a mixture of the two might be sensible.
Michael Vaughan rather liked what I did, didn't he?
Yeah, there was a few quite high-profile advocates for it. Smith again defending, so the strike goes back to Steele. He's 99, Smith, 332 for 6. There have only been, well, there have been a handful of runs this morning, 4 byes in that over. But yeah, during that debate that was going on, Alex Bowden, King Cricket, excellent blogger, made the point that what you miss there is one overnight. And overnights are such an important part of the texture of multi-day cricket. And in this instance, we've had Jamie Smith, who's just batted so authoritatively yesterday and comes back today, and it's a different ball game. Beautiful.
Well, exactly.
And he might click back into gear in 5 minutes' time, but he might not.
Well, they have to start all over again. That's the thing. So he's effectively on naught. It's a sort of trick of the light that he's on 99. He's on 1, really.
It is quite nice on Sundays how we have the first Love Church doing their thing. They're over in the England room, which is
is that it?
To the right of our commentary position. I think it's 1 level below, level 2. The
Very
England
enthusiastic,
room.
and then keep going all day.
I was talking to a couple of the attendees in the lift on the way up, and caught behind. Well, that's what Jamal was searching for in his previous over. He beat Smith a couple of times with genuine outswingers, and Steele becomes the 4th wicket to fall in a bit of a hurry. All between 308 and now 332. They're still in arrears by 11 runs, Surrey. This game is opening up for the visitors. 332 for 7, Daniel Norcross.
Well, that is exactly one of the scenarios that we all thought was possible. You've got Jamal, who's fresh after the overnight, with a nice new ball, pretty new. I mean, it's 9 overs old. It's probably at its most venomous as we speak. And he's been getting consistent and quite extravagant away movement. That one didn't do too much. It was sort of hung out there, and Steele couldn't resist going after it. But that's exactly the modus of dismissal that was kind of presaged by the first over that Jamal bowled, and didn't wait for the umpire, just walked straight off. Disappointed look to the heavens, which will bring, you'd imagine, Jordan Clark or Sean Abbott. Which one will they go with?
Well, it is a luxury that Surrey enjoy, that they've already deployed their night watchman. You can see Kemo Roach was out for a 3-ball duck yesterday, but Clark, who rattled off an ostentatious century in a session, admittedly a different stage of game. Surrey were already in the lead, and Burns had done the spade work, and they bowled out Hampshire cheaply, so the dynamics were different to this. But the way he can put so much pressure on a fielding team, walking out after that unbeaten 106, and after that we've got, I mean, the depth of having Sean Abbott batting at number 10.
That's kind of nuts.
I don't think Sean Abbott's batted number 10 in any cricket game he's ever played, ever. It would be my suspicion. He's a genuine all-rounder.
Oh yes.
At this level anyway.
But it doesn't really matter. Doesn't matter how good your batters are if you've got test quality Pakistan paceman making the ball move. Warwickshire will really believe here that they can restrict Surrey to either a very slender lead or even less. I mean, they've lost 4 for 24 here. All since the new ball. It's all happened since Craig Miles came on and got the wicket of Ben Folkes, broke that stand of 139. Surrey were cruising at that stage.
Yeah, the 8th delivery with the second new ball got them going. Jamal here to Clark, first ball. 2 slips back in the cordon. Keeps him honest with a delivery that he has to play out right away. So,
I mean, it's kind of textbook stuff for Warwickshire here, isn't it? You've got somebody drying up the runs at the pavilion end, giving nothing away. You're able to attack at the Vauxhall end. This is sort of ideal for Warwickshire. For Surrey, they've got to see through these 2 opening spells, and there's a fair way to go yet. We're only in, what, the 3rd over of the day?
2 back on the leg side. Another good delivery. Jamal's gotten everything right this morning. That's the other part of restarting as a bowler. You might be in rhythm the day before. Now, Jamal bowled without luck yesterday, but he was wicketless in the book here in his second over.
A bit like Worrell, isn't it?
Yeah, very.
I mean, it's a very similar scenario to Worrell. Worrell on day 1 could have picked up 3 or 4 or 5. Was luckless, much like Jamal was yesterday, and then in the morning session coming back, got his wicket.
Off the mark, off the hip. So the strike does go to Smith with 1 ball left in the over. 3-3-3 for 7. I recall it was 3-3-3 for 8 at one stage about this time yesterday. So again, kind of reinforcing the game's more or less in balance. I'm sad to report from a Pakistani perspective, it's raining in Dublin today. So the second...
Is it?
Yes, so the second T20 after Ireland beat Pakistan on Friday. They're playing at Clontarf there. It looks like that's not going to get up today unless, based on some intel I gathered this morning. So it's Smith 99, last ball of the over, 2 catching mid wickets, and the slip. Happy again to knock it on the head. So, end of a successful over for Warwickshire. Surrey 10 in arrears and 20 overs until the moment where the batting points expire. So I think Smith getting to 3 figures and I suppose reaching parity, and then maybe they'll think about how they might evolve from there.
Yeah, I mean, partly because they've got such a powerful tail, that will inform the way they bat, and that means that they sort of won't feel the need necessarily to go gung-ho, because they'll believe that if they can weather the opening spells of Hannah Dolby and Jamal and get that ball a little bit older as well, they'll believe that they could bat properly and get themselves a substantial lead. And in different situation, if your number 9 was a little ropey, then you might have a dart here. But as you say, Surrey's number 9 today is a man who got a ton the last time he played here. And it wasn't a streaky ton, it was a ton of some authority.
Yeah, 106 from Clark here. And Abbott last year averaged 50 with the bat.
Ooh.
In the championship, 450 plus runs in a stint that didn't last the whole year.
Number 10.
Yeah, number 10 today. He bats 7 for New South Wales now in the Shield. He's often been talked about in that role for Australia. If there were to be a series of injuries, that he would be more than a bowler. He would give them something far more than that. Past the edge again. Hannon Dolby, they've started really well here, Warwickshire. They've just seized this opportunity. They would know that the way the game drifted after tea yesterday, that was a big session. They won the final session on day 1, but yesterday they allowed Folks and Smith to get the better of them. The first half an hour after tea, they made 50 odd runs, and that set the agenda. Now, yes, they did fight back late with the second new ball, but
maybe the loss of Miles rather focuses the mind, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you're up against it, you know what you've got to do. And keep standing back for Clark. Goodness me.
That's taken off from a length. It's been a feature of both days so far, isn't it? That if you get it in the right area, there is considerable bounce. We'll get a second look at this. It's not short. It's short of a length, but it's gone above the shoulder of the bat more or less. He might have just pulled inside the line to be fair to Clark, but still, there is the movement and the bounce there.
It's good to see the carry, isn't it? I mean, we had a little bit of variable bounce. I'm thinking maybe it was because the pitch was a little softer on the first day. Some divots, maybe. As the hard, ooh, careful, Hannon Dobby, don't want someone else to sprain an ankle here. Yeah, on the first day it was quite lush, quite green-looking pitch, and I just wonder if the balls just made some tiny indentations there. And since then we've had nothing but glorious unbroken sunshine and some considerable heat. So they may just have hardened up.
Used to be the way here, didn't it, historically, that it was fastest here on the days 3 and 4, had that reputation. Back a generation or two.
Harry Brind, when he was groundsman. Legendary groundsman, Harry Brind.
What was his
fast, true
era?
Oh, I want to say late 70s, early 80s to mid 80s. Don't quote me on it, but he seemed to be around for quite a long time, did Harry?
This is an unusual thing to be doing to Clark. They're actually giving him the single and letting him keep the strike, and I don't mind it. I think it's that they want to keep them thinking every ball here, so they've dropped back to deep square leg, dropped back to deep point. So destructive as he is, they're like, no, we're gonna attack you straight away. Still 10 in the black. He cuts down to deep third, does take the single, so both sides will be content with that. 3, 3, 4 for 7, trail by 9. Just between overs here, I mentioned that there's the First Love Church downstairs. Yesterday, over in one of the boxes, there was a carers day taking place that was organised by the Surrey Accessibility Liaison Team. Teresa and Lisa, I'm told. A mate of mine, Ian, told me he was there with his son. So it was superbly organised with a chill-out room for those with sensory processing needs, and that wider remit that a county club and can have in the community.
They have one, don't they, at Edgbaston, actually?
Yes.
1975 to 94, says Matt Thacker.
Ah, helpful.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Cheers, Matt. Clark gets one behind point. Matt was in the runs yesterday, playing for the Authors. He was. I was following it closely. They were playing a game at the HEC that I would have been playing in if not for the championship game here. They needed about half a dozen runs to win in the last over. Matt had batted the whole way through. And he got run out on 78, I think. There'll be lots of cricket being played today. For lots of recreational cricket. This weekend's the first weekend. We might, through the course of the day, talk a bit about that. It is exciting when you first get out there. And 99 for Smith. Down the leg side again. Is it bat? Is it pad? It'll go to the rope. Looking towards the umpire. It's buys again.
He's missing a trick
4
here.
byes twice on 99. Andrew Sampson, I'm sure he's down the end of the computer line. Has that ever happened before?
He's missing a trick here. He should just wave his bat in the air and go and hug his partner.
But yeah, I think there'll be some room later on to spread out and talk about cricket that was played yesterday at the start of the league season in the Surrey comp. We'll have Cam Ponsonby, who was playing for Spencer, to tell us a little bit about how he fared, and lots of different...
If you're wondering what type of batter Matt Thacker is of Wisden, sort of imagine the Dasher Denning, Peter Denning of Somerset back in the 70s.
So 99, still. And that will be the century. He's been hard held across the first 20 minutes this morning, but that doesn't reflect how dominant he was when it mattered most yesterday. Jamie Smith, that's his 9th first-class ton. First against Warwickshire, first of the season, 3rd here at the Kia Oval. And really making it clear that this guy has a huge future ahead of him, Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, well, for me, that is up there with one of the best innings I've ever seen at this ground. Yesterday, he played some shots that were truly startling, and it's the best knock we've seen this season from a Surrey batter, and it hints at a fantastic future.
5th Surrey batter to get 100 this season.
Shot
on the up. I thought this might happen. As soon as he's reached 3 figures, the game changes. Dispatched Clark on this occasion, but you can see now they're going to hunt 350, look to 400.
Gone into the lead with that boundary.
And lead as well, yes. They're in the black by 1 run.
That is a lovely shot from Jordan Clark. We've seen plenty of those in his ton, the last match here.
So mentioned there have been 5 Surrey hundreds this year. Sibley 150. He also made 100 here. So 200s for Sibley, 113 for Burns here against Hampshire, 112 against Kent for Lawrence, and 106 not out against Hampshire for Clark, who's facing here on 7. In behind it.
And now the field drops out, so we've got a deep point in for Clark. There's a deep square leg. 2 further deep fielders on the boundary behind square, sort of long leg and a fine-ish deep third, really.
Got quite a bit to get through, you and I, this morning. I feel like we've been so wedded to the Smith century that we haven't had a chance to spread out. We might now.
Well, I can give you more on Harry Brind.
We can do that.
I've got plenty on Harry Brind.
Did happen last night too.
So Harry Brind.
End of the over, I should say. The over where Smith brought up his 9th first-class ton. He's 100 even from 125. He, along the way, has struck 14 4s and 2 6s. 344 for 7. Daniel.
But he relayed the surface here in the 70s. And he transformed it from one that notoriously had no bounce to having actual bounce. It was sort of lively and fiery. Gary Sobers, the great West Indian all-rounder, once said he wished he could pull up the Oval's revitalised turf and take it with him. And former chairman, described Harry Brind as the most important man at the club. He said that when he arrived, he said, what you should be able to do is drop a ball from a 16-foot pole and it should bounce 2 or 3 feet.
Right. I like that measure.
And instead it was only bouncing a few inches. So up came the wickets, and then we get something of what we know today.
So dropping a ball, I'm going to use this.
16 feet.
16 feet.
From a pole, drop it, and then measure how far it should bounce up.
I wonder how they decided 16 feet was
I wonder.
And the 2 feet was the... Still, arbitrary as it may well be.
Ground staff do these things. They're full of weird law. I'm sure Lee Fortis has got many of his own special tricks.
Sharp work there to prevent a single. They're at mid-wicket.
And I haven't even started on yesterday's shenanigans in the evening.
Oh, I don't even know where to begin. We need
a
fair bit of time.
Where to begin?
We need more than the 6 minutes we have available to us to talk about the full breadth of the Eurovision vote count last night.
Goodness me.
I was at the first one where they used that voting system where the public votes come in at the end.
I quite like it.
It's very dramatic.
Isn't it dramatic?
And it's, it reinforces that the people in the juries have radically different opinions.
Doesn't it just?
Shots. Clark. The only thing that was stopping that was the stumps at the non-striker's end, which it nearly clipped on the way through. But still, second boundary for him, already into double figures. 349 for 7.
He's very good straight down the ground, isn't he? And Look, I imagine Jamie Smith had a spot of nerves. I mean, he's been in the 90s actually for quite a long time, not just the overnight aspect. He was in the 90s when the new ball was taken, wasn't he? I think he was on 90 when the new ball was taken. So he's sort of been out there for 10 overs, and he was going so well and so fluently, and then that wicket of Folkes changed everything, just changed the whole nature of the game. So he's had to go into a completely different tempo, and now that Clark's out there, you sort of feel like a little bit of a restoration of the status quo ante.
And he had a bit of trouble in the 90s last year, wasn't it, Jamie Smith? Or maybe it was the year before, where he found himself getting out near enough to 100 or so. And a 97 against Middlesex at the Oval, 88 against Warwickshire at Birmingham early last year. Then he had that major performance against Middlesex at Lord's, where he made 138, and one against Kent as well, that 100 where they chased down 500. So he
that was a terrific innings, that one.
I suppose that part of his career where the 90s and the high 80s were an issue have passed him by, and that helps today, having had to guts it out a bit too. But yes, I do want to round off on this point with you about voting systems.
Well, I've just got to say, isn't it brilliant for England that they've had a continuous treaty with Portugal since 1373, because that was clearly the reason for the 4 points they got from that jury.
It was quite a bit. I mean, always geopolitics going on in the Eurovision voting. Last night more than most. Chops on. So again, I just admire the way the Warwickshire are stuck to their task here. They've given nothing away, with the exception of a couple of balls that have gone down the leg side for 4 with the keeper up to the stumps. But Hannon Dolby's been right on it. Jamal likewise. They're now trailing by 6, but they're only 2 away from batting again. Clark bowled for 11, 349 for 8. And Surrey have lost 5 wickets for 41.
Well, we've basically got ourselves almost a 1 innings game here.
Yeah.
As take a look at the replay. It was too full. I mean, cutting or playing off the back foot against Hannon Dolby with any kind of aggression is a very perilous thing to do, because he very seldom gives you anything to work with length. The ball is there and thereabouts all the time, and Jordan Clark's looking really to manufacture a ball through backward point that at this stage he might have been better off, and he'll almost certainly think that when he goes back and looks at the replay, better off just defending. But he's a naturally aggressive player. He wants to get on with the game. The wiser counsel might have been to say to yourself, well, Hannon Dolby's probably got 2 more overs before he's got to come out in the attack. And it's just reward for Hannon Dolby again, isn't it?
Yeah,
because
first wicket.
I mean, his first 12 overs cost something like 13 runs. I mean, he's absolutely metronomic. Which does bring Sean Abbott out to the wicket. He got a wicket in his first over, didn't he?
His second over.
Second over, I beg your
And he
pardon.
took a wicket with the first ball of his second spell as well, I think it was. So he has had an impact in this game already. 2 for 51 from 20 with the ball, and in at 10. 1 run away from another batting point, Surrey. 1 ball left in the over. Doesn't run on the misfield. Again, they're in close. He's been very busy this morning, Sam Hain, throwing himself around there, stopping runs and keeping and playing his role in keeping Surrey relatively quiet. They're 6 runs ahead after another successful over, 349 for 8. Daniel, we've got 1 more over together. So
yep.
We better get to the important business of what happened last
yes,
night.
okay.
So
yep.
It used to be you'd get 1 number for each country, the
yep.
37 countries or however many it is, and you wouldn't know the breakdown between the jury and the public vote.
Oh, so that was a kind of composite.
It was a composite thing, and since they've split it in 2, it's a different ball game altogether, because on the night you're seeing, because the jury vote's done on the act the night before, they vote from the previous night, the dress rehearsal.
When apparently the Frenchman had a dodgy voice.
Had a mare. The Frenchman had a mare. His voice broke up when doing the a cappella bit towards the end, which is quite impressive, that bit of his act. But
yeah, I mean, it's no Barbara Pravi, but...
Jamal, new over, and that is going to be the batting point. And I don't know why the field have spread in such a way to gift Smith a single in that way, given that he's been hard held this morning. But 350 for 8, it's not for nothing. It's a point for Surrey.
Surrey will be absolutely delighted at this plan, because as far as they're concerned, Sean Abbott's a proper batter. And yeah, I mean, Smith's been there for 28 minutes this morning, faced a few balls, so he's probably seen the ball a bit better, but they will not mind at all if the field comes up for Abbott and the field goes back for Jamie Smith. It's a slightly different matter when Dan Worrell comes out to bat, although, you know, I've seen Dan Worrell thrash a very impressive 50.
2 slips for Abbott. Jamal's got a wicket this morning. Just deflects this, gets it fine enough that there's work to do for the long leg. Perhaps leg buys, just watching for a signal. No, it is run, so Abbott's off the mark. 351 for 8.
And now they're going to spread again.
Yeah.
So they're just in danger here. They've got the momentum with them. And Surrey were 308 for 3. The idea that they would struggle to get even one more batting point seemed comical, but they've picked up 5 wickets for 41 runs, and they've got a relatively new ball. They just need to keep attacking, I would have thought.
Got to finish it off, give themselves a chance. They've got a lot right this morning, especially Jamal. We might have to put some of this on notice for later. We've got quite a bit to get through, you and I.
Yeah,
I think
have.
we're on together.
Yep.
I don't think you realise this, but you're on again once more this session.
Oh, am I?
Yes, you are.
Oh.
News to you.
Yes.
Conveyed by me.
We're short staffed today, are we?
Just one down early on.
Just one down.
So you're going to pick up some extra colour work later in
lovely.
session 1. So we're
Lovely.
getting a little brief go.
Right.
And maybe the game will have drifted in such a way that we can...
Maybe our producer could get me a coffee in that case.
I'll sort that for you. Leg stump line and work to do for the sweeper. 2 added. 353 for 8 the score.
I am bewildered by this tactic. And now the field's going to come in a bit because there's 2 balls left. I mean, I wouldn't be treating Sean Abbott like I treat a normal number 10 just because they're 8 down. Sean Abbott's a batter. I mean, they weren't doing this when Jordan Clark was facing, for example. There's Rizzler paper between the 2 of them.
Single. And just lastly, before we'll do this, what did you make of being allowed to vote during the competition?
Oh, I thought it was scandalous.
What a joke.
Well, obviously what they're trying to do is extort as much voting cash out of people as humanly possible. And the cost of living crisis.
And I note the EBU boss was not popular. He got booed more than anyone last night.
Quite right too. Only the EBU for me means the English Bridge Union, but the custodians of the great card game. So I was constantly confused when the EBU president was being booed.
It meant there was less time to vote for the Swiss, who won on their performance on the night.
Yeah, it did.
Nemo. We won't forget that.
Never on a lazy Susan.
All right, retains the strike there, Abbott, with a single out to deep point. It'll be Yaz Rana picking up after me, and Dan Norcross will stick around for a bit. It's 355 for 8. That gives the home side a lead of 12. Jamie Smith has reached his 9th first-class 100 this morning, 105 not out, but they have lost 2 wickets along the way.
Yep, that lead is a very slender lead, 12 runs. It's effectively, I mean, until Surrey are bowled out, you can't really say this, but Warwickshire have got themselves into a situation where it sort of feels like a 1 innings game with them bowling last. Although there are no real signs of cracks, but there's a little bit of sign of unevenness about here and there, just the odd ball misbehaving. Perhaps, as I say, if it's hitting a sort of crusted divot. But Yaz, it's been a superb fight back from Warwickshire.
100%, and they started day 3 superbly with the ball. Sorry, weren't really going anywhere. Hannon Dalby and Jamal were incredibly accurate, which makes me even more baffled by what they're doing with the field now that Sean Abbott is in, because Jamie Smith took 25 minutes to score those 2 runs to bring up that 100, and now they've spread the field out. There are so many easy singles on offer. And I know he's only scored 5 runs since that 100, but sorry, we're going really, really slowly before he reaches 3 figures.
Yep, they were crawling, and Warwickshire had them where they want them. They pick up a wicket, brings in Dan Worrell, then the sort of the tactic looks to make a little bit more sense, but away they spread again. The leg side all out on the boundary, apart from mid-on, but mid-on's almost giving one. Oh, he didn't really know how to play that one, did he? He's in a number of different minds playing that shot.
Yeah, it feels like that didn't bounce quite as high as Smith anticipated, so he looks to get underneath it, but yeah, it doesn't really rise as he expects, and it balloons off his glove, and he's lucky that it evaded.
It's a very rare short ball from Hannon Dalby as well. mean, to me, they had got a nice tactic with Burgess standing up and a ring field and saying, what are you going to do? Where are you going to go?
100%. And also, as you mentioned to Adam, Sean Abbott is artificially a number 10.
Oh, yeah.
Kemar Roach was a night watchman, and that is why Abbott's batting as low as 10. And even, I looked at it this morning, Sean Abbott averages 49 for Surrey with the bat.
Yes, you don't, you know, you need to attack at both ends. Like I say, I mean, if they're not employing this tactic when Jordan Clark's batting, then why are they employing it when Sean Abbott's batting? Sort of doesn't make a lot of sense.
Although credit to Hannon Dalby, he's managed to string 3 dots together with this field.
Yes.
And we see another change in the field now as one of the men who was deep on the leg side has come into a more conventional mid-wicket with 2 balls remaining in the over.
Oh, and now he's I think Burgess is going to go and stand up at stumps.
I guess
another thing they've got to be careful of here, Yaz, is that they've got their over rate back to where they want it, but actually it's been very sluggish this morning. A lot of faffing about, a lot of moving the field around. They just want a bit more urgency here. I'm thinking for their own sake here.
I guess you can sort of look at the way they've managed the last 5-10 minutes in 2 ways. One is they're trying to bowl as much to Sean Abbott as possible. The other way of looking at it is they're just trying not to bowl to Jamie Smith, which is more understandable.
Let's see the replay on that LBW shout. Well, I think he must have got a bit of inside edge on that because
it's very straight.
It was very straight. But you see, the slight problem with the tactic is that Smith is obviously not remotely fazed by it, so he's not thinking to himself, right, oh crikey, where am I going to get a run off the last ball of the over? He's just, well, okay, if it's falling straight, I'm just going to defend it. How did you get on yesterday?
We lost by 2 wickets.
Oh, yes!
So we were
exasperating. Who are you playing against?
Cobham Ivorians.
Oh, Cobham Ivorians. We're down there, Gaff. Quite a nice little place down
Yeah, really nice place. Hard to get to when the M25's shut.
Ah, yes, it would be, yes.
So it took us a long time to get there and a long time to get back. In between 2 junctions around that area.
That's most disappointing.
But we were 63 for 7, managed to get up to 120.
Oh, sounds like a spicy deck.
It wasn't actually. It was quite slow.
Batting, yeah.
It was quite a slow outfield, but for an early season game, it was a very good pitch actually. It was like slightly slow, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Did you get any runs?
I batted 11 and scored 9 not out.
Well done.
Thank you.
In a 10th wicket partnership of about 20 odd?
Yeah, 20, 25 probably for the
Which could have been crucial, and it looked like it might have been when you reduced Cobham Ivorians to what for 8?
There were, I think, 117 for 8 when we took the 8th wicket.
Leading a further how many?
3 at that point. So they were 25 for 3.
Oh.
Then they had strong 4th and 5th wicket partnerships. I think they were 97 for 4, and then we took 4 wickets in no time.
Did their big number 4 come and bludgeon a few?
No, their captain batted 3 and played a very typical captain's innings. He was a player who just managed the conditions better than anyone else, because it was quite a frustrating pitch to bat on just because you didn't get value for your runs. Big swing from Abbott. Didn't really get up though.
Didn't get up at all, did it? Didn't get up at all. And that's something we're going to have to keep our eyes out for here. Who knows what kind of a lead could be really useful if the pitch starts to misbehave. I don't think we're talking cracks here. I think we're talking indentations maybe. Another man who must have played cricket yesterday. Ponces is here. Hello. Did you win? Oh, hello. Yaz lost, Cameron won. You weren't playing for Cobham Ivorians, were you?
From Jamal, and Abbott drives that into the offside and picks up a single.
I mean, he's played that with a stick of rhubarb, hasn't he? There they are, trying not to to bowl at Smith, keeping the field out, and then when Abbott's on strike, bringing everybody in, Jamal bowls a full away swing. I'll have that run, thank you very much. Deep point goes out, but because we've had 4 balls in the over, it's not the full outfield. I don't know if Cameron's had the chance to see this tactic.
You still have 4 men out though, so you've got 4 men sort of in the ring in front of the square. Smith advances down the ground and drives it firmly to the fielder at mid-off.
I didn't get my coffee after all, you noticed? Can't get the stuff.
And it looks like for the last ball of the over, the man at deep point is coming in to cut off the single options for Smith. I think from Surrey's point of view, especially Smith, I don't think he'll go about things that differently now he's batting with Abbott.
I don't think he'll almost even notice it.
Ooh. Smith tries to cut that one over the man who was brought in at point. That completes 96th over. Surrey are now 357 for 8. Smith brought up his 9th first class 100 early this morning. He's now joined by Sean Abbott as Dan Norcross takes a break, and he's replaced by Cam Ponsonby.
Good morning, yes.
Morning, Cam. So you won.
So immediate start of the Surrey Championship. Immediately did win. Yes. I don't know the best word to use, best adjective to use. We won by 215 runs. So take from that what you wish to. I don't think I can bowl in a straight line anymore, so I'm a bit concerned about that.
Hannah Dolby continues from the pavilion end. I don't think Warwickshire will like that too much. Abbott gets off strike. First delivery of the over. What do you make of how Warwickshire have managed the last 15 minutes or so? Offering Jamie Smith plenty of run scoring opportunities. Routinely 3, 4, even 5 men on the boundary. Because Surrey weren't really going anywhere in the first half an hour of the day, and run scoring has just become slightly easier.
Well, they're enacting this plan with Sean Abbott at the crease, who, with the bat for Surrey last year in the County Championship, averaged 46. And 2 seasons before that in the Sheffield Shield, Abbott averaged 57 with the bat. He scored his maiden first-class century in 5 50s, as Cricket Archive in front of me tells me. And so again, it's the tale as old as time with Surrey by now, and that walking out at number 10, admittedly Abbott would have been at 9 with Roach the night watchman, but the depth is just absurd. He is a out and out all-rounder who has spent time batting at 6 in first class cricket in the Sheffield Shield. He's a key. If it was his only string to his bow, he would still be a professional cricketer. And so I think it's probably playing into Surrey's favour a bit that Smith is able to continue to tick over the scoreboard, and Abbott, with his average of 45 for Surrey, can have a bat.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if only Ollie Pope averages more for Surrey than Sean Abbott in this Surrey team. Fuller and Smith flicks that through the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he'll pick up a couple. I suppose the other way of looking at it is that Smith is a player who's capable of taking the game away from the opposition very, very quickly, and having this field
Sure, I understand
almost dulls that threat.
I understand the idea, but I don't think Smith will feel in a particular rush to do that with the faith he'll have in Abbott at the other end. We've seen that so often. There was one game in particular last season, I'm really struggling to remember the opposition, where both parties put on kind of close to 100 for the 10th wicket. We've seen it happen a lot where batters just continue to bat all the way down. Teams continue to bat all the way down, I should say, as opposed to batters who would always do that.
You know, again, for that delivery, Warwickshire brought in a couple of men to make it harder for Smith to get off strike, but he's just dabbed that into one of the remaining gaps in the offside and picks up an easy single. And look at this, over 5 runs of 5 balls, and Surrey haven't really had to take a risk. There's so many gaps in the field. For this last ball that Abbott's bowling, you've got 4 men out. This is a man who's only been at the crease for 10 deliveries. And there's another single. So that's actually, 7 runs off the over. Sorry, now 364 for 8. That lead now up to 21.
It stands in contrast to how Warwickshire bowled this morning. They've had an exceptional passage of play. Surrey were 308 for 3, and now 364 for 8. They had that double strike really late on yesterday. They picked up another 2 wickets this morning. It's been Warwickshire's game for the last hour of kind of cricket that's been played.
100%.
So you'd think they'd want to continue that momentum. And they had a very clear plan to hand Dolby. They're bowling to a split field, 2 slips in play, targeting the stumps but keeping the outside edge in play. It just, with the field, a easy single was still allowed.
Short, and that's pulled firmly to the man at deep backward square leg. It'll only be 1 run. But Abbott struck that with considerable venom.
I always think it's the most commanding shots. I can pass on the on drive. The pull shot for me is the one shot where it shows a batter's in complete control to pick up length that quickly and to time the ball that cleanly. It's only 1 run, but the confidence that Abbott would have taken from that, and the kind of sigh, collective sigh from Warwickshire's fielders, may have been a large one.
And same pattern again. The field goes back for Smith. And driven to the man at deep extra cover, and Smith picks up another easy single. So that's 9 runs off the last 8 balls, and I don't think Surrey have taken anything that constitutes a risk at all.
So we're on 8 consecutive scoring shots. We may even be more. I'm going to check, see from the over beforehand. No, 8 in a row at the moment. Surrey having a very pleasant time of it at the moment.
More conventional field now to Abbott. Banged in short. He gets underneath it with comfort, and that's been called a no ball. That did look very, very high.
We keep the number of balls in a row, runs being scored, going.
Reminder, by the way, that at lunchtime we have none other than Alex Stewart on the broadcast, so remember to get your questions into him at surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Warwickshire obviously limited with their options today, with the news that Craig Miles won't take the field today after twisting his ankle, celebrating the wicket for Roach last night. Abbott dabs that into the leg side and immediately pushes for 2. It's well fielded on the boundary, but the Surrey pair will complete the 2.
Such a blow for Warwickshire. Even more so in the context of this game where Miles had picked up that 5-wicket haul. It's been your bowler of the innings. Just when you're looking to wrap up the Surrey innings, as they are this morning, not being able to rely on your bowler of the match so far is obviously a large blow.
Pulled hard, just beats the man at short mid-wicket. And Abbott will pick up another boundary. We saw him pulling firmly earlier in the over. And this time in front of square. The man at mid-wicket was briefly interested.
It's a phenomenal shot, and I think it's Rhodes there. He's in a spot of bother. I reckon the ball's just clipped the end of his hands. Had he managed to successfully pluck that out of the air, it would have been the most astonishing catch. And that is a man in pain who has
Yeah, he's crouched over at the moment, still feeling the tips of his fingers. That was hit extremely hard.
He's straight back into the action again. Rhodes is really in a spot of bother here.
Yeah.
It'd be incredibly cruel to put that remotely as close to being considered a dropped catch. But it has just split the fingers. I wonder if he's potentially done a webbing or just got a bit of a hot spot, or the ball's clipped to the end of his fingers. Either way, he's not best pleased for a number of reasons at the moment. It's the Warwickshire captain. The former Warwickshire captain, I should add.
And Craig Miles being off is just another factor as to why I don't think Surrey are going to change their approach here. They're going to want to put as many miles into the legs of the main two Warwickshire seamers, Hannon Dorby and Jamal this morning. Hannon Dorby continues, and it's another short delivery that's missed everything. Smith went for the pull shot, didn't get bat on it, and Michael Burgess behind the stumps, though he got a glove to it, couldn't prevent the ball from racing away to the boundary. 4 more runs to the Surrey total, and Surrey, just in the last 15 or so minutes, scoring at a very healthy rate, and have now extended the lead to 35.
There's 21 runs off the last 13 deliveries, and in a contest which is threatening and still should be, or could be, a very tight contest, these runs are invaluable at the moment.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot from Jamie Smith. Not much wrong with that delivery from Hannon Dorby, and he's just rocked back onto his back foot and just punched that firmly past the man at short cover. He moves on to 114.
It's a wonderful shot from Jamie Smith. And out of nowhere, Surrey have seemed to kind of have grasped control of this morning in a way that didn't really seem in the context of the first half an hour's play, with both Steele and Clark departing. Now Surrey are really cantering along.
Yeah, Smith took a while to get going this morning, resumed the day on 98 not out, but looks to be hitting his stride as we approach the end of the first hour of play.
I wonder if there's also that context to take into account with the field setting for Jamie Smith. Yes, of course he's on 114, but he started this morning on 98, so he's only been batting, he's only on 16 for the day, as it were. He had to kind of start again and all those cliches, and Warwickshire did bowl very effectively to him at the start.
Short, and Smith does well to get on top of it. Flicks it to the man at deep fine leg, moves on to 115.
Well, I personally hope that Warwickshire continue their short ball plan to Sean Abbott, because I'm very much enjoying watching it. He's played 2 fantastic pull shots, both of which flew towards the boundary. One was intercepted, one crashed into the advertising hoardings.
And you made the point about how early you got to pick up length to play that shot, especially when it's in front at square, right? And that second shot was hit so hard. And that's dabbed to the man at deep third. Runs coming very decent speed for Surrey. It's another profitable over, 10 off it, with 1 delivery remaining.
This is the second double figure over in a row, and Abbott is batting so comfortably. I kind of hesitate to say I'm enjoying his innings more than Smith's at the moment, but it's just the surprise factor, well, not quite the surprise factor in terms of Abbott's clearly a quality player, but to have this level of batter coming in at 10 is almost unheard of.
Smith pushes that into the offside. They briefly think about 2, and despite a minor misfield by the man in the deep, it is just 1. That completes an 11 run over for Surrey, 385 for 8.
Just for that final delivery, Burgess came up to the stumps for Hannon Dolby. So a slight change of plan by Warwickshire, just trying to pin the batter to the crease. Hope to extract any movement, exaggerate any movement that they're likely to get.
This Smith-Abbott partnership now worth 36.
Now almost a runner ball as well, 36 off 38. We've had 28 runs off the last 3 overs. It's been a really profitable period of play for the home team.
And we have a change of bowling. Ahmed Jamal will take a breather, and he'll be replaced by Ed Bernard. Who went wicketless yesterday. 14 overs, 4 maidens, none for 64. It's a change of bowling, but it's not a change of tact. Still several men out for the start of the over to Smith, who picks up yet another very straightforward single. Warwickshire are presenting Surrey with so many run scoring opportunities, especially for Smith. And Smith, who was in great nick obviously yesterday, took a while to get going today, but he's now taking those opportunities.
I often hesitate to kind of, I don't know if criticise is too strong a word, because so many teams, every team in kind of modern cricket enacts this plan or uses this plan.
Full from Bernard, and Abbott flicks that to the man at deep mid-wicket. I guess what has been impressive in this partnership in particular, I think, is the way in which Abbott has scored freely, because the field to Abbott has been much more conventional. There haven't been as many gaps to just dab the ball into and pick up an easy single.
It has been more conventional. There's still been a split field. There's still often been a sweeper out on each side. And he's still kind of, obviously he's used that pull shot to strike his boundaries, dab down to deep third very effectively.
And Smith again, all he needs to do really is get any sort of bat on it into the offside, and he'll pick up one.
We are seeing the contrast to, if we think back to day one and how quick kind of the wicket and how much the ball, how much movement Surrey were getting with that particular Duke's ball. And this morning the wicket seems a lot tamer, and the ball seems to be going kind of quite gun barrel straight at the moment.
Ooh. Abbott becomes very, very close there to chopping on.
It's well bowled by Barnard. I wonder if he's just got a bit of movement off the seam here to take the inside half of Abbott's bat.
Yeah, considerable movement off the pitch. Abbott once again looking to dab the ball to deep third. Fuller, and draws an outside edge.
Well, this is better for Warwickshire. This is far more promising. Barnard's challenged both edges of Abbott's bat in this over. He got one to nip back in and strike him on the pad, and then just that ball there, we just had the first kind of signs of a wave shape that we haven't really seen too much of this morning.
Yeah, we saw a bit of a wave swing from Ahmed Jamal, but the last half an hour or so we've seen very little through the air from any of the three Warwickshire seamers. Driven again by Smith, who will think about 2 but won't get it. He will retain the strike, 5 runs off the over. Sorry, now 390 for 8 after 100 overs.
I know 5 runs came off that over, but it felt like Warwickshire were more in the game there. That felt like the most threatening over they've had in the last kind of 20-25 minutes. You hope to see that continue. Hopefully they maybe just got a bit of a shine on the ball, started to get a little bit more swing. I'm concerned from a Warwickshire point of view, just in the contrast from how much slower the pitch looks today than on day one. And it's very rare that I feel like I can walk into a ground and you can see pace coming off the wicket. But when they take 2 more wickets, one assumes they'll take the heavy roller, so they get the benefit of that when they're batting and can build a lead and bat late into today and probably just a touch of tomorrow morning. but then to then still have the time to take 10 more Surrey wickets, that's one of the main challenges, as well as the runs that Surrey are building their lead. And the second challenge Warwickshire have is time. They're running out of time at the moment.
And Surrey, in their own way, are injecting time into the game by scoring at this pace. Got to go some to win a 4-day game, having conceded 343 in the first innings.
It's amazing how quickly, Colin, the feel of the match has changed, because as we said, the first half an hour of today was Warwickshire's and the last half an hour of yesterday was Warwickshire's. To go from 308 for 3 to 390 for 8 is progress in the extreme kind of thing. You'd absolutely shake your hands on that if they would given that a chance yesterday. But now I just feel like the game's creeping away from them again. Seeing a quite significant field change. Have a carousel of fielders running around. Point moved to slip, cover moved to point, mid-off moved to cover, mid-on moved to mid-off. And one fielder who was out at the deep mid-wicket boundary has run all the way across up to mid-on. So we now have two fielders on the legs, out on the leg side boundary, a ring field and a slip on the offside.
Has driven through the gap between the two fielders in front of square on the offside. But yeah, a slight change of tack now with Will Rhodes into the attack. He looks like he doesn't want to have as many men back. He doesn't want it to be quite so easy for Jamie Smith to get on strike.
So one more change to the field for Abbott. We have that second fielder on the square leg boundary coming into the ring, so he's now at mid wicket. Just one out on the leg side, a deep backward square leg. I'll take back my words immediately, because now we have the cover sweeper coming up. They've changed their mind as well. The cover sweeper's shrugging his shoulders. There's a lot of movement and a lot of changes.
Driven firmly by Abbott, but straight to the man at mid-off. Yeah, I'd almost love to see a diagram of the different fields that we've had in the last 3 minutes.
You know, dot watching, you see those boats crossing the Atlantic and seeing where they're all moving. But as we have it at the moment, we have a mid-off, a point. The cover region is completely open with a sweeper out. A mid-wicket, two on the leg side. So Roach will be looking to bowl straight at Abbott.
As he does so there's an inviting gap in front of square on the offside. No one close between point and mid-off, sorry. There is a man on the fence, but he's quite square, and that is the shorter boundary. Slightly too straight this time from Rhodes, and Abbott does well to get offside of the ball and knock it into the leg side for one.
I think Rhodes has settled on a good plan here, though. I'll be interested to see if they keep the field to Jamie Smith. In the field they're bowling to at the moment, they're hoping for seam movement in effect. They're bowling straight, they're trying to bring in bold and LBW. The slightly unfortunate thing for Warwickshire also is a field that suggests they don't feel like they're getting much, if any, movement in there. They're not feeling that confident that they'll be able to kind of nick Abbott off conventionally. We've seen mid-wicket hop back over to cover now for Smith.
Straight again from Rhodes, and Jamie Smith flicks that behind square on the leg side. He'll pick up 2. He moves on to 122. 4 runs off Will Rhodes' first over into the attack. Surrey now 394 for 8, just 6 runs away from securing a 4th batting bonus point. Cam Ponsonby will remain on commentary for the next few minutes or so, and I will take a breather and will be replaced by Adam Collins.
Barnard will be continuing from the Vauxhall end as Adam Collins joins commentary.
Hey Cam, yeah, they were 6 ahead, Surrey, when this pair came together. Now, yeah, put on 45, and it has felt at times that they haven't quite realised that Sean Abbott's as capable as he is, that they've tried to play the milk the strike game a wee bit, but yeah, maybe they've sorted the plan now. Pass the bat to start here. They got everything right in the first 25 minutes of play or thereabouts, Cam. A couple of wickets, kept it tight. Smith had to work hard to reach his century, resuming on 98. Of course, working without Craig Miles today, who hurt his ankle when celebrating a wicket yesterday. Took 5 of the first 6, bowled beautifully, especially with the second new ball. 3 late wickets for Warwickshire. Bang. Thump. 6. Easy. Abbott to the short rope. And yeah, I suppose there's a degree of risk associated with that, but a big gap at mid-wicket, 1 man to clear. This guy can seriously play.
It's genuinely remarkable from Abbott. It's the 3rd fantastic pull shot we've seen from him, and this was in direct response to the ball before. We've seen he's run down the wicket at Barnard there, lifted him over mid-wicket, but the ball before had been the first one that we'd really seen swing. Barnard had threatened in his previous over, which was first back into the attack. And at the first sign of movement, Abbott's decided to put the pressure immediately back on Warwickshire.
Partnership up to 50. They've put on 51 in a hurry. And that beats him again. So 2 plays and misses and a 6. And that's after they lost 5 for 41. So the game is moving quickly at the moment.
I'm good. I'm happy, Adam. I think we're about to have a very entertaining battle between these two. I think Barnard has been the most threatening of the Warwickshire bowlers in the last half an hour. He's getting the most movement. And because Surrey aren't able to kind of canter along at ease, we're going to see a bit more of an aggressive attempt from Abbott and Smith.
Another batting point as well with the 6 up to 400. So they'll have an eye on that. I suppose if these two bat through, if Surrey are still batting at 110, they're going to clean. They're going to get up to 450. There's no doubt about that. With the current run rate up towards 4. So it looked like Warwickshire were going to be able to contain this lead. Now gets tricky again for them. Nice response, a bumper that swung after passing the lid.
It's interesting how some bowlers are able to extract movement in the air in the way that others can't or don't at the same period of time. But having that with Barnard here, where he just seems to be getting the most shape we've seen. The ball's not that old, of course, only around 20 overs old. But compared to the ball that Surrey were using on day 1, we haven't seen quite that same amount of like
prodigious.
I don't know why I ever try and say that word. I know I can't say it. And then I see the bowler running up. I'm like, why have you chosen this time to say the words that you can't do?
Ends the over with a single, moves to 25, keeps the strike, 7 from the over, 401 for 8. We're just over an hour into play here on day 3. It's authoritative is a word that I
I'm not even going to try.
Occasionally attempt on commentary. I got it out then, but I've botched it more times than I've gotten it right.
I think for me, a large part of it as well is I have to remember as I'm starting to say the word which one means which out of prodigious and prestigious. And so your brain is having to work twice as hard. It's no good.
I quite like that. I know when you were hosting the final word for us during the India-England series earlier this year, that a lot of the comments were they enjoyed your streams of consciousness. They enjoyed your ramshackle way of making a point. I enjoy it too.
I'm glad. This is the confidence boost I needed this morning.
Good. It's good. The way you go about the route you take, the confidence you have in doing it, it all works. Abbott gives a strike back to Smith.
What an unexpected boost to the morale this morning.
We'll have to play this our own way. You can't be someone else.
Absolutely.
Be the best version of yourself, and for you, that's just letting it ride, I think. Speaking of the best version of yourself, beautiful day here today, as it was yesterday. I'm desperate to know how you got on. First league game in the Surrey comp yesterday, so it would have been a lot of players who were unable to watch the stream yesterday, tapping in today, having taken the field on Saturday afternoon. That's a great stop. That is a certain boundary, just reaching the contest. That's George Garton, the sub, who was busy yesterday in the covers as well.
Just wondering on replay whether this carried on the full. I think it did. Well, it's both a wonderful stop and almost a wonderful catch.
My instinct watching it was a sort of bump.
It came off the bat in a kind of slightly sliced manner, and so it didn't fly as true as you'd expect coming off Jamie Smith's bat. That was a chance for the Warwickshire there, albeit a very difficult one.
It is bold, not having the point rate protected. The man drops back at deep cover now in response, and Smith in response to that goes straight up out the middle of the blade. Lovely stuff. Abbott, my apologies. They took the single from the previous ball, which I didn't detect. Abbott into the 30s.
Abbott has been absolutely phenomenal to watch this morning. Now Roach just getting slightly too full. Jordan Clark played a very similar shot this morning from the other end. But just anything full in professional cricket gets punished so effectively.
Abbott made 3 half-centuries last year, batting anywhere between 7 and 9, but carded this week at 9, batting at 10 due to Kemar Roach, who came and went as night watchman late yesterday. We say it all the time about Surrey and how formidable they've been over the last few years. It's been so much around the depth they enjoy with the bat and with the ball, but it is a clear strength. Chop down, not far away from the woodwork, so Rhodes taking some pace off that previous delivery.
You can really divide Abbott's kind of career in half at this stage with the bat, especially in first class cricket. Before, I think it's around 2018, he only had 2 half-centuries. From 2019, he's effectively averaging what you'd expect from a top 6 batter.
And that's how New South Wales use him now. It's a luxury they have as well, having him at 7 a lot of the time. I think he has batted in the top 6 in Shield cricket occasionally. In behind it here ends the over. 6 runs from it, 407 for 8, so that lead up to 64. They started the day 16 runs in arrears. They did lose a wicket before reaching parity. Cam Steele was caught behind in the 3rd over of the day from the bowling of Jamal. Didn't add to his overnight score of 4, and the 2nd wicket was Clark, who chopped on for 11. It was 349 for 8 at that stage, and yeah, this pair have advanced it by 58 further runs from there. So yeah, in summary, how'd you go yesterday?
A bizarre match, and we won by 215 runs.
What?
Yes.
I thought you were worried about how strong they were going to be when we spoke on Friday.
I was. It's a bit of an awkward one to talk about publicly after you win by 200, but we got 364 for 2, Adam.
Blimey.
And the 2nd wicket was the final ball of the innings. Both openers scored centuries, and then they got 149, which is less than 364.
Quite a few less. Barnett again, in behind it. How'd you go with the sidearm round the wicket off spin?
So 2 wickets, which is very nice, but I am concerned I can't bowl in a straight line anymore. So I started bowling full and then get hit over my head for 4 or 6. I go, well, that's no fun. So then I just bowl halfway down and get cut for 1, and which is no good either, really. But
still 2 though.
Still 2.
All the people in the book, when they look at the box scores, will be Ponson be 2 for.
I know. There was a point where after 4 overs, I was 2 for 10. I thought I've got a real good chance of like some stat padding here, or just like having some like remarkable looking figures. And I started doing the whole drag down stuff just to even the playing field, I guess.
Not yippy. I mean, you're trying to bowl it quicker and it's just coming down.
No, it could be a little bit yippy.
Bit yippy?
No, I don't believe in the yips. I genuinely don't like talking or thinking about it.
There's a terrific book that I'd like to cite when getting into this topic called Pressure Myths by Rich Hudson, who runs cricket at Buckinghamshire, at one of the national counties. He's a psychologist by training. It was his first book. It's a while ago now, might be far, and he gets in a lot of depth about cricketers, especially cricketers, and how it happens and why it happens, and how you need to sort of divorce performance from who you are as a human being, basically. And that's the, I mean, short and shoveled away for 4. I say shoveled, it was hit well, but he did have a man to beat, and it did get big on him, but he controlled it. 127 for Smith. That's the short rope. They've really gone for that direction today.
It's quite a remarkable shot from Smith, because as you say, he hasn't quite timed it, and he seemed not that early on it, but at the same time, it's caught high on the bat, but his strength has got it in front of square, still for 4. He's batting fantastically well.
Now the bottom part of the bat, but gets out to the sweeper. But yeah, the premise of the book, and without wanting to sort of turn an entire book into a sentence or two, but we'll have a crack at this, is that
absolutely
you have your self-worth and you have your self-esteem, and trying to divorce that from what's going to happen with the next ball of your cricketing career.
I think it's
which is difficult to do, but if you step back from it and you don't sort of let your whole livelihood's the wrong word, your whole sense of self being determined by what you're doing as a cricketer, then that helps liberate you a little bit. Should do anyway. Oh, beaten. Said Barnard's done that 3 times in the spell. The problem is he's gone around when he hasn't been getting it up and moving away from the right-handers.
I was actually talking to some kind of friends and colleagues about this on Friday, and I don't know whether it's we work in cricket, we love watching it, playing it, etc. So we always kind of will think it'll be in cricket more than other sports, and it might be across. But I do often wonder whether there's something unique to cricket about how much you correlate your own self-worth with your ability, with your performance.
In behind it to finish, 5 from the over, 4-12 for 8.
And you see it with people everywhere, when people come and join a club and they want to play first team cricket, and then they start to slip into the 2s or 3s, and they go, I don't want to do this anymore. Like I can't be playing kind of third team cricket. Or if you have a bad match, you go, why do I feel worse? Why do I feel like a less interesting, nice human because I bowled a couple of drag downs? I don't know if there is that strength of association in football or rugby or any other sport, as it were. And I think it must be something to do with the kind of individual element of a team sport, in that yes, you're playing this team sport, but you are in fact kind of having your own competition within yourself every week,
and it's measured more clearly than, say, let's use football as a down the track. How many times have we seen Jamie Smith walk down at the first ball of an over and clunk it, as he's done here, all the way for 6 to the long boundary too? He's a real talent, Jamie Smith. We saw it late yesterday, especially after tea, when he put the foot down with Folkes. And since passing 3 figures, this union with Abbott is getting better by the over. 4-18 for 8.
It's genuinely remarkable. I don't know what both Abbott and Smith have done this now. The keeper's coming up to the stump just to prevent the batters from advancing down the wicket.
Miscue.
It does, well, both that shot and Abbott's 6 earlier in the innings does give a little bit of context to our earlier kind of critiques of Warwickshire spreading the field at 8 down to Jamie Smith, because now where they have started dragging that field a little bit back further in, Jamie Smith is taking full advantage. The keeper is up to the stumps just to keep Smith stuck to that crease now.
We've seen that too, haven't we? Smith goes out, they bring the keeper up, he stays at home and goes back. So there's the game within a game for Smith. So it was his third 6 to go with 16 falls. Yeah, I reckon with football sports more widely, if you make an error, there are many chances to make up for the error. In cricket, you make a sizable error. I suppose with bowling you get a bit more latitude, but
absolutely.
Well, of course you do, because if you make an error as a batter, that's your day done, I guess. But still, if you bowl poorly, it's there in numbers, and everybody knows on the field from both teams, umpires. Graceful. Yeah, there is a sweeper back there, but again, right at the middle of the bat. Smith 135. That run rate's up to 4 now. It started really slowly, Surrey, yesterday when they were laying the foundation, but that's fine. That's what they were keen to do and get through, and it's worked to a plan. They lead by 76.
It's been the most remarkable, demoralising partnership from Surrey for the 9th wicket. Now added best part of 70. I'm going to do the quick maths to work out what the run rate between this pair is.
Went fishing there, Abbott. I suppose in football the only other it would be a goalkeeper, wouldn't it? If a goalkeeper has a bunch of goals go past them, you can see it. But for most players on the pitch, they're a link in the chain to an extent.
I remember doing a piece on kind of the coverage of goalkeepers in kind of television, and speaking to a number of professionals about kind of their biggest frustrations with the position not being understood.
Slower ball to finish, 7 from the over, 4-19 for 8.
And one of the things I hadn't really thought about was, there's one goalkeeper called Richard Lee who used to play for Watford, and he's saying one of his biggest frustrations was he'd in his mind play the perfect game, be 0-0, 1-0 win or whatever, and you see his review afterwards, he'll say 6, a quiet game for Lee, and he's like, no, like the reason I had a quiet game is because I had a great game, because my performance isn't just saving goals, it's preventing the opportunities for teams to score. So I'm managing and coordinating my defensive line, and if they're not getting opportunities and I'm not making any saves, that's actually because I'm doing my job very, very well, and people didn't understand that. And he'd say he'd come off from matches, he hadn't made a save, but he said he would have the most kind of horrible headaches. He's like, I've just been concentrating so hard for 90 minutes, and people just don't kind of grasp what the actual point of the position is. And then on the flip side, you talk about kind of brave and kind of, well, cowardly goalkeeping, where you'd say if a goalkeeper comes for 10 crosses, claims 9 and lets one in because they flapped it or whatever, they go, oh, bad goalkeeping. But if a goalkeeper stays on their line for all 10 and 3 goals go in, they go, oh, there's nothing they could have done about that. It's like, no, like, it's hard to understand and grasp really what the strengths and weaknesses of the position are.
Flat batted. You can see what he was thinking about doing, Smith. Again, the mid-wicket rope was attractive, but it didn't quite get up, and he checked the shot to mid-off instead.
I think, again, this was almost a catching opportunity. Smith and Abbott have become incredibly violent across the last 15 minutes, and it's fantastic fun to watch. But for Surrey, we'll just see here, the ball just evades Barnard.
So there'll be a lot of cricket being played today on Sunday. So started the league season yesterday. Let us know if you had a brilliant performance. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'll let you do it. We'll let you brag. We'll give you a platform for that. Or if you had a stinker, that's fine too. And then there'll be the parks and recreational grounds around this part of London will be chock-a-block later, I'm sure, with teams playing that more sort of friendly Sunday cricket, which is such a big part of the appetite around the country. One of my teams, the Oval Dream Boys, are playing today, first game, over in Dulwich. Smith to 136, 420 for 8.
When's your next match in the book?
I don't get another game. Oh, no, that's not, I'm going to play. Don't tell. I might just slink off early next Sunday and play a Sunday game.
Goodness me.
But my next game, I've got a game in Scotland.
Oh wow.
Week after next, I'm playing a schools game up there, Edinburgh.
Blimey.
I'm in that way anyway. Doing a half marathon up there that weekend, so I thought I'd sneak a game in. Be rude not to. Oh. Nice from Barnard there. Again, that shape. When he's got it right in this spell, it's actually been quite threatening. It's just that there's so much pressure being applied by the Surrey batters. It's difficult to sustain it, I suppose. They need a wicket here badly, though. This partnership up to 71. But yeah, I love this time of year. Get as much cricket in as you can. Went up to very North Lancashire midweek to play a game, which was fun.
All the way up to Preston.
A bit further than Preston. I think some are up that way. I don't really know, if I'm honest. My geography isn't great outside of London. Abbott wanted 2 off the bat, but only 1 on offer. He'll keep the strike. 421 for 8. It feels like you're being punted out of here, Cam. We'll catch up later today.
Wonderful.
Well done yesterday.
Give way to Daniel.
Big victory for the Spencer Twos. 215 run victors over the team that looked good on paper, but perhaps not quite so good in practice. We've got... we're going to just hear, as Daniel jumps in, I'm going to pull up the Xbox here comrade. Here we go. Win a custom Xbox. You hit that QR code for the Xbox Power Players comp. Back for the second year. You can win this Surrey console. I'll give it to you, Daniel. You can present it and I'll read. Predict who you think are the best individual bowling and batting figures during Surrey's home games in the Vitality Blast.
Look at this thing. It's got little things at the back.
So last year, to rattle through this before the over starts, Sean Abbott's 110 not out against Kent, appropriate given he's batting right now, and Chris Jordan's 4 for 21 against Glamorgan. They were the winning 2 performances. So you scan that QR code or Google Xbox Power Players or go to the Surrey website, fill in the article, and you are through. Entries close on the 2nd of June, on the Sunday afternoon at midday, just before the Blast campaign gets underway, and the winner will get that lovely custom Surrey Xbox.
That's marvellous.
What a cool thing that is to have. There's the Surrey Wisdons over in the shop across the way, isn't there?
Yeah.
If you want to get one with Rory Burns on the front instead of one with Stuart Broad on the front. We're going to see spin.
This could be interesting because I imagine Sean Abbott and Jamie Smith will find it difficult to resist
Bethel, who bowled 14 overs yesterday, none for 48, bowled either side of tee.
So, what do you think is in Surrey's plans here? There are 28 runs required in basically 4 overs for a 5th batting point.
Well, that'll be front and centre, clearly.
You would think so. The other side, the flip side of it, and I'm never quite sure how much teams think about this, is that you could deny your opponents a third bowling point. You know? So
I reckon Surrey's risk reward on that would be that
they might also want a
where they are
big old lead as another thing.
Yeah, where they are on the table.
Well,
my instinct is that they'll be thinking, you know, every point. But it's a fair observation you make. We were discussing this a little bit yesterday about trying to deny bowling points where you can. And to clarify, the last one kicks in at 9, doesn't it?
That's right. But the other side of that is that, you know, you might just take points out of the equation. There's a partnership developing here of 74.
But they're batting at such a tempo, they'll get there regardless. That's
well,
defensive bowling, and it's going to go down for 4. So I say defensive bowling, it might have just been a miscue, but nevertheless it's going to be 5 wides, which helps. Gets Surrey up to 428 for 8, so 22 away, and we have 22 legal deliveries until the end of the passage of play we're referring to.
I am sure you and Cameron have been talking about this, but I remain bewildered by the plan.
Yeah, we did talk to that the Abbott, there was a misunderstanding as to what Sean Abbott constituted, I think, in all of this.
I think so.
He's on 32.
And, you know, they've pretty much thrown away the position they were in. Surrey were only 6 runs ahead when their 8th wicket fell. They're now 85 ahead.
We were talking off-air about if Surrey were to lose those 2 wickets, more or less then, that we could have the kind of game where batting third is challenging because
pickle theory.
You're the Daniel Norcross batting third pickle theory.
Johnny Barron invented it.
Barron, okay, g'day Barron if you're listening. Love you, miss you. But Daniel has spent so much time talking about it around the world.
Yes,
it's now becoming kind of your thing.
I have spread the pickle theory far and wide.
You certainly have. So that I'll let you summarise it. But that might have been the sort of direction this game went, right? On parity after 1 innings, it becomes a 1 innings game with 5.5 sessions to go, and the team batting third need to bat at a decent lick, but they can't lose all of their 10 wickets at the risk of
they don't know whether
to down.
Stick or twist.
So that takes Smith up to 139 with a well-run 2 behind point, using playing late, using the depth of the crease there.
And now Surrey need a run a ball.
But now we get the other side of it, where if Surrey get a lead of, say, 3 figures, then Warwickshire aren't entitled to think in quite the same way.
The pickle goes out of the window then.
It's just about surviving, at least until they get to level pegging again. And nowhere near as much time to make a score that might have them enough on day 4. That completes a busy over where Surrey added 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 runs, 432 for 8. 3 overs to go before 110. So 18 balls, 18 runs.
So, I mean, Surrey are bowled out even in the next over. Then you've got 73 overs left in the day. And if Warwickshire go at around about 3 and over, because they'd be quite circumspect having that deficit of 89, they'd only get some a lead of a sort of 120 by the end of the day. So then, look, I mean, then it becomes the pickle then might be, do they try to go a little bit quickly so they can declare around about lunchtime, give themselves enough overs to bowl Surrey out? But the pickle slightly recedes, whereas if you're in a sort of 5.5 sessions and parity situation, it's different.
Again, first ball of the over, he just plays it so well. He realises first ball of the over is likely to be a bowler getting back into his rhythm again, assesses it, sizes it up, gets down the track and gives it everything. Samson might be able to work this out. How many times has Smith hit a boundary from the first ball of the over in this magnificent innings of 144? It's plenty, that's for sure.
And it's such thoughtful batting. I mean, it's been a brilliant innings. Yesterday, I came out of here and, I mean, Dean Wilson was shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he'd seen. He hadn't seen as much Jamie Smith as we have, but
hits it so hard. I mean, again, we saw a couple of overs ago Smith hit a boundary in a similar part of the ground where he hadn't middled it, came high off the bat, and it still raced away. He muscled it. And I think we'll see it's the same again here. It didn't sound like he got all of it, but doesn't need to. See how hard he swings those arms, and with one man to beat, only got it about 15 metres to his left, and the fielder never stood a chance. 440 for 8.
He feels like he's sort of one of the three musketeers on with Pope and Jacks, doesn't he? But they're all ever so slightly different, but they share similarities.
We're about to be broken up in 4 balls time. I just want to note that we've got Alex Stewart coming up at lunchtime. Get your questions in, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I've got a nice little Stewart family thing to go to you with, Daniel. See if we have enough time for it. If not, we can do it after lunch, I suppose. Goes back to Jimmy Anderson and his retirement yesterday.
Ah, yes.
So I'll do this as quickly as I can, and it shows Anderson's longevity in another way. He made his List A debut in 2000. Anderson may not get time here. So many runs. 149 for Smith. Lead up to 98. Derek Randall miraculously was playing in that game in his late 40s for Suffolk. Now Randall made his professional debut in 1971. So 55 years, 54 seasons those two players span. But you go back one link in the chain. Derek Randall, his first List A game was against Mickey Stewart in 1972 here at the Oval. Mickey Stewart in his final season in 72. Mickey Stewart, who's now 91, made his debut in 1954.
England's oldest living Test player, isn't he?
Indeed he is. Ran out opportunity, not quite. Abbott gives a strike back, he's up to 34, 442 for 8, lead of 99. Stewart's first class debut, so changing formats, but bear with me. He played against Middlesex. Andy Wilson was playing for Middlesex. He made his first class debut in 1932, and that game included the great Jack Hearn.
Oh!
Who made 96 first class runs.
Old Jack Hearn.
And old Jack Hearn first played in 1909 against Gloucestershire. So we've got 5 links, 115 years.
That's good.
And that game had in it Albert Trott. Cleared the pavilion.
Cleared the pavilion at Lord's.
Gilbert Jessup, the quickest England Test hunt ever. Plum Warner, it's got a stand named after him at Lord's.
Yep.
And Patsy Hendren. So there you go. Bit of mucking around during Eurovision last night, trying to work out where this all fit in. And Mickey Stewart's right in the middle of it. And we'll be talking to Alex Stewart at the lunch break today. Questions in, surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
It's really well played here.
It's the lead of 100, thus the applause. And another milestone for Jamie Smith. He's moved from 100 to 150, better than a runner ball. We said when he posted 3 figures it had been a dominant innings. Well, he's moved it to another gear since, with Abbott for company. They've taken the lead from 6 to an even 100, and who knows where it'll end.
I'm running out of words to describe him. There was some shakings of the head. I met an old guy I played cricket with called Richard Godfrey, who's a member here, and we came on the tube, got off at the same time, and he was shaking his head. I said, "Were you here yesterday?" He said, "Oh yeah." I mean, he hadn't quite realised just how good Jamie Smith is, and that's the thing. We've seen a lot of vignettes of Jamie Smith as we're about to depart, but I think we're now seeing the full package, aren't we?
When he was at about 30 yesterday, we started a conversation topic about who's in England's second 11, and we cited Smith in that. It won't be long before he's pushing for the senior team if he keeps playing like this. Back to you, Daniel, then Yaz Rana will take you through to the luncheon interval at 4:44 for 8.
4:44, and Surrey started the day on 327, so they've added 117 runs in 21 overs. And bear in mind that things started very slowly. You mentioned it yourself, Yaz. You said, Warwickshire got Surrey exactly where they wanted them when Hannon Dolby and Jamal were bowling, and it took Jamie Smith 25 minutes or so to get the 2 runs he needed to get his century. Well, since then, he's got cracking, but so has Sean Abbott, and to me it all comes down to a really bizarre tactic that Warwickshire employed. The moment they saw Abbott, they treated it like he was a genuine number 10, and you could tell the absurdity of the plan because Surrey were happy to take the single, put Abbott on strike, and indeed there was one point at which Jamie Smith tried to run 2 off the 6th ball of the over. He didn't care that Abbott would be on strike at the start of the following over. So as an opponent, you've got to think, wait a minute, maybe this isn't quite the right plan.
I often think if you're not sure what to do yourself, have a think about what the opposition doesn't want you to do.
Correct.
And it was very, very clear that Surrey were more than content with what Warwickshire were trying to do. Just on Jamie Smith, by the way, that's his first 150 plus score here at the Kier Oval. His previous best was 138 against Glamorgan in 2021. He's got some way to go to reach his overall career best score, which is 234 not out against Gloucestershire at Bristol back in April 2022.
I don't think that's in danger. But what is in danger is the 450. 4 more runs needed in 8 balls, and Warwickshire aren't looking like they're sort of trying to stop it. You know, there's a great big gap up to long on. You've got to play the situation, haven't you? And the situation here is that Surrey want those extra 4 runs. Now, in the normal order of things, they'll probably get there. But if you just squeeze a bit, you bowl a couple of dot balls, and there's a chance you might induce a rash shot.
Well, Bethel's induced a false shot from Sean Abbott. An inside edge just misses the leg stump, and that's run away to the fine leg boundary 4-4, which takes Surrey up to 450, which means they secure their 5th and final batting bonus point.
Well, there were times when it didn't look likely because of scoring rate, and then there were times when it didn't look likely because they lost 5 very quick wickets. But this has been a fantastic partnership, and now I've just got one thing to say here. I've got a bugbear here. If I was Surrey now, I would defend these next 7 balls. I wouldn't look to score, because Warwickshire can get another bonus point here. And in the general scheme of this match, if you play out a maiden now, it ought to make no difference. You wouldn't have thought to the end result. But at the end of the season, you've no idea what difference it would make to Warwickshire to have 1 fewer point.
I completely agree with you, but I do wonder sometimes that we probably think about these things more than teams do.
Oh, I'm absolutely sure of it. I'm pretty sure they're not thinking about this at all. That's why I say it's like a bugbear of mine, because it can be worth thinking every now and then, like a ridiculous bloviating, pontificating analyst. Just, we're not always wrong. 100 Partnership, by the way, came up with that streaky 4.
These have completely taken the game away from Warwickshire in the last hour or so. It wasn't that long ago when Warwickshire would have been dreaming of having a first innings lead. But now Surrey lead by 107 as Bernard continues. He's not looking to play this over out as Jamie Smith pulls aerially.
Yeah, I mean,
the field in the deep.
The other side of this is that, you know, when you're out there in the middle, you got to bat the way you're going to bat. I totally get that. It's just that there is a tactical element to every part of a game of cricket. The situation is always there to be played.
The flip side is I don't think Warwickshire look like they're doing anything differently in pursuit of that 9th wicket.
No, you might have thought maybe asking Jamal to come on and have another spell. Or
even asking, you know, Bernard's got probably the most movement through the air of any of the Warwickshire bowlers this morning. You almost say to him, go on, float it up, outside off stump, invite the drive, leave space in front of square in the offside, put a few slips in, only for 1 over.
But you're right, it's us doing that thinking, really. Now, the over rate's also got a little bit claggy. So the other part of having funky plans is that once you send the field out, they don't know when do you want us to come in, skip, and there's sort of umming and ahhing, there's finger pointing and whatnot. And so today, Warwickshire have only bowled 22.3 overs. And they got their over rate back to 0 yesterday. Now, Bethel's back on, so that might make a difference, but already there's more changes of field.
Yeah, there have been some overs where Warwickshire have been particularly slow. Lots of changes for of the field. Short again, and Smith gets on top of it, rolls his wrists on it and picks up 1.
2 balls left for Warwickshire to find that wicket.
And it looks like, yeah, they'll continue to have 1 man in it slip, but that's it really. Abbott, who's now been at the crease for 52 deliveries, has 5 men out on the boundary. He's now presented with a very similar field to what Jamie Smith has had. They've actually taken out that solitary slip, so 2 deliveries to get that final bowling bonus point. Fuller from Barnard, and Abbott flicks that into the leg side for 1. He moves on to 42.
I wonder, actually, they have played the over sort of slightly within themselves in picking up those 4 singles. I do wonder if maybe that's got a little bit of that in mind. 1 ball remains, and then we don't have to think about bonus points. It's a bit of a relief, isn't it, when the bonus point situation is all done.
Pulled away into the leg side. Smith picks up 1. That ends the over, and Warwickshire have not picked up a 9th wicket, which means that they will only pick up 4 bonus points from this match.
So they got the 8th wicket with 17.1 overs to go to get 1 more wicket. In those 17.1 overs, Surrey have added 106. I mean, it's a crazy game sometimes, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
And it means that, as well, that with Surrey picking up the 5th batting bonus point, it means that even if they don't win this game, well, Warwickshire will have to go some way to win it themselves. But if they finish as a draw, they pick up 16 points, which you know, you can pick up 19 points of the win.
Yeah, well, as
Somerset did last week.
Yeah. I mean, Warwickshire are far from out of it. You know, there's still every chance that they can force the situation late tomorrow, but first they've got to break this partnership.
Smith gives himself a bit of room this time, but Bethel follows him. It's another single. Slight change in the field here. You've got 6 men who are sort of in a ring, inviting Abbott to go aerial. There is space over both mid-off and mid-on. Just 1 man out on the offside and a couple on the leg side. And Abbott cuts it away past the man at backward point, and that will race away to the deep third boundary. He will pick up 4 and move on to 46. What a contribution this has been so far from Sean Abbott.
Well, it's his first game back this season. He picked up a wicket at the beginning of his 2nd over, and he's now on the threshold of a half century, batting at number 10. He really is an absolutely marvellous addition to this squad, especially when you think there's a couple of injuries around to Overton and Tom Laws. Gus Atkinson being managed. You bring in a genuine all-rounder.
You know, he is a genuine all-rounder. He would not look out of place batting top 6 in county cricket. So don't be fooled by the fact he's come in at number 10. And I think Warwickshire were, actually, because if Sean Abbott came out to bat at number 6, there's no way they would have had the fields that they had to Jamie Smith.
Well, but my argument was that they didn't have that field to Jordan Clark. So why are you having that field to Sean Abbott? You know, they're very equivalent players, really.
That's swept firmly by Abbott again, and that's gone to the fine leg boundary, and Sean Abbott reaches 50. Jamie Smith applauds his partner. He's really changed the feel of this game. Surrey were in danger conceding a first innings deficit, but over the last hour or so, Abbott and Smith have really taken this game away from Warwickshire. The lead now 121. Sean Abbott, who averages 50 for Surrey, gets a 50 in his first appearance of the season.
And yes, they have licence, don't they, here? There's 16 minutes to go or so till lunch. I don't think they're going to change their approach. I mean, I think in the grander scheme of things, what they would love to do is still be batting at lunch and come back out and smash a few more. But at some point this partnership has got to be broken. Perhaps another spell from Jamal and Alan Dolby. Warwickshire really suffered, I think, from not having Craig Miles. He bowled so well yesterday, and it was really unfortunate the injuries picked up in celebrating the wicket of Kemal Roach.
Smith goes aerial, and Davies takes an excellent catch, running round from mid-off. Finally, Warwickshire have the breakthrough. They pick up that 9th wicket, and over or so too late to secure the 3rd bonus point. But that ends an outstanding innings from Jamie Smith. He is congratulated by several of the Warwickshire team, as well as his teammate Sean Abbott, as he walks off the field to a standing ovation here at the Kia Oval. He raises his bat. 155, his highest score for Surrey at the Kia Oval. It's been an outstanding innings. It's one that's put Surrey in a dominant position. Dan, that was one of the innings of the season.
It's one of the, it's up there among the best innings I've seen here. I mean, it bears comparison with some of the innings that Ollie Pope's played here down the years. One against Yorkshire, I'll never forget. Ollie Pope played, but there was something muscular, authoritative, and really startling about some of the stroke play that Jamie Smith unfurled. More yesterday, really, than today. The match situation is a bit different today, but it was watching him in that partnership with Folkes, as we see the replay of a very good catch by Davies. Really well judged. You can tell he's been a keeper. Just watching him yesterday, there were some shots that just live in the memory, and there were people I've seen after that innings who had been shaking their heads. They knew the theory of Jamie Smith, and they'd seen in little bursts how good he can be, but I think this might be his best innings for Surrey, and it's one of the best innings you could wish to see.
He had a good 2023, but it wasn't outstanding, was it? You saw snippets of why people rated him so highly, but you know, I felt that a player as talented as him, averaging 40 across the season, almost does himself a disservice.
Yes, I mean, he feels like he's in another bracket to me. There are just times when your eyes just tell you. Numbers are one thing, but just, you know, your eyes just tell you this guy's got something completely different. And I'll come back to it. There's a couple of shots from yesterday, but there was a walking shot on the up that he's just somehow the bowler dragged the length down in seeing him coming, and it made no difference. And that is when you think you're seeing real talent, like the bowler can't respond, tries to respond, and it makes no odds.
You're also going some to stand out in this Surrey middle order. Obviously Ollie Pope, Dan Lawrence has played for England and has been involved in several recent England squads. Ben Folkes obviously has played a lot of Test cricket for England. You know, Smith not only doesn't look out of place in that middle order, but
well, when he's on form, he's arguably the best.
Oh, and that's another excellent catch. And Warwickshire have the final 2 Surrey wickets in the space of 4 deliveries. Dan Worrell departs for naught. Surrey 464 out. And we'll take a look at that again.
This is a really fine catch, isn't it? Because that was going quite quickly. He got it off a good part of the bat, and he's had to get
he's moved a long way. He's moved a really long way to get across to that.
Yeah, I think that Worrell feel a bit unfortunate because he's almost made that shot deliberately. He's thinking there's only one slip in place. But a really good grab by Yates means Worrell goes for a duck, and it's very similar to the way Warwickshire's innings ended actually. Yes, they had a fine partnership between Miles and Barnard, and then The last two went bang bang, just like that. And so Surrey have a lead of 121. It's very strong lead, not quite decisive. You know, another 70 or 80 runs and it would be decisive. So for Warwickshire, they've got to probably face an over before lunch, and then we have after that 70 odd overs remaining, or 69 maybe. After lunch would be 68. So if we sort of think about how Warwickshire will pace this, what they will look to do, obviously is to be batting at the close of play with a lead of maybe 100 or so, which certainly would get them back in the game and give them a chance of maybe forcing the issue after lunch tomorrow. For Surrey, it's very simple. They've got themselves an almost perfect scenario. They've got to bowl 69 overs today, so it's not a really long day for them. They've got so many bowlers. They've got 4 seamers, not to mention Lawrence and Cameron Steele as relief with the spin. Spin hasn't been particularly effective on this surface, but that means that their bowlers can go at it quite hard. They've had a goodly long rest. They've had a whole day off, as well as they're going to come out for an over, then they'll have the lunch break. So they're in the box seat, obviously they are, and it's because of that fantastic partnership between Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott, and also great partnership between Folkes and Smith before that. I guess we should mention the opening partnership of 88, which set it all off. We can see those partnerships there. Those first two of 88 and 74 really significantly getting Surrey off to a terrific start. 162 for 1 at one stage, and a couple went quickly. The big partnership of 139 is what really set the tone. But Craig Miles brought Warwickshire back into it with a whole cluster of wickets with a new ball. And at one stage, with Surrey 349 for 8, they would have fancied their chances. Warwickshire keeping that lead down to below 20. In the end, it hasn't turned out that way. They have been hampered by the loss of Miles, 5 for 43, bowled really well, but injured his ankle in celebrating yesterday. And the others have really had to sort of stick at it. And I thought Jamal was probably a bit luckless. His figures don't really do him justice. He bowled some terrific away swingers without fortune.
Not just a fantastic partnership between Abbott and Smith, but also a record-breaking one as well. Andrew Sampson informs us that is Surrey's highest ever 9th wicket partnership against Warwickshire. 115. It broke the previous record, which was the 107 that Douglas Jardine and Edward Brooks put on at Birmingham in 1926.
Oh, Douglas
98
Jardine. Well, I mean,
years ago.
I always feel a bit ambivalent when Douglas Jardine record falls, because he's, of course, my hero. A picture of him is on my wall in my sitting room. He looks down on me benevolently and guides my decision-making on a daily basis.
We're going to take a short break before the start of the Warwickshire second innings, but a reminder, folks, that this is your last chance to get questions in for Alex Stewart, who'll be joining the live stream at lunch. You can send in your questions to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'll be back in 5 or so minutes.
Too fucking right.
Welcome back to the Surrey live stream. Warwickshire will resume their second innings, will start their second innings with 3 minutes to go until the lunch interval. It's one of those...
One over, isn't it?
It's one of those periods, Dan, where Warwickshire can gain absolutely nothing.
And, hang on, this is interesting. Is this because Surrey don't want to go through the bowler of their opening bowlers warming up? What's happening here? They're starting with Dan Lawrence, for the looks of things. Left-handers.
Yeah, and it's worked.
It has worked.
Before this season. Dan Lawrence opened the bowling
That's
in
right.
the second innings against Somerset, and he picked up and only went over.
He did, didn't he? I like this. Now this is a kind of funky tactic that I can get on board with. I couldn't get on board with Warwickshire's tactic to Sean Abbott and Jamie Smith at the start of that partnership, but I like this. Leg slip in place, and the thinking is, you don't lose anything, do you?
No,
it's highly unlikely that Yates is going to come after Lawrence. You wouldn't have thought. This one over before lunch, and also off spinner round a wicket. Maybe the odd bit of footmark, a bit of dirt outside that off stump for the left-handers.
And you could really toss it up in this over as well, because as I said, there's nothing for Warwickshire to gain from these 6 balls really. It's all about survival. Can they get through to lunch? Lawrence to Rob Yates. And he cuts that past the man at backward point, and that will just about reach the boundary. So he starts the innings with a boundary, so maybe there is something to gain
for
Warwickshire in this one over. I'm interested, Dan, in that when Warwickshire saw who was bowling, that Yates still took the strike as a left-hander. You just thought that Surrey probably would have wanted to see that. They would like to bowl at the left-hander rather than the right-hander.
You think they might have flipped it round?
Yeah.
But cricketers are odd like this, aren't they? Some openers have to be 1, some openers have to be 2, and then I believe David Warner always flipped it, didn't he? Just alternated, didn't he? Did he do 1 then 2, 1 then 2, and do it that way?
Definitely rings a bell. But yeah, I'm surprised in this instance that Yates took the strike, but working well for them so far. Ooh, it's an inside edge from Yates, and just fizzes past a man under the lid at short leg.
Probably be Jamie Smith there, I would think.
And that single brings Davies on strike. Interesting, he's marking out a guard that's on off stump.
I think there is something also to the idea that, as your opening bowler, do you really want to warm up and get in sync for 1 over and then go back in for lunch and come back out again? Whereas for the spinner, I dare say it's problematic for spinner as well. He's got to bowl with a new ball, bit of lacquer on it, but slightly different situation.
Slightly different field for Davies. There's a man out on the offside boundary and a man out on the leg side boundary. And just 2 catches this time, a man at slip and another under the lid at short leg. Short leg again was briefly interested.
The clock has ticked over to 1 o'clock, so this will be the last ball before lunch, regardless.
And it looks like we'll have another change in the field. Skipper Rory Burns is putting his helmet on. He's at a sort of leg gully. Oh, that's another edge, this time an outside edge, and it races past Ollie Pope at first slip. Davies will come back for a second run. So Warwickshire do score 7 runs from the opening over of the innings, but it was an eventful opening over. Lawrence drawing a couple of edges. The plan doesn't quite work, but that was fun.
Isn't it great? Even in 1 over, sort of thought, oh well, 1 over, we'll come back in, much bit of Dan Lawrence or Kemar Roach, bowl an over, and and off-field troop. But no, we saw Dan Lawrence do it. I like that. It was funky. I'm going to get out of the way because any minute now, I believe, well, his mightiness is going to come in here. We've already interviewed Madam President on this programme, and now we're interviewing Alex Stewart. So I'm going to make myself scarce because he can be quite stern. When I'm in his chair, he'll give me a hard stare like Paddington Bear.
Yep, don't go anywhere, folks. In a minute or so, we'll be joined by Alex Stewart, the Director of Cricket here, who will take you through the lunch break. You can still, I think, email in your questions to surreybroadcast@gmail.com. A reminder of where we stand at the lunch break. Warwickshire 7 for none after just 1 over in their second innings. They trail Surrey by 114 runs, and it's been a really eventful opening session on day 3, and one that's been firmly in Surrey's favour. They started the day still trailing Warwickshire, and Warwickshire started the day very well with the ball, actually giving very little away, with Craig Miles unavailable to bowl after twisting his ankle, celebrating the wicket of Kemar Roach on the second evening. Hannon Dalby and Ahmed Jamal bowled with excellent control in the first half an hour or so. They picked up a couple of early wickets, but the session really was all about that record-breaking stand between Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott. Jamie Smith scoring 155, his highest score for Surrey at the Kia Oval. Sean Abbott, playing his first game of the season for Surrey, reached 50. He averages 50 for Surrey with the bat, and they put on 115 for the 9th wicket. Warwickshire currently trail by 114, so you can really see how important that stand was. I'm gonna make way for our lunchtime guest, Director of Cricket at Surrey, Alex Stewart, who will be in conversation with John Surtees.
Thanks so much, Yaz. Yeah, great morning for Surrey. Warwickshire, as Yaz just said, going into the second session trailing by 114 runs. Brilliant performance from Jamie Smith and the recently back with the club Sean Abbott this morning. Yeah, absolutely delighted to be joined on the live stream now by no less Surrey and England legend, Surrey Director of Cricket, Alex Stewart. Stewie, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone.
I think it's worth pointing out at this point to everyone watching and listening at home that it's a big honour for us to be joined by Stewie. His office in the ground here is about as far away as you can possibly be. So if you were to map the Oval like the world, and your office was Great Britain, we're basically in Tonga over here, or the Cook Islands. So you've come a long way to join us, and we do really appreciate the effort that you've made.
A pleasure. I trust your knowledge of the Atlas and the globe and the world, Certs.
You're a much more well-travelled man than I. I think you've certainly been closer to Tonga than you have in your life than I have in mine. But yeah, so anyway, surreybroadcast@gmail.com is our email address. You've been sending some questions in this morning, so we'll come to the questions that have been sent in this morning as we go. We've got Stewie for a good amount of time here, half hour or so hopefully, and we'll make sure you get to your questions. But do, if anything comes to mind, viewers, listeners, whilst you're watching, you're listening, do send it in, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Any questions at all for Stewie? I'm going to start off with one of mine, Stewie, just having sat there and watched that this morning. Tell us about the first time you ever saw Jamie Smith play. How old was he, and how long have you been aware that this is something that he's potentially capable of?
Now, I've been aware of him since he was probably 12 or 13, when he was coming through the age groups. My brother Neil alerted me to him. Gareth Townsend, the then director of the academy, also obviously played a big part too. But just watching him develop, one as a cricketer but also as a person, has been a joy to watch, and he is just going from strength to strength. That is the good thing about him. He's a very laid-back lad, but he's very focused. He knows exactly where he wants to get to, how he's going to get there, and the way he's playing and the development and the progress he's showing, he's getting places very, very quickly.
I just wanted to quote one of our commentators actually from this morning. He said, "You're doing, if you're standing out in this Surrey middle order right now, you're doing quite well." You know, what's it like, you know, to have the ability to bring a player of Jamie's quality through, but to surround him with such quality as well, wherever he's batting, the experience and the class that someone's at the other end. It must be a real joy.
Yeah, it is. Obviously, we've got a talented squad. It's not just one person or two people. We like our younger players, and he's not a young player now. He's an experienced player. He's a cap player. He's an international player. But if there's the opportunity for them to learn around that number 6 slot, number 5 slot, when it's a little bit easier, and then develop back up the order where they've played most of their age group cricket. That's how we look. We did that probably with Ollie Pope. We did that with Jamie Smith, and then they're secure at numbers 3 and 4. But being in and around not just quality players, but good people, experienced players, having the captain in Rory Burns, who is right up there with some of Surrey's finest ever captains. You've got Dom Sibley, who another one who's come through this system, has seen and played at international level. The experience that he passes on to Jamie Smith and others is exceptional. So Jamie, he has to do it himself. Our players will help and assist him along the way, as will our coaching staff. Gareth Batty, Jim Troughton will be working with him. But it always comes back to the individual. How much does he want to take on board? How much does he want to learn? How good does he want to be?
Yeah.
And with Jamie Smith, he wants to be the very, very best. I know that.
That was just come up my final question on Jamie. Really, like he's not done a ton of interviews in his life. He's not really played a great deal for England yet on Sky or whatever. So give us your take of Jamie as a bloke. You know, tell us a little bit about Jamie's personality and how he's dealing. You know, likely to deal with what's coming to him shortly.
He'll deal with all that. He's very, very good in that he doesn't get too high, he doesn't get too low. He doesn't show too much emotion outwardly, inwardly. He knows what he's doing. So he's a calm, cool cat. He's a West Ham fan, which goes against him. That's probably the only black mark that he has. But otherwise, he knows exactly what he's doing. That is a good thing. He works things out very quickly. If you go back, was it 3 years? He captained our 50-over team and showed good maturity, good understanding of the game. And he's similar to sort of Ollie Pope, who we know when they were younger that they were going to be good players. It's just how good, and then that's what I talk about. You enjoy watching them mature, their own careers develop as people. Obviously comes from a lovely family. They support him well, but it always comes back to that individual. He puts in the hard work. He obviously works at his keeping as well when he knows he's going to keep. But when he goes up a level, at the moment I'd say he'll get in as a batsman first, and then potentially, as time goes on, will he become an all-rounder with the gloves, which we've seen, say, in white ball cricket, T20 cricket. He had his first experience of franchise cricket this winter out in the Isle T20, which was good. He worked with Andy Flower, obviously an experienced coach. So he's just starting now to broaden his outlook on the global game, and soon he'll be a big part of it in all formats.
Amazing. I think a good sign of his character is the fact that he's openly a West Ham fan, despite the fact he's been under your tutelage for the better part of the last decade, and he's willing to stand up and be counted as a hammer.
He's a proper fan, I'll give him that. Home and away, so can't take it away from him. That's his upbringing. But no, his dad and his brother, they're big West Ham fans. So and he was a good footballer. He was involved at Wimbledon as well as a youngster. Whether he had the option, but I think he worked out quite early. He'd probably be better at cricket than football, but he's still our best player. Pre-match, when we played a squares game, or when we did play a bit of five-a-side or two-touch, he's a standout player there too.
Yeah, well, there you go. Just in case he didn't make you sick enough of how good he was at cricket this morning, Jamie Smith, gun footballer, the word is out.
The best on our staff, and I hope our boys are listening.
Yeah, word will get around about that comment, and if they weren't listening, they soon will be. Similar sort of question, obviously completely different background and completely different way that he's come into our team, but tell us about Sean Abbott. So, how did you? He's obviously not come through the Surrey Academy.
We can't claim him.
That much is pretty obvious as soon as he opens his mouth. But how did you first hear about Sean, and what is it about Sean again that made you want to, as much tell us about a player, but also as a character, as a man, that what made you want to put him in our dressing room?
Yeah, it's another network of people whose opinions I trust. Obviously, I follow the domestic global game, if that makes sense, whether it is the Sheffield Shield, whether it's another domestic competition somewhere. So you do your homework on what you perceive is the player, then you find out more on the personality, because that is crucial. We don't just look at talent. You've got to be of the right character to come into our dressing room. So you do your homework there and get good honest feedback from those people who say that I stay in regular contact with in Australia. Then you speak with him, and you never know until they walk through the dressing room. But like Kemar Roach, as soon as Sean Abbott walked in, he got Surrey. We got him, but he got us, and that's so important. You've got to understand what Surrey is.
Right.
And you walk into that dressing room, and he was a part of us. So, yeah, he's New South Wales, he's Australia.
Yeah.
But I think he'll also say, I'm Surrey as well. So
when you say that, when you say he got Surrey, what is that? What is that he got?
It's difficult to put into words, I'll be honest. But you soon see who sits in that dressing room and is comfortable straight away, one in his own skin, but understands the personality and the characteristics of the dressing room, the people within there, the size of this club, the expectation that comes with this club, and he gets our, I use a word carefully, humour of our dressing room, and he just fits in straight away. It is as though he's been with us for 10 years. He only arrived, this time last week.
Yeah.
He arrived, Steve Howes, our cricket ops manager, picked him up at the airport, and it was as though he was with us literally, 10 years.
Yeah.
So he just fits in seamlessly, and he thoroughly enjoys it. So to have him for a period of time is fantastic.
Yeah.
And hopefully moving forward, if he's not playing international cricket regularly and his calendar and Cricket Australia allow it, we'll have him back at every opportunity.
Yeah, he's not a bad bloke to have batting at number 10, is he?
No, listen, that's where we're lucky. Obviously we had Kemar Roach as the night watchman, but when you look at that sort of Cam Steele 7, Jordan Clark 8, Sean Abbott 9, you can throw it in any order, but that's the order we've gone with, and that is where certainly last year and the year before we probably had a bit of a difference from the other teams, is that we might go 5 or 6 down and other sides may fold quite quickly. We know we can extend partnerships, and it showed again today. That was a crucial partnership with Jamie. So now, what are we, 100 and whatever we are, 21 ahead.
114.
114, my maths is no good. But to have that lead is exceptional.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago now talking to another great former head coach here, Graham Ford, and Fordy had very strong opinions on lower order runs. I think it was something that he was really focused on, wasn't it, as well?
Now the days of having 3 or 4 walking number 11s, the game has moved on from that, and that's why it's so important that yes, your top order are going to have prime time in the nets and on the training ground, but we ensure that the lower order, and we call them lower order, not the tail, also have the ability to bat, face ball, try and get better.
Yeah.
Others like it best when fresh. And even Dan Royal walking in at number 11, yep, he didn't get any today, but if you look over the last year and the year before, the amount of partnerships he's been involved in, or he's got some valuable runs to get us another batting point, is crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's got some crucial runs. Going to bring the first question in from the listeners, from the viewers here. Sorrybroadcast@gmail.com if you want to add to the pile. Related to something you actually said when we were talking about Sean Abbott. This is from Richard Sutton. Richard said, firstly, he wants to thank you for your legendary career for Surrey. He said he's old enough to have watched your dad play in the 1971 championship winning season, but he says, how do you manage to continually find such quality overseas players to step in, bearing in mind how many homegrown players we lose to England and the 100? He just said it must take an immense amount of work and keeping fingers on the pulse of cricket around the world. And yeah, linked to that, chatting to Dan Norcross this morning as well. Dan, more specifically, wants to know whether you have a massive board that shows where your targets are playing at any specific point of the year. So yeah, Richard and Dan. So yeah, tell us a little bit about that process.
You have to plan, and you also have to guess as well. That is the thing, because we have to second guess selection. We know when the fixtures are, when internationals games are on. Obviously we know when franchise cricket is going on, so yeah, it does take a lot of planning and putting those pieces together to get the finished jigsaw, but they're always moving parts as well. The World Cup, even now, though that's a provisional squad of 15, it has to be confirmed on the 1st of June. Will they make a late change? Will there be an injury to one of those 15, and then do we lose another player? If it was a quick bowler, would Gus Atkinson then be added to that? So yeah, there's always things going on in the background which I'm not going to share everything in case there are other county DOCs listening, but it's there is I won't call it a formula, but there is a detailed plan.
Yeah.
But it's an ongoing with movable parts all the time.
Well, I was going to say there are 26 letters in the alphabet. How many plans do you have?
Yeah, well, I might move on to numbers. It probably works better. But, no, you have your idea, and you know the type of cricketer you need if X or Y goes, and then there's another type of cricketer, and then there's a bit of hope and fingers crossed that either they're fit, they're available, that the internet or the governing boards and bodies allow them to come over for a period of time. And then, does it all fit into place? And then the joys of Steve Howe's, John Overton in the cricket ops team, getting visas in time and everything else. So it's a lot of work, but it's good when it comes off and the players arrive here and then perform.
Yeah, shout out to those boys. I know Steve Hurst is not a seeker of shout outs, but Steve Hurst, John Overton, crucial work going on there in the bottom of the pavilion there, making sure all the all your plans can come to reality.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't underplay the roles of those people sort of behind the scenes. The players are the ones that do it on the field, but two you've just mentioned there, Steve and John, are crucial. Because without them, one, I'd be useless, but a lot of things wouldn't happen, wouldn't work. Same with Lee Fortis, the head groundsman in his team. It's Lee's birthday today. I'm sure everyone wants to wish him a happy birthday, but it's
let me go there
the people. And you could just go back to the game against where were we, Hampshire, on a Sunday when it absolutely chucked it down with rain. His staff worked tirelessly to get us 2 hours of cricket on that Sunday late afternoon. Which allowed us then to win the game on the Monday. No other ground staff, I'm convinced, would have put in the work that they did. And talking to the lads on the Monday, I said, go on, how many steps did you do? And they all looked on their phone. The smallest amount was 28,000. The most was 43,000 steps in one day. And that, in a way, sums up the dedication. But it's the team behind the team that allows us to have some kind of chance of winning.
Yeah, 28,000 was the one that got the roller, I reckon, but got them up. I was going to come to that later, but seeing as you just talked about those, let's go to that now. So I'm really interested in your relationship with Lee and his team. You talked a little bit, for those of you that are listening, that are watching on the Sky Sports Cricket podcast earlier right at the start of the season. You sat down with Athers and Nas, and you talked a lot about this on that as well. The pitches here, I don't think have radically changed to the pitches that were here 6, 7, 8 years ago, but they are different, and I think you talk to a lot of independent observers, and I think there's a general consensus now. Lee won all the cleaned up on the awards last year, and that the pitches here are the best. To use the phrase, it's a funny phrase, isn't it? Cricket wickets in the country. They're
pitches, not wickets. Wickets are 3 stumps.
Right, but there's
pitches.
Pitches, yeah. But there's something of a difference between when you talk about you want to create the best cricket pitches in the country and the best pitches sometimes. So tell us about the importance of that work and
it's crucial to have
the quality of the surfaces.
the best surfaces, best pitches. So we want pace and bounce. One, because if the bowler earns the right to get an edge, you want it to carry through the keeper or the slips. But also from a batting point of view, you want pace on the ball, you want bounce on the ball, and these pitches make sure that the best players then do well. They don't really seem. If the overheads are favourable for the bowler, yes, it will nip about. But it's the carry that's so important, and then it maintains through the game. So even if it doesn't spin on days 2 and 3, even with the bounce, say Dan Lawrence, who gets a lot of overspin now, it will help his type of bowling, and then as the game goes on in this weather, it will spin a little bit today and even more tomorrow. So we're very lucky to have Lee as the head groundsman. I do owe him an apology, because on that vodcast with Scar said he was 6'5" and 25 stone. He's actually 6'6.5" and 29 stone. No, he's not 29.
I was going to say.
So he was upset about the height. He didn't moan about the weight.
Just to clarify, that Stewie said that. I'm not. If
you not being fat shamed, because we don't do that, and he's a lot bigger than me.
He's a very big boy. I want to talk to you a little bit about. We talked a bit about this already, but squad depth. We've had 6 Surrey tons this year so far this season from 5 batters. After Jamie notched this morning, Dom Sibley's had 2, Rory Burns, Jamie Smith this morning, Dan Lawrence, Jordan Clark. Last week in the 2s, Ben Geddes got 103, Josh Blake got 113, Arjun Gill got 196, Stuart Mandavera got 96, as we beat Kent on innings and 122 at Guildford. Last year there were no Surrey batters in the top 10 aggregates in the championship, but there were 5 in the top 50. Dom Sibley 16th, Jamie Smith 17th, Ben Folkes 21st, Rory Burns 27th. Also no Surrey bowlers in the top 10 wicket takers, but 5 in the top 30. Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell joint 11th, Tom Laws 16th, Sean Abbott 18th, Kemal Roach 29th. How big? I mean, how big is it for you? This idea of squad rotation, and and making sure that the reliability of those guys who are deeper in the squad. How important is that?
You've got to have it. That is the thing. You can't just rely on 11 players. For the reasons you've already given earlier, sir, it's about England call-ups, franchise call-ups, whatever it may be. Therefore, we have to have a large playing staff. What we want established, experienced players. We want those who are gaining experience, and then we want those who are starting off their journey. And then with that blend, you shouldn't be short too often of having the right balance of player. Now, it's a team, but then it's a squad that wins things. You know, people say, "Oh, well done, the Surrey team." No, it's a Surrey squad. You know, it's. I think we got, including the England contracted players and the white ball only contracted players, we've got 31 players. Effectively, we have 22 because of when they're available and etc. So every single person, whether they played a game in the first team or not, have played their part in helping the success we've had recently. Whether that is being 12th man running the drinks out, whether that is bowling in the nets to the first team batters. Now, all these things create, and this is what I talk about, the environment and the characteristics of our dressing room. We always talk as we, not I, and that's the important thing. So though everyone wants to play in the 11, and at times there are some tough conversations to be had, and it's really tough for players who you've missed out again, or no, we're going with someone else. It's not easy for them to hear, but they know they're at the best county, and when you're here, your rate of development and your rate of opportunity is higher and quicker than anywhere else. Because at the moment, now things go in cycles. Yorkshire, saying between 2013 and 16 with a dominant county. At the minute we are, and then there'll be other counties who'll chase us down.
Yeah, we're going to come back to that in a minute, but just one other question on the squad size, and this is something that I work at the club. I understand this myself, I think, a little bit, but just for the people who aren't working here and don't get this, you talked about having 31 players. I don't know, sort of 10 of those are not 10 of them essentially contracted, but 10 of those play a lot of franchise cricket or are essentially contracted, etc. But obviously county cricket does have a finite and quite hard salary cap. So just talk to we don't need to get the Excel spreadsheet out here, but how are you fitting 31 quality first class cricketers into that salary cap? How does that work?
Easily. That's the thing. We don't get close to the salary cap.
Right.
We are very wealthy club, and that is through, yes, the amount of times this ground is sold out, whether it's international or domestic cricket. It also has an excellent conference and events business, which brings in a lot of money to the club, but we can still only spend on salaries the same as any other county. We have more money, so if we want to get as close to the salary cap, we do, but you also have to remember, anyone who's on an England contract, we don't pay, but we will eventually pay when they come off it, so we can't just get right to the edge of it with 20 players and then all of a sudden we get 4 players back, because we'll break it, and we've never got close to breaking that, and we won't, not while I'm have anything to do with it. So it's just managing budgets, managing figures, and making sure that, yes, the players earn their money. Always use that, they don't take the money, they earn the money, and therefore X gets paid that, Y gets paid that, and we reward success, and that's how it goes. It's no different from any other county. The fact that we're in London is more expensive than anywhere else, and there is a London weighting allowance which goes to us and Middlesex. But at the moment, as I say, we're in a really good place off the field, and it's going pretty well on the field too.
Yeah, so going back to that, we talked about it just probably a couple of minutes ago, a minute and a half ago now. Marcus Corneely has asked a question. Sorry if I butchered your surname there, Marcus. I think it's Corneely. And chatting to Yaz Rana earlier today as well, one of our commentators, he mentioned this as well. So Marcus says, please ask Alec about his coaching relationship with Gareth Batty. The pair have nurtured talents like Clark Overton, Steele and Worrell into some of the best domestic players in England. Over the past few seasons, they have managed to get the most out of all Surrey players. What's the secret?
Well, one, it comes back to those individuals, but Gareth Batty as head coach has been outstanding, and he's created the environment. He'll be the last person who wants to take any credit, but he should take so much credit for what's happened, not just in the last 2 years, but as a player, as a captain, and then when he was working with the second team. He has helped create what we're currently seeing now. So his work ethic is second to none. I've not seen a coach work harder than him on the training ground. If someone wants to throw down at 3 in the morning or at midnight, he will be there. That's just how he is. He will not. He keeps saying no one will break him. That is the thing. Someone wants to bat for 5 hours, he will throw every single ball for 5 hours, because that is, he knows that is then helping that individual get better. And if that individual gets better, it helps a team, it helps a squad, it helps a club. But again, it's about having relationships, understanding individuals. He's very good at that, and understanding what the group wants and needs. But let's also throw in the other coaches and the management, but also Rory Burns as captain. We're very, very lucky. I mentioned him at the start of this conversation, but what Rory brings to the group should not be underestimated. At times he's quiet, and when he's interviewed he doesn't give away too much, which I like. But in that dressing room, when he speaks, every single person listens. And he has a real will and desire to take this team and this club forward.
Just a quick addition to that then. This is something Yaz saw Marcus's question. Wanted to add this to it. I think it's interesting. He says, how did the Surrey coaching team go about identifying traits in players that have not been fully developed before, in terms of players that have been brought in? So Yaz says he wants to talk about Jamie Overton's batting, Cam Steele's leg spin, and he says, this is in Yaz's opinion. Jordan Clark has become one of the best county players in the country, but his career started 10 years ago. So how do you go about identifying those underutilised skills and then developing them?
Obviously, it's something that we see, and everyone has different eye or sees things differently in a person or in a cricketer. But it's those individuals. They want to get better. That is the thing, and I'll always praise my coaching team, my management team, but it's the players. They want to get better. That is the desire. Jordan Clark came down from Lancashire. He scored 100 against us, actually. Was it the year we signed him or the year before we signed him? So you watch, again, going back, you spoke about Sean Abbott, find out about the individual. What is his work ethic like? What is he like as a person? Does he want to get better? And Jordan Clark has shown that. He is relentless in wanting to improve bat and ball, red ball, white ball. Cam Steele, I follow grade cricket, so I was aware that he was breaking records in Perth with his leg spin. But he was seen here as a batsman who used to bowl leg spin. He then went on, Durham let him go on loan to Hampshire. We were close to bringing him on loan, but I thought, no, let Hampshire pay him. We'll go and watch him. He got 100 against us at Guildford, opening the batting. Conversations took place. I was always aware of this bowling, as I say, his leg spin. One as a youngster, Richard Johnson alerted me to him, but then my contacts in Perth reinforced that he was back to perhaps where everyone thought he would be. And then this year, we're only 4 or 5 games in, we're seeing Cam Steele the leg spinner. Not just Cam Steele, can he bowl leg spin? He has been highly impressive.
Well, it's a point that our commentators made a couple of times this season as well, as a lot of the wickets that Cam's been getting this year have been with his stock classic leg spinning delivery. Last year he's got this brilliant wrong and that's where a lot of his wickets
he has been. But he's also, people have to remember, he's very inexperienced in red ball cricket, because he hasn't had a long enough go at it, or perhaps other captains at previous places haven't understood how to captain him or how to captain spin. I think that's where Rory is really good for him. But he'll come back to Cam. He works. Gareth Batch has been very good with him on alignment to make him more consistent. But the player has wanted to do that. He goes away, bowls. You see him take a bag of balls, go and bowl on his own, have a target down, understand what a red ball leg spinner needs to do, not what a white ball leg spinner needs to do. So it's making sure that you master your best ball of leg spin, and then your wrong un is the shock ball. Instead of perhaps in other formats you may bowl a wrong un more, or bowl a leg spinner wrong un alternately, or whatever it may be. Here, bowl your stock ball, and then your wrong un becomes a surprise. And he's been joy to watch. And he's loved it. The lads have loved seeing it, because one, he's a great bloke, but they've seen how hard he's worked to get where he currently is. And
I think from the perspective of Surrey fans, both here at the Keir Oval and watching online, watching on YouTube, whatever, just the pleasure that cricket fans get in watching a genuine leg spinner going about his art is something else, isn't it?
There'll be people listening here who've seen him bowl previously go, why is he on our staff? What is he doing bowling? Why is he playing? Well, hopefully they're understanding now that he is a developing cricketer. And he started off the season well. He's still got more progress to make, because I still know, and he knows, he can get even better. But it's nice that he's now got some confidence. He's got the support of the dressing room, and even the members and the supporters are enjoying watching him bowl, because, as you say, leg spin is so exciting to watch.
Just a wonderful thing to watch. Let's go through a few questions now from the viewers, from the listeners. I want to start off with James Ashley. This is less of a question, Stewie, more of an apology. He just wants to say, please apologise to Alec for when I walked in front of the sight screen at Guildford as a teen whilst he was batting with Graham Thorpe. It still haunts him today. Any response to that for James?
taken him a while, isn't it? Better late than never, I guess. But no, not a problem, mate.
Thanks, James. Okay, not sure you felt like that way at the time, but not a problem now. This is from Harry Beale. I really like this one. Harry says, my granddad, Howard, turns 81 in 8 days. He's been a Surrey member for over 45 years, hasn't missed a test match of the Oval since 1983. His favourite player of all time is Alex Stewart, and I'm sure my granddad will be watching the stream. So when Alex Stewart is on, would it be possible for my granddad to get a shout out and for Stu to thank him for his long-term support? It would mean the world to him.
100%. Happy birthday. Thanks for all your support, and make sure you celebrate your birthday in great style.
I'm absolutely sure Howard will be doing that. So we've been through a few here. I just wanted to we talked a lot about red ball cricket, Stuart. Just wanted to look ahead a little bit onto white ball cricket. We've got one more game to come next week, live on YouTube. Come to the Keir Oval, Surrey against Worcestershire, and then we head into the first of the two T20 blocks.
Yeah, after we got Hampshire
of the
away
season, after Hampshire away. Sorry, I'm just thinking home games here. Then we go to the Utility Bowl and play Hampshire as well. Absolutely. And then the white ball T20 block. Talk to us a little bit about that blast side. Don't give away any secrets, but how do you see that blast side being comprised? Talk to us a little bit about Spencer Johnson, who we've just announced this week is going to be joining us.
Going back to one of the earlier questions or discussion points about what we're going to lose to the World Cup, and also you mentioned the T20 block of 8. Then we have 2 4-day games as well at the back end of June and the very first part of July. Before then we have 6 more T20. So bowlers are like gold dust. You've got to make sure that we have the right amount of bowlers to share the load as much as anything, so that, and it's not just in the here and now. A lot of people say, well, why is he being rested this game? He's only played 2 games or whatever. We also look further ahead. So, what is the energy levels going to be like come August and September for those, I call them the money games, those last lot of 4-day games, and potentially and hopefully the quarterfinals and then finals to have the T20. We've got to plan over a season, not just in the here and now, and that's why if we've got a good nucleus of bowlers, both quicks and spin, then those workloads can be shared. And the coach Gareth Baddy uses, when people don't play or they've been dropped or they're pit stopped, they're literally gone into the pit lane, had a bit of a freshen up. And then we bring them back out again, ready to go, change of oil, and off they go.
But with less of a focus of trying to do it incredibly quickly. They just take the time they need rather than trying to do it.
Yeah, we won't do it in a split second. But so that's what we do. Say, Gus Atkinson not playing this game. He's got 2 games. He's going to be in that West Indies squad. I'm pretty certain of that. Or sorry, the England squad to play against the West Indies.
I was going to say, yeah.
He
might be surprised
working back from there. So anyone who's going to play against the West Indies at Lords, I think is the first Test match.
Yep.
ECB, I'm pretty certain, will pull them from that last county game. We play Essex. So you work back, right, is Gus going to play against Worcester at Worcester? Yep, that works well, because then that sets him up well for his Test debut potentially. He'll be playing some T20s. Of those 8, will he play all 8 or 6 of the 8? Will he have played 3 games if he'd played this one? Then he plays Worcester here. Then he goes down to your GS, or whatever it's called now, against Hampshire. Do you want your quickest bowler playing 3 games on the bounce, or do you go, no, he's never played, or might have played 3 games on a trot once in his career. Let's save some, let him play the next 2 potentially. We haven't picked the sides yet. Play the next 2, plays a number of those T20s, then plays Worcester, and then we go, right, you're in perfect condition.
Yep.
You've looked after us, we've looked after you. It's a real good understanding, joined up conversation, to then go off to ideally make his Test debut at Lords, where he's fresh. He goes there confident because he's played enough.
Yep.
And England know that they've got a player ready to play. So that's what it's all about, the planning of pit stopping, rest and rotation in other language. But Spencer Johnson, who you mentioned, he adds to that, which allows, do we want Dan Worrell playing every single T20 game, and then I think we play back-to-back T20s, 1 day off, and then we play at Worcester. Do we want him doing all that to then expect him to play the 4-day at Worcester, have 2 days off, then play Essex here at the Oval and be at his peak? This is where we talk about balancing the act and balancing the schedule to make sure that we have all our players ideally at sort of 85-90% capacity and above.
So I think if going back to Gus, I think if he makes his Test debut at Lords, that could be one of the more understated Test match debuts at Lords. I'm not entirely. I think the focus could be elsewhere, which may not be.
But listen,
you may enjoy that.
Jimmy deserves everything. You'd hope every time he bowls a ball or at the start of every spell, he's going to get a standing ovation. It's all going to be about Jimmy, and quite rightly so. He has been unbelievable performer. I mean, he made his debut when I was still playing. So shows his longevity. But the skill and everything, the hard work and the high quality performer that he is. He doesn't want to retire, I'd suggest, reading between the lines, but England made a decision. But he needs to go out with everyone thanking him, and it will be an absolute honour if people have got tickets to be there at that Test match to pay their respects, and then people watching on TV, listening on the radio.
Incredible.
He's, I won't say once in a generation cricketer, but England been very, very lucky to have him.
Yeah, you talk about you still playing. Adam Collins was saying this morning on the stream, Jimmy's first List A game, I think, was for Lancashire Cricket Board in the possibly the NatWest Trophy or whatever it would have been in 2000. He played against Derek Randall, who was playing for Suffolk at the time. So I mean, it's quite an extraordinary.
Of course, he had 20 odd years, 21 years.
Quite an extraordinary bridge between eras.
So, no, he's a hero of England cricket and one of England's greatest ever.
Look, couple more questions that have come in whilst we've been doing this. More looking back into the past. We've got a guy, Stuart Fairburn. Hi, Stuart, who's emailed in. He just wants to know your view on Surrey's best ever overseas player. The three names that he's named in his email are Wakar, Kumar, and Sylvester. But I just wondered if there's, where do you stand on that? I think Sack Lane would have a bit harsh at Sack Lane didn't get a shout there.
Yeah, it's all so different. So Sack Lane played a massive part in Adam Hollyoak's side and us winning those 3 championships. So the impact he had, and then with Ian Salisbury, and then obviously we had Martin Bicknell, Joe Benjamin and others. Sack Lane probably took us over the line. We were a good side, but Sack Lane was the final part that meant that we could win. Sylvester Clarke, I mean, we didn't win the championship while he was playing, but geez, I'd have him in my team every single day of the week. He's still the quickest bowler I've seen, and that was when I was fielding at short leg.
You talk about carry.
As a youngster, but he was. And Wakar Younis, listen, he could turn a game with a new ball, and once it got reverse swing, and I don't care, I've always said if you're on 0 or 200, he'd bowl balls you just couldn't play. So you're holding a gun to my head. Probably the impact on winning, you'd have to say Sack Lane.
Okay.
But the quality, we've had so many good overseas pros.
Final question. The Surrey players are walking out. Warwickshire players just about to start as well. Commentators will be with us any second now. This is from Jeremy White, who's emailing in from New Zealand. Ali Brown, was he a man before his time?
I tell you what, he'd be a very wealthy cricketer if he was just starting off now. He... Yeah, listen, he'd have killed T20. He'd have been one of the highest earners in the IPL. He'd be the most wanted gun for hire in that form of the game. But you play the era you play. And he's another one, He's a hero of Surrey. So many people enjoyed watching him bat red ball and white ball. But yeah, if he was playing T20 now, I'd like to think he would be, he'd have a private jet, he'd have a private yacht, and he'd be enjoying life.
Yeah, and lovely. You could maybe borrow his private yacht every now and again.
I don't think I'd be able to afford it, but
I think you'd have done all right on the old franchise circuit as well. Don't worry about that. Alex Stewart, thanks so much for joining us. The players are out there now. Kumar Roach is walking back to his mark at the Vauxhall end. Dan Norcross is hovering behind me. So Dan Norcross is going to take over from me. Cameron Ponsonby, I think, is going to be along in a minute to take Alex Stewart's headset. Thanks everyone, all the viewers, for your questions. Send them in. Do keep sending us any comments. Surreybroadcast@gmail.com. We'll be looking at them all day. And now over to Dan Norcross, who will take you through the second session.
Thank you, John. And intriguingly, Kumar Roach is starting from the Vauxhall end. In the first innings, he began with the first new ball from the pavilion end. Dan Worrell took the Vauxhall end, but they've done the switcheroo. And after that first over of Lawrence, we're now going to be into more familiar seam territory. 3 slips in place. Straight away, Yates looking to leave that ball. Going to be a little bit careful when doing that. So I'm on my own now, and who knows for how long. I wonder just how much I might tear the place up before. Oh, that's a shame. Cameron Ponsonby has arrived.
Hello, Daniel.
Hello, nice lunch.
Had a lovely lunch, yeah.
I want to talk to you about the cheesecake.
I haven't had the cheesecake.
Well, you're no use to me. Shot. And you can hear it clattering against the boundary boards down towards Lee Fortis's hut. Bit of width And it's clattered away by Yates. They were very proactive and aggressive in the first innings, this opening pair. They really went after it. Put on 59 before they were both out, one after the other. And I think Warwickshire have got to do that. They can't get into a hole here. They've got that awkward first innings deficit of 121. They've got to play positively because they're still in with a very good chance of asking some difficult questions of Surrey later on day 4. You know, if they bat here for a day and an hour, they could quite conceivably add 400 or so and set Surrey 280 odd in 50 odd overs. You kind of know the champions would probably have a little dart at that with the lineup they've got.
You're painting a very exciting picture.
I'm painting
here,
a very
Daniel.
well, I'm a very excitable man. Oh, first time the ball's beaten the bat in this session. So yes, I really want you to try the cheesecake because...
You know what, if you really want me to...
I really do, because
I
it's a
will.
very complicated beast, this
Wow.
cheesecake.
Can cheesecakes be complicated? How could a cheesecake be complicated?
Well, I'm glad you've asked. We've sort of christened it the Ollie Pope, really, because it's got a little bit of ginger in it.
Oh, lovely.
It's
a good start for me.
It's got a certain fruitiness to it. It's got a certain, but it's got a nice biscuit based, firm, good, solid foundation. Cut away again loose from Roach, and no chance for Abbott out on the boundary. 4 more. It's a good start from Yates. I think it's strawberry, not raspberry, but I'm not 100% certain.
Strawberry and ginger is an unusual combination.
Well, that's the reason why I'm very excited.
Me.
And there's even a sort of hint of sherbet in it.
No.
I mean, honestly, it is a symphonic experience, but very much sort of 20th century symphony, more like Messiaen, I would say, than Haydn. Oh, and again, beats the bat. Well, what a curious over that was. Bit of a curious take of it over, really. 2 poor balls put away by Yates, and then 3 probing ones outside the off stump.
So did you enjoy your cheesecake experience? Is it a nice cheesecake?
Oh, yeah, well, yes, it's fine. I mean, it's...
Oh.
But the thing
Symphonic
is,
to fine is a bit of a jump down to on the tamer scale.
well, the thing is, it's too complicated, really, to be allowed words like, you know, enjoy. It was a cheesecake to be experienced rather than enjoyed.
Okay, it was an escape room cheesecake. It was like the modern day date where you're going to activities.
I believe, yeah. Activities, yes. I believe so. Now, Dan Worrell is going to start from the pavilion end. I don't know. They're thinking they'll have decided amongst themselves which ends they prefer. Worrell has tended to do most of his damage this season from the Vauxhall end. So, I don't know whether it's because there has been a little bit of change in bounce, variable bounce, more from one end than the other.
Which ends have you found? What has been the variable bounce that you've witnessed? Oh, I missed yesterday. Day 1, everything was just flying through. It was very exciting.
Well, there were a few from the Vauxhall end where you got a little bit of variation, but it's been keeping a little bit lower from the pavilion end. So, Alan Dolby got one to keep a little bit lower. Whereas from this, no ball to start. Whereas from the Vauxhall end, we saw more. Couple fly through, and you know, when even Ben Folkes is startled by one and is only parrying it because it's flown suddenly above his head, then you know the game is afoot. Now tell me, Spencer second 11.
Yes.
You played yesterday and you won handsomely.
We did.
Yes. Did you get any runs?
Not required with the bat.
Not required. Did you bowl?
No, I did bowl. Bowled 7 overs, 2 wickets.
2 wickets. How'd you get them? Caught at deep mid?
No, so caught at slip and caught wicketkeeper.
Nice.
Yes, I'm going to hesitate. I'm going to stop you in your excitement. One of my wickets was a 14-year-old child in his first ever game of adult league cricket.
Did well to
and
nick
so
it.
that made me feel warm and fuzzy inside. I think it was actually the first time I'd ever played against someone who was half my age. That was a remarkable landmark moment.
Yeah.
And we had a lovely chat afterwards. It was very nice.
You better get used to that feeling, Sunshine.
Increasingly so. I heard it happens more often.
Yes, more the older you get.
Tell you what, listeners to the Surrey live stream had a blow-by-blow account of the Spencer second team game. So I spoke to
you've already done that, have you? But did you mention Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones getting 100?
I did not mention Madeline Blinkhorn-Jones getting 100.
Blinkhorn-Jones, the best named cricketer in the country.
And famously so. No, I think she got 125 for Surrey. She's been in a number of the South East Stars squads this season, or all of them for that matter. But Sophia Dunkley, kind of being out of the England team, it's kind of knocked various people down the pecking order.
She also appears in 3 P.G. Woodhouse novels. What ho, Jeeves? Come on, Jeeves. And
goodness me, Spencer.
It's the best name. It is the best name. I saw her play here. I can still see a shot seared into my memory that she played a wonderful lofted on drive, which was played with some elegance, a lot of power, and no little skill.
Well, I'm very pleased she's abandoned the Kookaburra helmet, which has the green kind of earpieces, and I think it's one of the ugliest pieces of cricket kit in circulation. I saw her playing.
Nice shot that by Davis. Gets him going after lunch.
And I saw her playing last week for the Spencer women's team, and she had a new kind of shray. The more kind of the ones you see everyone wearing. I think it improved her quality greatly.
What's the situation with Spencer women? Because they've got a lot of players, and the club scene in Surrey for women's cricket is quite concentrated, isn't it, around a few big clubs?
Yes, absolutely. So I was actually, funnily enough, was speaking to someone about this last week. So they are having a debate, and they're potentially going to move, and the decision might have been made, it might not have been made, about what is the best way to structure the women's leagues in Surrey and in the country in general. I wonder if Dan Moore will give me time to continue my point, or I shall let him bowl a delivery.
Oh, now then, that looks very close. Is that maybe a touch of inside edge, maybe swinging down?
My instinct was that Yates got a bit of bat on the ball.
We won't necessarily be able to see from here, but we'll try it out.
My instinct was incorrect. He did not get any bat on that ball.
I don't think he did. It looked very close.
I think it was very, very close. I think there was an element of doubt about whether it pitched in line. Was it potentially missing leg stump? I think
it pitched in line.
Umpire's call.
Ooh. And on this occasion, the umpire is Rob Bailey, and his call was not out. As the umpires have swapped ends, 18 without loss. 3 overs have gone. So yes, women's club cricket and its restructuring is by Cameron Ponsonby.
The debate is basically around what's more important, kind of convenience in location or standard of opposition, because with anything that's kind of growing and increasing in numbers, if you want to find opposition that is of similar quality, and you are kind of at the upper end of the scale of women's club cricket, you have to travel far and wide. You have to. They were in the Southern Prem where you travelled very large distances compared to what you'd be travelling as a male cricketer. There aren't enough clubs. But on the flip side, that's also a barrier to entry. If you go, well, do you want to come and have a game of cricket this Sunday? Oh, we're travelling 3 hours down the road. That's people go, actually, you know what? I don't really want to play. I'd rather not spend my Sunday doing that.
Oh, now that looks extremely close and is given. Roach with the breakthrough. Yates survived an appeal in the last over, but Davis has to go this time. Roach right on the money. And Warwickshire lose their first wicket. The prolific Alex Davis, who's got a lot of runs this season, is a really serious threat, and he has to go. As you take a look at the replay, it was very full. He's sort of played slightly around that, and Steve O'Shaughnessy had no hesitation. This finger went up as fast as you can see, almost before the appeal had happened. It certainly wasn't going over the top. It's not a tall man. Hit him on the knee roll, bang in front, and Surrey have their first wicket.
It's a fantastic wicket for Surrey. As you mentioned, Davies has had a phenomenal season, and him and Yates have had such a powerful and kind of violent opening partnership where they take the attack to the opposition. That delivery there from Roach, it almost kind of seemed to hold its line a bit more than the traditional big in swingers we've seen from him across this season and years and this match. A very simple decision for the umpire. And 2 LBW appeals in 2 balls.
Yeah,
yielded
thrilling stuff.
Different results. Yes, that is the debate within the
Well, I can
administrative
understand.
structure.
Yeah, so really to make it function better, you've got to get really coordinated buy-in, haven't you? Because essentially the problem, put very simply, is let's say there are sort of 200 women and girls at one club.
Yep.
And there's 200 in another club, and then there aren't any clubs in the middle. What you basically want to do is get 60, 70, 70, don't you? You really want to try and get probably 3 clubs out of one.
Well, it's funny
if that's possible. But to do that, other clubs would need help and support in growing that. They've got to make changes to their facilities, their coaching setup. I mean, how much does it really need coordinated help from the centre, from the ECB? Because I think about my own club, and it needs a women and girls section. But there are challenges about that. You've got various things that you've got to make sure you've got in place, which they should do, but cricket clubs aren't all of them awfully well off. There are some that are doing very well, but for the most part, my recollection of cricket committee meetings is constantly shot. Thick outside edge, yes, but played late enough. There's a huge gap between third slip and backward point. Runs away down to the fence for 4. Yeah, my recollection is mostly a lot of concern about making ends meet.
Yeah, and it's actually a problem that's not unique to the women's game. If you look at the men's club game, especially in South London, and I guess you could say my club, Spencer, is guilty of it in that has a huge junior section. It's the biggest junior section in the country.
You hoard youngsters.
You hoard youngsters. We're keeping them away
like
from
the
any other
child
potential
snatchers,
clubs.
Yeah, in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang.
And so I remember the line that the previous director of cricket, a friend of mine, used, which was Spence was the biggest cricket club west of Mumbai, and which didn't make sense, I don't think. But he was basically saying that we've got so many juniors, we've got so many people, and that is actually creates its own problems, where
giving them games.
If there are lots of juniors there because the demographic pickup of the club is such, there's also a lot of adults. So Spencer has an enormous amount of competent cricketers, kind of chugging up the 2s to 4s to the 5th 11. And so then what happens when you go last season, for the first time the club turned away members? Can you imagine what a luxury that is for a cricket club to say,
I actually can't.
Actually, we don't want you to come and play. And I was talking to a friend of mine who was in the opposition yesterday and mentioned that to him, and he was like, I cannot get my head round what you've just said, that you would be
playing?
Valley End.
No, exactly. Valley End would just like my club, constantly searching for members.
And so what the men's league is going to next season is it's moving to a merit league, whereas currently it's first 11 leagues, second 11 leagues.
Oh, now that one's taken off a bit. That's a fine over from Roach. He's got the breakthrough for Surrey, getting rid of Alex Davis, and you can see he's rid of life in this pitch, isn't there? That's gone through very nicely to Ben Folkes at a very good height. 22 for 1 after 4.
And the Merit League is meant to be a bit of a happy compromise. It suits the bigger clubs better. It suits people like Wimbledon and Spencer better. It means your second, third and fourth 11s can rise up and play whatever is the standard correct for them. But on the flip side, the kind of other side of the coin for the smaller clubs, more regional clubs, is that as you get further down the pyramid, it is a more concentrated, more regional league, so they're travelling less distance. So yeah,
I hear you.
Club cricket.
That's wild, and quite the take from Ollie Pope at second slip.
Oh, damn,
Warren is given. That was Harmison-esque.
Warren and Pope continuing their fine relationship between bowler and slipfield in a new way. That ball continued to swing away all the way past Sibley at first slip. It really is a fantastic catch from Ollie Pope. Low to his right.
Yeah, it's brilliant work. It's kind of handy having a wicket-keeper at second slip, isn't it? It's not quite got it right so far after lunch, hasn't Dan Worrell? But when he clicks into gear, he can be fearsome.
What's interesting, that ball that Pope fielded,
yes,
went the other way, because Norwell is so synonymous with the big kind of in-swing into the left-handers, the kind of Matthew Hoggard deliveries of the 2005 Ashes to Langer and Hayden.
The one that nearly got Yates out the previous over.
Nearly got Yates out the previous over. I wonder, did you enjoy our club cricket chat? I was concerned it might have been bone-achingly dull from me.
I passed a bit of time. You've been duller.
I've been duller. You asked me about the administrative struggles of the club cricket, so I've got to answer.
Well, yes. I
you
mean,
spent the first 10 minutes talking about ginger cheesecake and the symphonic experience it gave you.
Yeah, but you hadn't eaten the cheesecake, so you weren't a great foil for that chat.
I actually think, well, you've sold it. I'm going to go and eat it now.
I really need you to eat it because I need various second opinions. I've chatted to the BBC West Midlands fella who's down here commentating for the radio, a couple of boxes away, and we've gone into a lot of depth about it. It's nicely flicked away. Good timing, but keep my Roach will get round.
Did he agree with you on the intricacies and the
Well, he was sceptical to start with, and then I asked
of the cheesecake, or your opinion of it?
Yeah, well, I sold it as an extremely complicated taste sensation.
Yeah.
And he was sceptical. He strikes me as a man who's eaten enough food to know his own mind and think that food can't be that complicated.
That sounds like quite,
especially at a cricket ground.
That felt insulting as a sentence.
What, to the cheesecake?
No, to the
It wasn't meant that way. It just meant he felt like an experienced fellow, and I think he sort of going, oh, Norcross is making some outlandish claims that there's something more complicated. It's just a slice of cheesecake, isn't it? And as he ate it, and I said, see?
His eyes widened.
Can he taste any ginger? He said, I don't think you can taste any ginger yet. I think, well, hang on. It might be pith, or it might be ginger. And then he delved around in it, stuck his finger in, pulled it out. Said, I think you're right. I think it could be ginger. And as a result, he started to pay closer attention to the complexities of this cheesecake, which had been my intention all along.
Very happy for you.
And he got sucked into my web of cheesecake intrigue.
Oh, goodness me.
Or if you prefer, we can talk about the difficulties of maintaining club cricket structure in South London. But that is also, I mean, it is a genuinely interesting conversation to have, because for men, let's face it, the entire cricketing infrastructure in the country is designed by men for men, and that's the way it has been since it began. And women's cricket is a new sport in a way, really. I mean, I know you'll argue, yes, they played games in the 18th century. My great-great-great-great-great-aunt is the first woman to have scored 100. I am not unfamiliar with the length of time.
First woman to score 100 for England, or just ever?
Ever. First recorded woman to get 100. Sarah Norcross.
That's a wonderful statistic.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It's by far and away the best cricketing Norcross by a mile. End of the over. Warwickshire still 96 behind at 26 for 1 in their second innings. So yes, I know women have been playing for a long time, but they've been playing slightly hampered and directed by a structure that wasn't designed for them. And then the big boom in women's cricket, which has happened really in the last 10 years, it's brought on by people like Beth Barrett-Wilding, Claire Connor in this country, really fighting that corner and getting more funding and getting professionalism. And that's why there are so many restructurings, because as the game grows, you need different solutions for a fast-changing game. But the clubs have been there for so long, it's not as simple as just tacking a women's section on and going, follow that infrastructure. You almost need another women's clubs. I mean, they could be clubs that are already existing, but you sort of need to think about it differently, I think. Swinging away, stay a little low, away to Folks' left. So I just wondered what you, playing for Spencer, might have been privy to those conversations at committee level. Did you get a committee? Do you do that sort of thing?
I haven't been on a committee for a very long time, and I'm very happy about that. I did my couple of years as third 11 captain.
They'll need
years
you.
ago.
I'm afraid you'll
they do need me.
You'll have to come back into the fold in 5 or 6 years and do your duty.
I feel like
you can't just leech.
I think I've become quite a bad club person in recent years because I felt like I've done my time.
Oh, now then, that's rather brilliantly played, actually. It may look streaky, but it's a really deliberate shot, played with fine touch by Rob Yates. And he comes with big props. A lot of people have got their eye on him as a potential England opener. And you can sort of see why, because Kemal Roach is no slouch, and he has guided that quite deliberately and safely along the ground past the left hand of third slip. A very accomplished shot. I'm afraid to tell you that a couple of years is not, that doesn't cut the mustard. I think I put in about 18 years.
That's too many.
It might be too many, but 2 is not enough. There is a happy medium. Read your Aristotle.
I did read Rhetoric. That's Aristotle.
Yeah, he's done a bit on that.
I've read that book. I can go toe to toe with you on Aristotle. That's okay.
Well, have you read his bit on club committee membership?
I skipped that chapter actually. Ethos, pathos, and logos. That's where I can try and hold my own. Goodness me, what roller coaster we've been on today, Daniel.
We have. I might let you choose the next topic.
Oh my God, I don't want to. I'm nervous.
Yeah. The grain supply of ancient Rome.
That sounds fascinating.
It's surprisingly more interesting than it sounds.
Oh no, Joe, I wasn't being sarcastic there at all. I did I found out about the kind of the viaducts and the aqueducts of Roman Empire. Goodness me.
Oh, lovely, elegant shot again. I'm very much liking the look of Yates. You might have seen a bit more of him than I have, or you might not. I don't know. But into the over 31 for 1. I've seen him en passant, let's say, but I've never seen him construct a really big innings. But I'm beginning to understand how he has done. I've seen his numbers, of course.
He had that fantastic season where he scored something like 5 centuries in a year, and I remember he had his kind of time where he was in the kind of guard. He had his Cameron Steele week, as Cameron Steele experienced it last month, where you have your kind of time in the sun in the county championship, and there's no international cricket on, and everyone piles in and goes like, you know what, we'd love to have an interview. I remember reading lots about Yates because he was finishing his university degree whilst he was scoring all these runs. And he was came across as this very well-rounded, talented cricketer with kind of potential kind of international aspirations, but he's finishing his degree in literature or whatever it was. He's been
how appropriate that a man called Yates should be doing a degree in English literature. Oh, I say. Now that is the ball that you expect to see from Worrell to the left-hander. And we've been singing Yates's praises, but I'm not quite sure that he knew a great deal about this one, or indeed how to play it, because that has gone like a boomerang. I mean, not literally, because boomerang would have gone back to Worrell, but it's cut him in half, as they say.
That is as aesthetic a delivery as you could wish to see.
If it had just clipped the top of the middle stump, that would have made it perfection, wouldn't it?
Moore's returned over the wicket. He had briefly changed his angle and come round the wicket, but you see Ben Foakes diving away to his right.
Yes, we should also point out it was a quite terrific take. There's a lengthy and vociferous appeal, but Rob Bailey was having none of it. No inside edge as far as Bailey's concerned, because he's signalled the leg by. So we'll take a look on the replay. He must have thought this was going down or pitching outside, but it's not pitched outside.
Looks a bit leg side to me, Daniel. Daniel's grimacing face suggests that he thinks that Surrey have been denied a wicket.
Oh, I just think it was very close. That's why I think it was a very tight one. Rob Bailey's a very fine umpire. I would never question his decisions.
You might not question it vocally, but you did visually.
Well, my face was one of, ooh, that was close.
Okay.
On another day, it could have gone either way, I believe is the expression. But we're on this day, and it went that way. I don't know why, but I'm feeling a bit frisky today.
Goodness me, please calm down.
I think it was a Eurovision Song Contest. Did you watch it, or?
I've never been one to kind of
watch it,
indulge in Eurovision Song Contest, and I don't have anything against it per se. I kind of treat it the same as fantasy football, and I go, you guys have your fun over there. I'll be over here.
Do you not like dystopian literature and sci-fi as well? Because essentially, Eurovision is
It's
nonsensical
an interesting
escape.
correlation. I've enjoyed that correlation, and yes, you are correct.
Lovely shot, but really well fielded by Steele in the covers. Prevents any runs, prevents what would have almost certainly have been 4. So you're sort of more of an Adam Curtis documentary man, are you?
No, the most recent author I really got into was Rob Harris, who writes those kind of semi-fictional, semi-historical accounts. So he'd be one beyond Pompeii, and then kind of the story of the man who runs.
Rob Harris to you, is he?
Is that not his name?
Isn't it Robert? But you suddenly got very intimate with Rob Harris.
I think it's
again another wide one outside the off stump, and Rob Bailey's having none of it.
I also
Quite
think I might be lying about what his name is.
You might not be. I don't know.
Oh, he does prefer to go by Robert.
Yeah, does he? Yes.
There is a
Bob.
There is a.
I love reading Bob stuff.
You've really got in my head this commentary stint, Daniel. I've spoken inane nonsense. I've been nowhere. Rob Harris is a Sky Sports journalist. That's who he is.
You got it mixed up with the man who writes about Pompeii. Easily done. Frankly, too many Harrises.
Robert Harris had I read an interview of him, which he had a wonderfully kind of arrogant sentence where he wrote his first. He was a journalist himself, and he wrote his first novel when he was about kind of 40 or 45 or something. And he described it as like finding out I had a Jaguar in the garage I didn't know about. And
wow.
He just said he started and he went, this is what I'm best at. I can do this.
It's his calling.
Yeah, he just said, I can do this. I know how this works. And so the first book he wrote was Fatherland, I believe.
Imperium, did he do that one?
Very possibly.
Oh, not far away from mid-wicket. That's lofted little clip by Yates that speeds away to the boundary. And again, there's some invention in Yates's play and a lot of positivity. End of the over. 38 for 1. I know how Robert Harris feels. When I discovered the egg coddler, I realised this was my superpower.
Goodness me, well, I'm going to have to Google what this is.
Well, I've worked out you can make all sorts of lovely things in an egg coddler. I mean, egg-based.
Eggs primarily.
Yeah, but it's what you put in with the egg. You can put in salami, or as David Lloyd would say, you can use salami, cold meats. You put in your cheeses, your Gruyere, your Parmesan.
You're doing the Bumble lists again. This is
bit of creme fraiche or sour cream, yogurt. Anyway, you put it together, stick it in a coddler.
Yeah.
Leave it in the fridge overnight if you like, and then it bubbles away on the stove the next morning while you're lying in bed having a cup of tea and reading the paper. And 15 minutes later, all you got to do is make a piece of toast, chop it up into soldiers, and hey presto, you got breakfast of champions.
Well, very happy for you, Daniel.
That's my Jaguar in the garage.
That doesn't make sense.
Well. Oh, he's gone after this. As Rhodes, he's playing a very different knock from the one he played in the first innings, where he was very circumspect to start with, and he's flung his bat at that, got a thick edge, it's flown fine for 4. So Warwickshire coming after Surrey here. They're on the front foot, 42 for 1. Yes, they've got a big deficit to 121 to overcome, but they're determined to take the fight to Surrey, and this is good to watch.
It's been very enjoyable. Yates is racing along 24 of 22. And against high calibre bowling, anything that's been slightly short or slightly full, Warwickshire have thrown their hands at it. Rose defends into the leg side.
Sorry, Cameron, we're doing a little bit of production off.
I was enjoying that. Negotiations successul?
Absolutely successful.
Does this mean, are you continuing to commentate?
I'm really sorry.
I was really hoping you could leave.
I could tell. And part of me staying was that I sensed that as well. And he goes again. There is cover out there.
I've fallen into the Norcross trap of both indulging you but also trying to impress you. Why was I trying to show off about Aristotle? What nonsense?
I don't know.
Adam Collins has joined, so hopefully we'll... he's just sat down by hoping he's going to bring the room temperature just dampen the temperature a little
Carlo,
bit.
he's the last person who's going to bring the temperature down. No, I'm afraid you are caught very much in a conflagration. So we're just managing everybody's expectations here. Because we've got a 36 over session, you see, so it's rotas, you see. You can do it. You can divide 36 by 3.
12.
That's it. Well done.
Thank you.
That education we taxpayers paid for has not been in vain. That's another nicely played shot by Yates. Really well timed. Get onto the square and it'll dribble into the rope on the long side. It's a long old boundary, that. And Yates continues to impress here at the end of the over. 9 from it. 47 for 1. Runs are coming at quite the pace, Cameron.
It's a wonderfully satisfying shot from Yates there. Just clipped it away. And you see the ball, it obviously isn't gathering pace, but it kept its pace very well across the square, and it ran away for 4.
I suppose, could it have gathered pace if it was going downhill?
Yes, but that's because of gravity.
Gravity, yes.
Yeah.
And acceleration. And momentum? I'm not hot on physics.
I think you often talk about the density of the air and how that affects swing.
Yeah, but I'm winging it really, and it's all nonsense.
Don't tell anyone that.
What happens? I think, like a lot of keen cricket watchers, I find correlation. So observe and correlate, but I couldn't say for certain why this is happening when this happens. It feels like it must be something to do with that. And I don't know why physicists haven't just put all this to bed. They keep on saying, well, we don't quite know. They can send a man to the moon, and a woman. Always thought about playing at that. That's the one that just went straight on, didn't come back in.
I was quite alarmed after COVID, where everyone was no longer allowed to use saliva on the ball. I think the MCC did some tests, and they gathered that it made no difference whether it was saliva, if we use saliva or not. And I went, so we've just been licking bits of leather for however many hundreds of years and handing the ball between each other.
Crazy, isn't it?
It's not brilliant.
Wasn't it called the vector of disease?
The vector of disease is what Prime Minister Boris Johnson dubbed it.
Oh, now then. Oh, just gone over Rory Burns' head. A leading edge. Yates looking to turn the ball into the onside. And Burns, he would have needed to have run back immediately to stand a chance there. It was always just going to evade him, you felt. But a false shot, and very lucky to get away with it. That's the second time that Yates has survived a scare off the bowling of Dan Worrell. The second time that ball's been sort of spearing in towards the pads, which has caused the problem. Shot. Nice firm push down the ground. It should make it to the boundary, and it does. So this bright start continues. The 50's up, 53 for 1. We're only in the 9th over.
Warwickshire going at more than a run a ball at the moment. It's a wonderful straight drive from Rhodes, just leaning on a fuller delivery from Worrell. We've seen a number of those today where just the bowler just misses their length full, whether it be Rhodes, Jordan Clark or Jamie Smith, or Sean Abbott for that matter, had all been punishing it very effectively.
Now, just a reminder, you can get your questions into us, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Cameron's here for at least another 4 overs and is prepared to answer questions on anything. Yeah, the nicknames of novelists.
Old Robbie H. My best pal.
Bob.
We can do, what have we got for you? We can do Cheesecake.
Cheesecake, yeah.
Club Cricket Administration, Aristotle,
Bob Harris.
Or Bob Harris.
Not whispering Bob Harris.
No, he's very loud.
Is he loud? Probably ever since he found that Jaguar in his garage. End of the over, 54 for 1, 9 gone. And I was going to take you round the houses. I was going to have a little look.
Please do.
At Surrey's rivals in the county championship, but I shall begin in Division 2, where Glamorgan are playing Sussex, and Sussex, I mean, something of a spot of bother. They're 11 runs ahead with 5 wickets down in their second innings, 144 for 5, after conceding a deficit of 133 to Glamorgan. Staying in the second division, Northants, who have been the form team with the bat this year, as Kemal Roach comes out of the attack to be replaced by Sean Abbott. Well, they conceded a first innings deficit of 238, and Gloucestershire are piling on the runs. They're 253 for 4 with a lead of 491. Might be time for a declaration there, you might think. Those are the 2 second division games. Up at Treadbridge, Hasib Hamid continues along his merry way. He's 190 not out, in partnership with Ollie Stone, who has 84, an 8th wicket partnership of 145, of which Ollie Stone has got the lion's share. Means that Nottinghamshire, in reply to Lancashire's 331, are very comfortably placed on 424 for 7, a lead of 93 with power to add. They've had all the 110 overs, so I think they got 3 batting bonus points in the end, because they've had 130 overs there now. Up to Canterbury on a pitch which is pretty docile, I think we can all agree. Worcestershire made 618 for 7 declared. Kent are 190 for 4 in 72 overs. Doesn't sound like awfully scintillating cricket, but there is a game afoot. Nicely worked away. First ball from Abbott down to the long leg, just with a single. At the Utilitable, Durham going okay. They're 268 for 5, still 235 in deficit. Hampshire having made 503. Beddingham 103 not out. And those are the scores around the country. A quick digression into the Indian Premier League will tell you that Chennai Super Kings are about to beat the Rajasthan Royals.
Goodness
We're on
me.
a bit of a poor trot there, the Royals, just of late.
Something of symmetry, something I'm finding satisfying in that Nottinghamshire game.
Oh yes.
It's a career best, first class career best for Ollie Stone of 87. He only has one other first class 50. And Hasib Hamid, his partner, is 7 runs away from his first class career best, so they could both achieve that feat together. Isn't that nice?
It'd be heartwarming, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes. Think of the fun they'd have tonight. You don't really sort of associate Ollie Stone with scoring 87, do you?
Well, I think that's fair enough, given he's never done it.
Yeah.
His first class batting average is 15. So, I mean, that's
sort of Craig Miles-esque.
Yeah, that's on the lower end of competent, I'll describe it. That's a nice way of saying it. Handy.
It's a very,
it's a
very,
wonderful word.
very, very handy number 10, but a perfectly decent number 9, I think you'd say, at 15.
I'll take that.
Yeah. Just 2 balls left now, Cameron, and then you'll have made it. You'll have made it through.
I'm genuinely overjoyed to know that you're leaving. I saw Yaz come into the door, my heart swelled. I thought, thank goodness.
Don't let him off the hook, eh, Yaz? We got him where we want him.
You talk about, I'm looking at the field Surrey have set for Sean Abbott. I'm going, God, that's interesting. Within my head I go, let's talk about cheesecakes again, actually.
I might go and bring some.
I'm going to go and have some after in about 10 minutes.
I don't know if it'll still be there. It was a very lunchy cheesecake. It's nicely guided away through backward point. But again, just the single. That's the short side out there. I don't suppose it'll be too long now before we see a bit of Jordan Clark. presumably at the pavilion end. That's the end from which he took his 4 wickets, I think, in the first innings. And remember, if you've got any topics of conversation that you think might challenge Cameron Ponsonby, it's surreybroadcast@gmail.com. As the final delivery is played out into the offside. 56 for 1, 10 overs gone. It's entertaining stuff out there. Yates is going very well. I'm on my way. Yas Rana's going to replace me. And Cameron Ponsonby has had a sigh, a huge sigh of relief.
Goodbye, Daniel. A joyous moment for all of us involved in the Surrey live stream, and even more so that Yas Rana has put the headphones on.
If there's one thing I can guarantee you about the next 40 or so minutes in the commentary boxes, there will be less cheesecake and less Aristotle chat.
Absolutely, quite right. Quite right. No, Daniel successfully kind of pulled me into the madness of the last 40 minutes since we've started. It was a remarkable experience. I did enjoy it, but I can't speak for those we're serving.
Anyway, Warwickshire 56 for 1 after 10 overs, and we do have another change in the Surrey bowling attack. Jordan Clark comes on at the pavilion end, the end where, as Dan mentioned a couple of moments ago, he picked up 4 wickets in the Warwickshire first innings, 4 for 65 from 24 overs, including the wicket of Will Rose, who is at the crease but not facing this delivery. Seems like a very deliberate ploy in both innings that Warwickshire would go hard against the Surrey new ball attack. They were 50 for 0 after 10 overs in the first innings, 56 for 1 after 10 overs here in the second. We mentioned it in the first innings that, particularly in the first innings, Surrey have so much success choosing to bowl first here at the Kia Oval, and Warwickshire looked to disrupt what they normally do, and they did so with some success.
I have been trying to work out across the first 10 overs of Warwickshire's innings whether they've been they've obviously been attacking, and they've taken, I'm trying to work out if they've taken their opportunities or they've been hitting balls before that other people would leave or block, in effect. I think especially with Kemar Roach, he got a bit wider, and so those cut shots from Yates were kind of boundary deliveries. I'll be interested to know if Surrey are able to just get that element of control through Clark, whether the respect will come back in the other direction.
It's driven nicely from Yates. They'll pick up at least 2. Yeah, they'll come back for a third. He moves on to 33 or 34 deliveries. He batted at a very similar tempo in the first innings, 32 off 39 before he was trapped LBW off the bowling of Sean Abbott. There's a real change, and I think you're right to point out that the bowling has served up opportunities for run scoring, but Rhodes was really bogged down at the early phases of his innings in the first innings.
You're correct. I remember Yates struck around 80 in the first innings, and Rhodes and Sam Hain were the only two really kind of tried to knuckle down, as it were, in contrast to their opening batters, striking around 33, 35.
And worth saying that Rhodes did so with a decent amount of success. He batted for the best part of 3 hours. And after they lost the wickets of Davies and Yates in quick succession in the space of 3 balls, Hain and Rhodes did bat for the rest of that first session, with Hain falling at the stroke of lunch with a wicket that Warwickshire fans will say was an umpiring decision that went against them.
I think some Surrey fans might agree with them. See, James Taylor's on the pitch as a substitute for Surrey. He's at mid-on. Haven't quite got a glimpse of who is currently off the pitch. We'll update you as soon as we can. Kemar Roach at deep square leg. Sean Abbott at fine leg. It's a 5-4 field. Got a very simple plan that Surrey are following here. Bowling straight, targeting off stumps, so they still have that outside edge in play with 2 slips.
Yates leaves that one alone. That completes Clark's first over back into the attack. Warwickshire 60 for 1 after 11 overs. Clark had a lot of success in the first innings bowling, very straight. Had a couple of men short in front of square on either side. Very deliberate ploy to just attack the stumps. So don't be surprised to see if he ends up going back to that, especially when there might be less movement on offer in 10 or so overs time.
Abbott following a similar plan as well. 2 left-handers at the crease, both the right-arm bowlers coming round the wicket. Almost identical fields being used.
One seemed to hurry Rhodes a little bit, maybe didn't quite get up as much as he anticipated. He has a little stroll down the pitch to inspect the spot around which the ball pitched. Gives the pitcher a prod or two, which normally signals a slight dissatisfaction as to what happened the previous delivery. And already we see with Sean Abbott there's a man placed at a short mid-wicket.
There have been a couple of deliveries across this match that have stayed a bit low. Miles found a couple of his wickets of, I think it was Sibley and Folkes. Both batters seemed to intonate that the ball had kept lower than they had expected.
You made a point earlier in the day how this pitch feels like it's slightly slower than it played on day one, and we've got a hard new ball here, still only 11.1 overs old. Although that one flies through to Ben Folkes behind the stumps. We've seen that occasionally, but perhaps not as much as we did on day one.
I think I wonder whether part of that as well was we were watching a Warwickshire bowling attack 100 overs in, because I was kind of quite interested to see how this first 11 overs of opening passage of play played out. And yes, Warwickshire absolutely are batting very nicely. They're rattling along over 5 and over, but there does seem to be that bit more life in the pitch. I don't know if it's a case of that Surrey's bowlers are a tad quicker than their Warwickshire opponents, or whether they're just fresher bodies and injecting that bit more energy. I think something I hadn't quite realised the importance of, or in county cricket and in domestic cricket, is the role the heavy roller plays. I think only from speaking to players this year when they talk about just how much they feel, some feel it sucks the life out of the pitch, and as it's literally the life is squeezed out of the wicket across 4 days. I was talking to a player recently who plays domestic cricket in New Zealand, and he was saying, well, we don't have the heavy roller there, and it makes such a big difference. When people often look at the scores in New Zealand, they go, oh God, those are much lower than you'd anticipate.
So talk us through that. So why is it that the heavy roller almost softens the pitch up, and is that not a thing that also exists in Test cricket?
I think there's two, and I'm kind of working this out in my head as I'm talking through it. But what I hadn't quite appreciated was when we talk about cricket in the context of 5 days, because that's the international game, it's what most people watch. And on that 5th day is when the pitch is disintegrating, falling apart, and very difficult to bat on. You get that variable bounce. But in county cricket, they say the county pitches actually, to a certain extent, get better. They don't have the chance to fall apart as much.
Angled in again from Abbott, and Yates will pick up another single to complete the 12th over. Warwickshire 62 for 1.
Because there's quite literally less time and less opportunity for it to do so. It's 4 days versus 5. And so the point that kind of exasperates that is that the heavy roller, the way I kind of think about it is in terms of if you had kind of a sponge and there's the potential for bounce and movement. If you put a heavy roller over it, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner until you in effect just have like a piece of paper or a slab of concrete, where that chance for variable bounce and that chance for kind of life and movement is squeezed out of it. What the player who plays in New Zealand was telling me was like, we don't have the heavy roller, we don't have that. So as a pitch, the pitch has a chance to get worse and does get worse as the match goes on.
It's an interesting point. A few years ago, when schools were much lower in the country, there was a lot of talk about conditions and how maybe we needed to change things up in order to bring the batters into the game more. But the last couple of years, particularly in Division 2, very few teams actually win games. In this current round of games, it looks like we will get results actually at Cardiff and Northampton. But between Glamorgan, Gloucestershire and Derbyshire, those three teams have one win in their last 55 Division 2 games between them. And that's not that far off the norm in Division 2. There have been so few results. Durham stood out last year as one of the few sides who could actually take 20 wickets and get themselves over the line.
It's a genuinely remarkable statistic, that. And it might have been us on commentary on day one, actually. We went through and got up the stats of the county championship over the years, and something that really hurts my head, at least, is, yes, remembering back to when the wickets were criticised for being too result-based and too much of a shootout, and then you see over the past 5 years more than a third of county championship matches are drawn.
The weather obviously plays a huge part.
Of course,
it,
yeah.
We are in England, and a lot of the season takes place in April and September. And in a 4-day game, you don't need that much weather to make a result quite difficult to get to. Like in a game like this, for example, the forecast for Monday looks much better than it did earlier in the week. But when a side scores 340 in the first innings, it's pretty hard to get a result as soon as there's any bad weather.
Would you like to know my current, and potentially changing, county championship hot take, as they're known?
I would love to hear your county championship hot take.
My structure would be 3 tiers of 6, so that's lukewarm. But I'd go to 5-day matches.
Oh.
And that way you get double benefit. One, as you said, gives you a chance at a result, because if anyone scores 400, the chance of getting a result out of a 4-day game is so difficult. And so that 5th day, in effect, allows for the more variable weather we have now. Whereas at the moment, if it rains for 1 day, you can't get a result, and 2, it kind of gives a bit more space in the calendar, which people are kind of crying out for. In that, yes, you're playing a 4-day game with the reserve day. That if a match finishes in 4 days, everyone has that 5th day off. So you have the result, you have the potential for space, but also 5 days, you only lose 4 days of county cricket, because 7 times, if say you're a home team and you have 7 home matches and they're 4 days, that's 28 days of cricket. If you have 5 home matches instead of 7, but they're 5 days, that's 25. So you only actually lose 3 days of cricket, county championship cricket, at any given ground.
But you do still get games in the season, like the Somerset Essex game last week that's over in 2.
Sure.
And if you only have 5 home games, that potentially doesn't leave that much red ball cricket at a particular venue across the season.
I think that's a price potentially worth paying, to not have 3/4 of the match in the season being a draws.
And with that hot take from Cam Ponsonby,
yeah, I just wanted to. I saw I had 4 balls left, so I was like, you know what? I'll set this up. Adam can come in and say, I don't think that's a good idea, and everyone can carry on with their lives. Perfect. See you shortly, everyone.
Well, Cam Ponsonby has departed, and Adam Collins will come in for him. Warwickshire 64 for 1. Adam.
Did Cam just shorten the county season from 14 games to 10 games?
He did, yeah.
And we farewell Rob Key for today. See you, Keezy. Playoffs as well?
Top 2 playoffs, so actually it's 14 to 11.
You've got playoffs as well. Okay. I don't mind the playoffs bit, but that's... So I was kind of half paying attention. So we're going to have 10 games of 5 days. I don't mind the reserve day thing.
So yeah, he wants 3 divisions of 6.
Oh, right. Twice each other. Yeah, the elegant draw of playing home and away for 10 games. Like, that's what. Look, let's be blunt. That's where we're heading anyway. I'm not saying I want that. I hasten to add, but I think we're getting to a point where there will be a 6-team top division. Ben Bloom's book spells this out. 6-team top division. They play each other home and away. Then they have something of a final season at the end. I think that's where a lot of people. I mean, it's well bowled. It's the extreme example, but I think that is where some in the Strauss review sort of tilted it this way, where we might end up with a division of 6 and then a division of 12 that feeds into it, with 2 groups of 6 Anyway,
yeah,
this is a conversation that continues to percolate. But what Cam's saying isn't a million miles away from where it may end up.
Oh, 100%. And I preface what I'm about to say by saying this is not what I actually want.
Yeah.
I think when you look at, for example, the awarding of Tier 1 women's counties, the allocation of that, they are literally calling counties now Tier 1 and Tier 2 counties in the women's game. And if you actually look at who those 8 counties are in the women's domestic game who've been allocated Tier 1 status, the 8 are the 8 teams you expect to stay up in Division 1 in the men's game this year.
And you can go an extra layer beyond that too. So the counties that received Tier 1 status, Surrey, Hampshire, Lancashire, Nottinghamshire, Warwickshire, well, they're 6 test grounds. That's the start of it, right? So, and all have 100 teams in it. So that's the first bit. And I don't think any of that was surprising, by the way. They've got the infrastructure. They've been running the regional teams for 4 years. That's fine. And you can kind of do the maths on the next 3. So Durham and Somerset are likely to become 100 teams, 9 and 10 at some stage in the future. Then you've got Essex, who become the other London-ish county in this, because in the absence of Middlesex MCC, you've got to have another London-adjacent county, and Essex, again, have done a lot of good work in women's cricket and had apparently a compelling bid that was joint with the University of Chelmsford. Is that what it's called? The University in Chelmsford.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Ooh. Yates looks to pull. I can only glove it.
So the big one missing out was Yorkshire instead of Durham, because Yorkshire have taken care of the Diamonds, who've been very successful. They won the Rachel Hay-Ho a couple of years ago. They've made it to a number of finals days in the T20 stuff, and made 2 other finals of the 50 over tournament.
And also that it means that the players have a big decision there. You know, you can't just expect that every single player who plays the Diamonds is going to end up at Durham. Geographically speaking, they're probably actually closer to Lancashire than they are to Chester Street.
Right. And look, it's only a short-term thing anyway, because we know that Yorkshire and Glamorgan are the next 2 cabs off the rank in 2027. That'll take us to 12. And so 10 of the 12, just to finish the point, 10 of the 12 are going to be 100 teams, air quotes, which we already know. And then Essex will be one of the others, and you wouldn't be surprised. Sorry, that's the 10. Sorry, and then you've got the 2 that follow later. I wouldn't at all be shocked if eventually Lord's Middlesex MCC's joint bid gets one of those 2 spots, the 11th or the 12th, which will mean, and again, that's a 100 team, right? So we're consolidating the seniority or the status on clubs and counties that already have one of a few things, usually 2 of the 3, a 100 team and a test venue.
Clark continues, and Yates pushes that off his pads again. We talked a couple of overs ago about how Clark's had quite a lot of success in this match, bowling stump to stump, and we've seen Yates and Rhodes perhaps benefit from that ploy, picking up runs off their pads. Sorry, have left the mid-wicket region open. The one county I think who should rightly feel aggrieved by this is Kent, because Kent have an outstanding record in producing women's players. And what happened to those players? They're all going to go and play professionally elsewhere. 10 of the 80 domestic players in the women's 100 last year were part of the Kent system. That's already pretty much a whole team's worth of talent that Kent have produced. Kent, the women's county structure is different at different counties, and Kent in the last couple of years, when you've had the regional set up, have probably aligned their women's team as closely to their men's side as much as any other county. And I understand that the allocation of these teams isn't supposed to be a reward for what's been done in the past, but it's a plan for the future. But Kent had quite an exciting plan about using Beckenham as the hub for all their women's cricket. Beckenham, I think, is a venue that should be used more. It's the 3rd London cricket ground. It's accessible for most of South London. I think them seeing Essex get a side above them when Kent have a much richer recent history in the women's game, I think it was hard for them to stomach.
It's a fair point about Beckenham being more London than Kent. That sounds like a ridiculous thing to say because it's in Kent, but as it relates to public transport links and so on. But the club would have still been based at Canterbury, as I understand it. Like, they would have played the games at Beckenham, but the program would have been run out of Canterbury, which might play in Essex's favour because that is commutable. I felt the same way. Look, Kent are being penalised because they've been part of a very successful operation with the South East Stars here with Surrey, and you look through it, in almost every instance they've picked the more senior of the two. The quirky one is with Yorkshire and Durham, but Durham had a proposal that led to them using Chester Street for pretty much everything, and that was attractive. But I think the wider point was that had Kent been the senior county in a regional setup, they might have fared better. But being the air quotes junior partner to Surrey, because of course the Stars are based here at the Kia Oval, put them in a tough spot.
And in all 8 cases, they've effectively split or chosen a county affiliated, one county that's affiliated to the existing region. So Kent join up Surrey for the South East Stars, Surrey the one picked there, and Essex and Middlesex were effectively paired together, and Essex were the one that were chosen. Well, that's a Jaffa from Jordan Clark.
So good.
Beach Rhodes' outside edge.
A decent nip as well, 80 mile an hour around the wicket, standing and up off the seam. He's just asking questions all day long. And the point you made before, that his two of his 4 wickets in the first innings were very wide of the crease, and that's what he does so very well. And then you've got the Vipers, the juggernaut of women's cricket. They fold in a whole bunch of counties down there. I mean, and similarly with the Western Storm, if you are a player put this to me, if you're aligned to that existing regional hub, which, let's say that's basically moving to Somerset, right? Like that's who's getting this as of the 2025 summer. But what if you're Welsh based? A Welsh based player, they know that Glamorgan is going to be getting a team 2 years on. They've already announced that. Glamorgan will have the 100 infrastructure through the Welsh Fire, and like it or hate it, that's not changing, right? If you're making really crude, pragmatic decisions, do you go to Somerset, or do you just wait it out and go and play for Glamorgan in Tier 2? Interesting decision for them to make. Similarly, players that are aligned to Sussex. You mentioned Kent. Sussex got a similar story to tell with producing national players. It's been the venue for many England internationals over a long stretch of time. I wonder whether it might end up being Kent versus Sussex for the 12th spot down the track a little bit. On the assumption that Lords gets the spot. I mean, a big assumption, but I think Lords will get there eventually. So if they go Middlesex MCC for spot 11, spot 12 becomes a battle between Kent and Sussex, and we've already seen a couple of the counties who have expressed an interest in standing one out and one back. It was Worcestershire and Derbyshire. Northants were shattered not to get one as well. And then you've got Gloucestershire with their financial troubles at the moment, and Leicestershire is the other two who are outside of this conversation right now.
Oh, that's another beautiful delivery from Sean Abbott, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Yates, getting it to swing into him and very nearly catching Yates' outside edge. As we've been having this discussion, the rate of play has changed. Warwickshire raced to 56 for 1 after the first 10 overs, but Abbott and Clark, as they did in the first innings really, have really put the brakes on the Warwickshire innings. Rhodes was pretty much a runner ball not long ago. He's now 21 off 34. Yates similarly was going at a runner ball. He's now 39 off 51.
You're right, it is almost a replica of the first innings, other than the fact that they lost the early wicket of Davies. But Davies and Yates were 50 for none on morning one after 10 overs, and they lost both openers with a score on 59 to the 2 change bowlers who are in operation at the moment who've slowed it down, Abbott and Clark. So there are similarities there.
I've got a question for you on this duo. So Sean Abbott is someone who's in and around the national conversation in Australia. Jordan Clark performs a very similar role with bat and ball to Sean Abbott. Clark's a little bit older, But it's almost become a cliche to talk of Clark as someone who, his first name on the Surrey team sheet, etc. But he has been totally outstanding with bat and ball now for a few years. I think if you go back to the start of 2022, so the start of Surrey's first of the back-to-back title wins, he averages pretty much 40 with the bat in that time, and it's low 20s with the ball in that particular time frame. And I know he's a sort of an age profile that England don't tend to look to for new players. Slightly fuller. Yates looks to drive, and that will be the end of the 16th over. Warwickshire 69 for 1. And I think crucially, if you look at the Surrey attack, Clark bowls at really good pace.
Well, let's run a little thought experiment here, shall we? Let's go back 3 summers to 2021. In 2021, Ben Stokes didn't play Test cricket.
Yeah.
What did England do? They didn't play a spinner. The attack wasn't balanced sufficiently, and they decided to play 4 quicks, week in, week out, wicketkeeper, 6 specialist bats. If Ben Stokes stood on a cricket ball, to use the old Glenn McGrath 2005, and had to miss a month of Test cricket this year, let's hope he doesn't, because what Stokes is doing with the England team is fascinating to cover. I don't want that to happen. It makes for good copy, as they say.
And Jordan Clark, as he so often does,
on cue,
breaks the Warwickshire partnership. Will Rhodes edges to Ben Folkes behind the stumps, who takes an excellent catch. It's what he does so often here for Surrey, when the ball just does a little bit less. Clark makes the breakthrough. Warwickshire 69 for 2.
You can set your watch to it. I mean, we'll see on the replay here. He spoke in his last over about use of the crease. There's the variation, closer to the stumps. Previous over, he was all the way out towards the side crease. Change of angle here, closer in, still gets it to stand up off the seam. At quick enough pace, make no mistake. Felt like he had to play on that line, Rhodes. Maybe not the length, but certainly on the line. And just when the game had slowed down a wee bit, as you often see, a wicket comes shortly thereafter, and yeah, you describe it well. It's always Clark. In the book, 4 in the first innings, has 1 here in the second.
It's a test match sort of wicket, back of a length, doing a bit, as you say. Clark very clever with his use of the crease. The ball gets big on Rhodes, not express pace, but it's good pace. It's low 80s miles per hour. Hurries the batter, finds the outside edge, and Ben Folkes takes a very, very smart catch behind the stumps.
Just when they put on 50 as well, that partnership ends on 51, and they, at the start at least, put a bit of pressure back on Surrey. But yeah, the depth with the bat, the depth with the ball, and I suppose it bolsters the point I was about to make when he sent the ball down. If Ben Stokes was unavailable and you wanted to balance the England Test attack, and I'm not saying that this would happen, but it's against a thought experiment, which cricketers around the country would be the types you might look at to play a role along those lines, acknowledging that you can play a little bit creatively with your wicketkeeper with England sometimes as to where they bat. You don't have to have your wicketkeeper batting at 7 in this configuration that Stokes and McCullum enjoy. I mean, Clark, I remember a couple of years ago it was used disparagingly, but Ryan Higgins was described in one piece by our colleague Matt Roller offhandedly as the Stokes of county cricket. Now that's a line in an article, but it says a bit about the way Higgins makes runs and takes wickets every single week, right? As the genuine all-rounder, now doing it at Middlesex, formerly with Gloucester, I think, when that piece was written. Well, Clark bowls quicker than Higgins, and he's more imposing with the bat, and he's more, I suppose, in the mould of Stokes. Who else would there be around the country if they were looking for that specific role to be filled? That wicket was 83 mile an hour, by the way. It would fit into that category. There aren't many. They're quite valuable, hard-hitting all-rounders who can bowl in the low 80s.
I guess Clark's biggest problem from an England recognition point of view is that he is, 1 year older than Ben Stokes and 2 years younger than Chris Woakes. And Chris Woakes is still absolutely brilliant in home conditions. But in Clark's favour is that he never really takes a new ball for Surrey. He is a first change option, and England have had a problem over recent years in that the bowlers they have been looking at, the bowlers who stack up the numbers in county cricket and earn the selectors' attention, are often new ball bowlers. There have been times where England have fielded attacks fully formed with new ball seamers, and it hasn't been varied enough, and they're making efforts to veer away from that now. But part of why I really like Clarke as a bowler, forget his batting for a moment, is that he does his work first change, always first change, and he is so threatening with that slightly older ball. Very, very clever bowler.
It is a slightly different skill set. Look at the Australian team. Pat Cummins, #1 bowler in the world, typically bowls first change. And there have been other examples of that across the journey. Bowlers who are just better suited when there is some shine taken off the ball. There it is. There's that pace again we're referring to. 84.5 mile an hour, nearly there. I just think from an England perspective that they have demonstrated with Stokes and McCullum that they're fixated on winning the Test match in front of them, which is why Broad and Anderson played the last 2 years. They wanted to get back on their feet and win matches of cricket. It wasn't about getting too far ahead of themselves. It is a sign of maturity what they've done with Anderson on that front, looking ahead to Australia, but usually it's like, let's just win the game and let the future take care of itself a little bit. And I suppose that's where my example there, successful over end, 71 for 2. Clarke's got 1 for 11. If it were just like this summer even, if this summer or next year against India, when India are in town, if we restrict it to Test matches in England where they like that, they like having that extra bowling, seam bowling option, someone who can bat in the top 7 who can bowl. I'm not entirely sure who else the best candidate is if it's not Jordan Clarke. Then who are we talking about here? Yeah, he may not be 27, he is 33, but who is it?
And also, so much of English cricket is about building for Ashes tours. If you're looking for a seam bowling all-rounder who fits the profile of potentially having success down under, Jordan Clarke is probably more suited to bowling in Australia than Chris Woakes.
Yep. But Woakes plays as a specialist seamer anyway, right? Maybe not in Australia anymore.
Oh, Abbott draws the edge, but it falls just short of a diving Ollie Pope at second slip.
Great restart there from Abbott. These two are turning the screws, aren't they, the change bowlers? But, I mean, Woakes has said emphatically last year after the successful Ashes here that he wasn't sort of that keen on playing away from home anymore, that he was mostly going to focus on doing what he does in England.
Well, he was player of the series here last summer, and then he found himself outside of the squad for the next assignment.
So, yeah, I don't know whether it's they're necessarily in the same category, in that if you have Woakes as one of your frontline 3-seamers in England in a best 11 setup anyway, regardless, you're looking at, again, this is purely in the scenario where Ben Stokes isn't available. I'm not positing that you would shoehorn him in another way, but I think there's something in this. You've stumbled upon a fairly reasonable debating point, given how well he started this season. 48 wickets at 21 last year. Yeah. Can bat in different gears as well. That 100 he made against Notts last year, the slow 100, then the 106 not out and 102 balls here a fortnight ago. He's got levels, as they say.
And yeah, that's why I think the Sean Abbott comparison is interesting. Abbott is a very similar profile of cricketer who Australia are clearly interested in. So I think it does sort of beg the question: how far off is Jordan Clarke? Because yeah, you know, that was his real. I know he was 32, but his real breakout season with the ball was last year. 48 wickets at 21, as you say. Started well again in 2024.
He was exceptional against Hampshire on day 1. 3 for then, and then 4 on day 1 here. Who else would I mean this quite seriously. Which other names would be in the hat if they were really keen to have an all-rounder? If that was the decision that Rob Key and co landed on, that they wanted an all-rounder if Stokes wasn't fit, and they wanted a seaming all-rounder. Maybe I'm missing something here, but who else would it be?
I mean, Sam Curran's not played Test cricket for a very long time. Yep. But he's someone who, in the past, has filled the void.
That's a fair point. Curran with a left arm option as well.
I think if they were looking for an all-round option tomorrow, if Stokes rolled his ankle, I think they changed the balance of the side, potentially bring in Rahan Ahmed to be that all-round option,
right,
and then go with 4 other seamers. And you obviously, especially in home test, you've still got Chris Wokes, who has batted as high as 6 for England, and obviously once batted 3 in a World Cup.
yeah, it's a good point that they would probably. It would probably hurt Jack Leach, as it did in 2021. Leach didn't play a single test across that 6-match summer. But still, it's a worthy debating point. And being 33 is neither here nor there in the world that McCullum and Key and Stokes operate in. We've seen that's been demonstrated in their selections across a couple of years. They're picking who they want to win matches. They're not getting too far ahead of themselves.
And we've got the speed gun on display here.
Yeah.
Clark's hitting 82, 83, 84 miles per hour at times. Yep. He bowls at a pace that is definitely quick enough for Test cricket.
He's been the quickest on show in this match, that's for sure.
Just evades a diving Rory Burns at cover. He was definitely interested. Abbott luring a false shot off Hayne, new to the crease. What an important moment that could have been for Surrey. Hayne playing his first game of the season. For so long now, Warwickshire's most consistent run scorer in the middle order. If we take a look at the replay here, I wonder if that was a slow ball. Almost played it as such.
Yes.
But Hayne not timing his push down the ground at all, and Rory Burns so close to getting his hand on that. We've seen him, of course, take a brilliant diving one-handed catch here before, most memorably in the 5th and final Ashes test in 2019, diving away at Gully. Clark finds the outside edge again, but Yates does well to keep this one down. It runs away all along the ground for 4. He moves on to 45 now. Yates has looked really good this match, hasn't he?
Catching as well. Didn't get much of a go with the ball yesterday. I was surprised by that, but with Bethel they were looking to have the ball spinning away from the right-handers. A good all-round prospect that he's turning himself into. Of course, opening the batting is primary discipline, but bowling some off-spin and being a safe pair of hands in the cordon.
Oh, driven nicely down the ground, and that'll be 4 more for Rob Yates.
That's his best shot we've seen today. Didn't need to overhit it. Always looks better the on drive.
Slightly fuller from Clark, and Yates, all he does really is just lean into this one. Very little follow through with the bat. Timed it to perfection. He's on to 49.
There is something about the on drive, isn't there? When played as correctly as that. Back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, Yates, I guess, falls into a similar category to Tom Lambie, who we saw earlier in the season here at the Keir Oval, in being a young player who had an outstanding year early on and hasn't quite followed it up. Yates scored 500s as a 21-year-old in a title-winning campaign, a season that got him on a Lions tour. He really struggled in 2022. And this already looks like his best summer since 2021. He's currently the 5th leading run scorer in Division 1. A very handy 467 runs at 93. And striking at a rate that is very much in vogue these days, striking at 76 at the top of the order. And as you mentioned as well, he's been bowling a lot of off-spin too. Less so in this game, but he's got a lot of overs this season. Yates gets that away. We'll have a look at what the umpire signals.
Yep.
Nothing from the umpire, so that will be 50 for Rob Yates. It's the 4th time he's passed 50 already in 2024. He was outstanding early on in the first innings, but fell with a score in 59. But here today, he's made the most of another fast start, and he's gone on to reach 50, and it's really important knock for his team. Warwickshire now only trailing Surrey by 38. They made decent progress in the opening 19 overs of this innings, and as we were just saying, Yates has looked really, really impressive.
Yeah, needs to go on with it here. He's having a top season. The 1 century, the 191, just the capricious way in which stats are interpreted. It's 3 figures that makes you stand out. So he's got a 69 and 84 not out against Hampshire a couple of weeks ago. The big 100 at Edgbaston against Durham, as Dan Norcross is going to jump in for Yaz. We'll catch you later on. Yep. A couple of starts in there as well against Worcestershire and Notts. A start here in the first innings. If you can go on with it here, and as you welcome Daniel, Sunset with Courtney Walsh, the 2-course Caribbean steak food menu. This looks like a very, very good event. On the 26th of June at Sylvester's Bar on the Lock Balcony. Doors and reception, 6 p.m. Get down there, as you see at the bottom of the list, tickets.surreycricket.com/list/events. That looks a belter, a fundraising event for the Surrey Cricket Foundation, funding cricket development and participation in Surrey and South London, and one of the greats. Before the Test summer, the Windies are in town, so Courtney Walsh will be here with them, overlooking the Keir Oval. As you say, drinks in Sylvester's Bar, named after the Surrey and West Indian great Sylvester Clarke. That website there on the bottom of the screen, and you're through.
There's a lot of West Indian greats, aren't there, knocking about in England this summer?
Yeah, you've been hanging out with a few of the Antiguan.
I hung out with the Antiguan Knights, yeah. Oh, that was moderately magnificent, really. I mean, basically, any time spent in the company of Viv Richards is it's sort of pinch yourself moment, really.
Yes.
It's the voice, the charisma, the presence, and all that. Now, we're going to have a change of bowling. Dan Lawrence is coming back into the attack. He bowled the first over from the pavilion end, that 1 over before lunch. He's been bowling to Yates, who has played a really lovely, fluent knock here. I've very much enjoyed watching him. A couple of close LBW shouts, with Dan Worrell swinging the ball back into his pads, but it's interesting Surrey have not gone for Worrell from the pavilion end, maybe for a second spell here. They've decided with the left-hander in, I want to give Dan Lawrence a chance, because Lawrence finished off Warwickshire's first innings, picked up Barnard, the last wicket to fall. Sharp catch at cover by Sibley. Very different match situation here now. That is nicely timed, you know. It's been a feature for me of Yates's play. He's got a lovely touch, hasn't he? He's one of those left-handers you like watching.
Yeah, he's really establishing himself as one of the senior openers in Division 1 circuit. A lot of time left today as well. Still 50 overs, and we're at 3:05 local time. They trail by 37, so you know, if these two, or maybe a couple down the list, but let's give them 2 more wickets for the sake of the scenarios that we'd like to build with you. They're going at 4.38 and over. Let's give them 4s from here.
Yeah, call it another 200.
200 runs from here puts them
163 ahead.
163 ahead going into the final day. Still would need to do a lot right. Would need to bat exceptionally well in the first session tomorrow. But my point is, there is a route to victory here for Warwickshire, despite having started this innings 120 behind.
It certainly is. Sorry, they need to keep chipping away. No real signs of turn so far in the wicket. I wonder if that'll change up over the course of the next day in a bit, as the sun's been on it. It's the first time we've had, you know, hot sun on a pitch this season for any length of time.
It's also the first time in the season that it hasn't quite worked with Cam Steele. He bowled 10 overs on day 1, had 53 runs taken from him. That was mostly via the batter bed Barnard, who was well set by that point, but got thrown the ball quite late. I wonder whether we might see Steele feature a bit earlier in this innings, although this is the second time we've seen Lawrence.
Bit of a harder ball. Yeah, I mean, I think there are so many left-handers in this Warwickshire lineup, aren't there, that the off-spinner is an attractive prospect. And you might say to yourself, well, surely Cam Steele is a leggy, we'll have to Google it, but he's been kind of ordered to put the googly away, isn't he?
But then he bowled it a lot on day one. He bowled a lot of googlies at the two right-handers. So, yeah, we did read that, didn't we? Nick Friend wrote a piece in the Cricketer which went to this point about a month ago when Steele took the second of his 5-wicket bags this season. 21 wickets in the campaign. Nothing wrong with how he's fared, but he'd like a good crack at Warwickshire today, you fancy. Only as good as your last bowl and all that, right?
Yep. And Surrey have also been a little unfortunate in this innings. We've had a couple of very near misses to Rory Burns from both Hayne and Yates. There was that leading edge that just spooned over Burns, and then similarly with Hayne, a few overs back.
And Hayne might be his first game of the season, 3 runs off, 86 for 2, but he did make twin hundreds last week in the second team, so he is coming into this fixture with some pretty good time in the middle at the level below.
Now that I'll bring you a cheesecake update.
Oh.
Have you tried the cheesecake?
I saw it on both days.
And you haven't tasted it?
And I shouldered arms both times, partly because there was that chocolate cake yesterday, which I find hard to
resist.
Yeah, I've got that problem when it comes to chocolate.
Well, the thing with the cheesecake is that I described it as rather sort of like a 20th century symphony. It's a complicated, heady brew of flavours. Some of them discordant, but somehow working together. And now then, this is rather fun. Ollie Pope was throwing his hat up in the air to test the wind and see if it was going to come back to him. He threw it in the air into the breeze, and it came back to him the first time. Second time it didn't. Anyway, the update is that Danielle in the room downstairs, who very kindly served us on a lunch,
doing a great job.
She's gone to find out about the cheesecake, and it's now been officially labelled.
Okay.
It's rhubarb and ginger.
Okay.
Okay.
Rhubarb
and ginger vegan cheesecake.
Bit going on.
Well, my point in time.
She's been a great addition downstairs this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
We had a lovely chat over. We missed Steve up the other end of the ground, but we had. She watched Eurovision last night as well.
She did. Yeah, she wasn't. She didn't take to the Irish entry. Oh, it's got him. Yates pulling a ball across the line, or attempting to at any rate. An injudicious shot. He looked so good for his 52. And he's just had a bit of a brain fade. I'm not sure if it was quite short enough for the shot, but it sneaked through and has knocked the off pole out of the ground. Surrey pick up their 3rd wicket. They are chipping away, and it's a big wicket, the wicket of Rob Yates. We take a look at this again on the replay. I thought he got an under edge on that, but I'm not sure the second time I look at that. It's just hit the top of off stump, I think. And that's the thing. I don't think it was really the length of the shot. It was a bit ambitious, and it's produced a spectacular result. Off stick right out of the ground.
You'll see here whether it didn't quite get up to the extent to which he expected. That's inconclusive, but yeah, either way, so much hinged on Yates batting not only through the session but maybe through the day. They're still in arrears by some 34 runs, so they needed Yates to be the man who steered this, having gotten such an impressive start. But how often do you see it with this Surrey bowling lineup? They make a change, they get a wicket.
Yeah.
First overs of spells, it's been a real feature, and that's the pressure you can build with 4 high quality seamers and complemented by a couple of spin options. It's just unrelenting, and Roach, with all of that experience, just finds a way to hit the top of off.
We've seen it with Jordan Clark. We saw it with Dan Lawrence, frankly, in the first innings.
We saw it with Abbott twice.
Abbott twice, indeed. And so brings another left-hander, Dan Mosley. And look, let's be absolutely clear. In our preview of the game 2 days ago, we said that this is a clash between two sides with very lengthy batting lineups. So, yeah, the wicket of Yates is a blow for Warwickshire, but they will back themselves. They bat a long way down. Be interesting to see if it comes to it. Now, he loved that, did Roach. He's got a long way across, but I think height's got to be an issue there. It didn't feel just didn't feel right on looking at it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that was my instinct as well, that it was on the high side. He didn't look crouched over. We'll get a second look here. Is it the front on? This will help a little bit.
Well, you can see why he was excited, because
you can see the leg stump.
You can see the leg stump, and it's hit on the knee, but it has gone up off the knee. So I think umpire Bailey's just thinking there's a little bit too much guesswork there. Is that clipping the top of the stumps, or is it just going over the top? No bat involved, because leg bye was signalled.
He was given out leg before wicket in the first innings, Mosley, to Clark for 25. Another start for him. He's had a frustrating season to an extent. So 62, 55 not out, 32, 14, 30, 25, the call of the card for him, which is perfectly acceptable, by the way. I mean, he's making contributions throughout. He's not being dismissed straight away, but for a player of his pedigree, Mosley, now 22, sort of always think of him as a very young player, but 22 years of age, trying to take the next step as a professional. Didn't make a century last year. Whole stack of 50s, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 50s last year without converting it to 3 figures, so that's a bit of a thing for the new man to the middle.
Yeah, just to finish off on a thought, Craig Miles, presumably would come out to bat, you would think, if needed, but I think his movement will be a bit hampered. I mean, having seen the severity of that, well, I mean, look, we don't know the severity of the injury, but if you watched the moment when it happened, it was one of those, not nice to look, you know, where the foot goes right from underneath and it goes sort of like at a right angle, and just even putting it into words is slightly distasteful. Obviously he's going to get off the mark here with that push through to point. End of the over, 89 for 3. Roach with the breakthrough in that over, getting rid of Yates.
Interesting subcategory of injuries that have been obtained when celebrating. You see them from time to time. I remember being at an England women's game a number of years ago where Catherine Brunt did herself a mischief when leaping in the air when taking a wicket and rolling her ankle on the down slope, and missed a couple of games from memory.
In football, it's a very famous one. I think it was in the League Cup final. I don't know whether it was called the Coca-Cola Cup, the Rumbelows Cup, the Milk Cup, or the Waddington. I don't know what it was called at the time, doesn't matter. But Steve Morrow, the Arsenal player, celebrating a goal, was dropped by, it went up high, and Tony Adams dropped him and broke his shoulder.
Might have to look this up on YouTube.
Steve Morrow, yeah, it's a goodie. It's a goodie. The Celebra injury.
Steve Morrow dropped is the first option.
Yeah.
On the YouTube search profile.
What year would that have been?
1993.
93, right. Bit of turn there for Dan Lawrence. Too wide to be a problem for Mosley. But
I've got limited football knowledge, but I know that's the year before Mark Bosnich played in the League Cup final for Aston Villa in '94. Indeed, Warwickshire fans might.
That is good knowledge. Yeah. That's 30 years ago. Bosnich could end up playing for Man United, didn't he?
Yeah, I was over here at the time. He's Australian, you see.
Yeah. Not
sure if Villa won it, actually. It might have been something to have thought of before bringing it up. Here we go. There we go. How did he fare here watching Morrow? It's a rather lengthy clip, too long for my liking. Just give us the cut to the car chase.
Yeah, he falls and breaks his shoulder.
Do you know who's in this clip? Yozza.
Yozza?
No. Or is it a lookalike? Is that Simon Hughes?
Well, you never know.
Yozza gets around. It's a Yozza lookalike.
No, that is Yozza.
Is it Yozza?
That's Yozza.
Is that Yozza talking about a League Cup injury from 1993?
It's not impossible.
I mean, it's
he's called the analyst for a reason, you know.
I mean, it's either him or it's separated at birth.
It's unbelievably similar looking. Let's get him on the blower. You've got to be a little careful there, as Sam Hain. You do not want to be getting a little feathered under edge.
I think it is him, you know. The more I look at it, the more I'm convincing myself.
I can't see how that couldn't be. There can't be two Yozzers.
No.
Simon Hughes, to give him his full appellation.
Okay.
He's contributed to this live stream in the past.
How has he? When we were away last year in Hong Kong, he was doing the stream, wasn't he? We were at Fairbreak.
Simon Mann as well.
Yep. Henry Moran.
Henry Moran.
There are all sorts of commentators. Full Bumble.
You got your Bill Lorry. Your Tony Gregs. Richie Benos. Not just an Australian TV either. You got Ravi Shastri. Lakshman Shivarama Krishnan. Murali Kartik. And on it goes.
And on it goes. Where are we?
One of these
90
days,
for 3.
One of these days I'm going to do a sponsor version of that, see if I can make it last 24 hours and just perambulate through every single subject in the known universe.
If anyone's going to pull that off,
yeah.
it is...
There's all sorts of medical journals. You got the Lancet. And on, and on. Right, Roach starting a new over.
I'm after more sport, celebration-related injuries. Surrey broadcast at gmail.com. There was a eye-poking incident with the Australian team a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Was it James Faulkner versus Brad Haddon? Well, I say versus.
Yeah, it was something like that, was it? Was it a misplaced high five?
Yeah, that's it. A high five that ended up being a quite badly poked eye.
Yeah. I mean, the moral of the story is we should all be celebrating like Jim Laker used to, which is a little shake of the hand and throw the... Be careful when you throw the jumper over your shoulder. I mean, probably the worst injuries that happened celebrating in the 1950s was exactly that. If you were standing a little too close to Jim Laker, it might have just flicked, the sleeve might have flicked your eye as he was just tossing it humbly over his shoulder. It's marvellous, that story, isn't it, when after he takes 19 wickets and then he stops at a cafe on the way home. And I think it's on the news
telly,
bulletin or something. He's just done a never-to-be-repeated feat. Oh, that's out. I thought so. That looked very, very straight. It was fuller this time, so height was not the issue, and Mosley, looking to play across the line to the onside, has been trapped bang in front. Roach has his third, Surrey have their fourth, and Warwickshire, well, they've now lost 3 for 21 in no time at all, and the balance has shifted very, very firmly in Surrey's favour.
Yes, 3 for 21, the collapse. Mosley only there for 8 balls, didn't look settled. You wouldn't expect him to against this calibre of attack straight away, and on the angle, Roach an expert at working those angles, and it was an easy decision. He was the beneficiary of one going his way that we thought might have been going just over the top, but no such concern hitting the very bottom of the knee roll, and the finger more or less went up with the appeal. So 3 in a hurry for Surrey in the space of the last half an hour or so, and they now put themselves in a chance to drive the game forward. Still 30 runs away from parity Warwickshire.
Yep. They've been very decisive, the umpires here. They've given the not out very quickly, and when they give the out, that finger comes straight up. We've seen it from O'Shaughnessy and from Rob Bailey, and there really was no doubt about that. Height wasn't the issue. It hit him in front of off stump. It could have been going nowhere but clattering into the stumps, and that is a big wicket for Surrey, and it puts increasing pressure on Hayne. And now the new batter, Ed Barnard, who batted so well in the first innings, got a ton in the first innings, and Warwickshire are going to need him to do something similar here. And it's sort of partly why I mentioned Miles, because the strength of Warwickshire's tail is that it sort of relies on someone like Miles being there to hang around with someone.
Well, this was it, the first innings, just before tea, they were 167 for 6, and we were thinking, well, this could be an all-out 200 kind of day. And then they lost, well, rather, they added 55, 55 and 66 for the 7th, 8th and 9th wickets respectively, and that got them beyond 300, nearly got them another batting point, 343 all out, and Barnard was the anchor of all of that, but contributions from Burgess, Jamal and Miles down the list.
No, that was a slower ball, because that's bounced in front of Ben Folkes, slightly wayward from Roach, and would suggest that was a slower ball. But for a brief moment, well, who knows how brief, these two could bat for a long time, but for a moment at least, Warwickshire have got two right-handers at the crease, and that's not often the case. They do have a lot of left-handers.
Wonder if they're going to stay with spin at our Vauxhall end, whether they might throw the ball to Cam Steele straight away.
Or Worrell for another burst, do you think?
That's probably more likely.
I mean, he's very comfortable bowling from the Vauxhall end, is Worrell, and I've been slightly surprised that he started from the Pavilion end in this innings. But I would be surprised if they continue with Lawrence to two right-handers. So you'd think there would be a change, and Rory Burns will also sniff an opportunity here with Warwickshire 90 for 4. Be thinking, prize another couple out here. We've still got
a long way to tea.
14 overs till tea.
Yeah.
There's an hour or so to go till then. Because there have been hints of some dirty weather popping around. Now, nothing like as apocalyptic end of the over. Another successful over for Roach. Now his figures 3 for 28. Not as apocalyptic, but suggesting there may be a bit of dirty weather around. So Rory Burns would love to get the bulk of this game done today if he can. For Warwickshire, of course. What's happened with those quick wickets is that it's just going to depress the speed of scoring. When I first sat down to commentate, the run rate was about 4.5. Barely scored a run since then. It's down to 3.91. Lawrence is going to continue.
Interesting.
I find that quite interesting too. Because you would have thought Jordan Clark's practicing his golf swing, which and doing it in a slightly intriguing way. It's a sort of Eros shot, which the back leg flips up. But you might have thought you'd have got the leg spinner on now.
That's why you were pondering that. I've seen Steve Morrow get dropped. It's quite, quite spectacular.
It is spectacular, isn't it? Yeah.
He's really hoisted up by Adams and then bang.
Yeah, well, I mean, he was quite a sizable athlete, wasn't he, Steve Morrow? He's not Harry Pilling you're tossing up into the air like a bag of sugar. It's more like a particularly large sack of potatoes. Hasib Hamid is still going, you know.
Really?
Yeah, he's 230 not out.
Blimey. What's the state of play in that game? Is there a triple hundred in the offing?
You wouldn't think so, because they're 9 down.
9 down, right.
Yeah. Dan Patterson.
What did they put on?
Well, the big partnership for the 8th wicket was 163.
So I guess my point is Patterson set?
He's 8 not out, off 8 balls.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Slightly risky, exposing a bit of leg stump, and really good work out there on the boundary. We'll keep it to 2. But he did go quite a long way across when playing that shot. Showed a bit of leg. And yeah, Hamid's 230 not out. The lead is 145, so there'll be no requirement to declare. They'll be just looking to score as many, or get as many runs as they can from that 10th wicket. But meanwhile, Kent have slowed down to a crawl. 221 for 5 after 89 overs against Worcestershire. That's all about trying to save the game for Kent at this stage in the match. And Durham are inching ever closer to avoiding the follow-on. They're 325 for 5 off 103 overs, and have their eyes set on a 3rd batting point. And another 29 runs will save the follow-on, and therefore make it pretty tricky for Hampshire. Hampshire got to look at that and go, we've got to try and find 15 wickets in basically 4 sessions and have to bat.
Improbable.
Improbable.
Not going to happen, is it?
You wouldn't have thought so.
That's the season that's drifting away, isn't it, Hampshire's?
It is a little, and their pitches, talking to Kevin James, aren't massively helpful for forcing a result and getting wickets there. Similar to Canterbury, actually. It's partly why I think Surrey's result at Canterbury was such a big one. Nice shot through the offside. There's no sweeper, so Clark's got plenty of work to do. which he will do. He'll come back for a third. Nice controlled shot. I wonder how much longer that spin experiment will go. 6 off that over. 96 for 4 from 24.
So Surrey had a 24-pointer down at Kent, a 22-pointer here against Hampshire. Have they got all the available points so far?
Yeah.
All of the batting points got 450 plus, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
And of course the bowling points.
Yeah.
They bowled out Warwickshire in time, so 24 available points still to them if they win the game from here.
Yeah, they're in a good position to do that, but that deficit's only 25 now, and
that would put my point is that would put a bit of a gap in them, wouldn't it? That would be a full game.
Well, there'd be 21 points ahead of Essex,
right? 21
and 23 ahead of Somerset.
Yeah, that's what happened last year, early in the season.
Oh my goodness, that was not far away, and there's a stratagem afoot here, I tell you, by Surrey and Rory Burns. Fielder there at Tom Sibley at square leg, and he's very close to square leg. Let's see on this replay if we can just identify what I mean here. It's in the air, and it's quite an unusual position because he's normally your square leg would be back probably about another 4 or 5 yards and would probably be a little bit further behind square as well to someone like Roach. And actually, he's walking in as the bowler bowls. By the end of it, Sibley gets 5 pitch widths away. He's almost a very, very square leg gully, Yeah,
he's definitely on the march, and it's not about saving a single.
No, he's a sort of moving in catcher. Reminds me of the season. Mark Rabkash used to have a slightly different thing to do every year. And I talked to him about this. I said, I used to pitch up at the beginning of the season, and suddenly I'd find that you were doing something a little bit different. And he sort of explained it as, played a lot of county cricket, just trying things. And there was one season he started walking in at gully, and he'd walk in, and then as the bowler came in, and then plant himself, pretty much just as the bowler was about to bowl.
I suppose it does mean you got forward momentum. That's a big thing about.
Yeah. The theory made sense.
Yeah, well, that's what Sibley's doing as well. I watched the last ball. He's charging and then stopping. See it again here to your left.
Oh yes, that's a fine shot. Really good shot from Sam Hay. Punched off the back foot through the covers. You getting ready to depart? Yes, I suppose you are.
Not far away. I've done my
12 overs.
Done my 12 overs. I like how we've recalibrated the schedule at lunch there, you and I. We've worked out that with each and every county day, you know how many overs are going to be in the middle session as well as the last.
Yes. That's the thing. Someone's got to sort the rotor out. Might as well do it ourselves.
Well, the rotor's fine. The rotation is fine.
Yeah.
But we've now landed on 3 games in the rhythm.
Good take from folks. Just again a little bit wayward by Roach. Just can do that. Can push it a little bit down the leg side.
I was watching Sibley again that ball. He is doing the Ramprakash.
Yeah.
Oh, how about that? Up on the that's the top of the Galladari, isn't it? Lovely spot.
Sylvester Clark bar, isn't it, up there?
Yeah, where you can go to the Courtney Walsh.
Yes.
Function.
That's a big hit, getting the ball up there. I don't think I've ever seen that happen.
It'll be a target for someone when that's a short boundary.
Sean Abbott, perhaps, and there is Sibley preventing the run. End of the over. 101 for 4. Adam Collins is going to take a break.
Cheerio.
And Dean Wilson is going to come and join us. Remember, you can get in touch with us on surreybroadcast@gmail.com, and there's the map situation for you. Warwickshire still 20 runs behind. 12 overs to go till tea, and then a further 32 today. So, look, it's not out of the question that this is the last day of the game, but Warwickshire will be having very different ideas on that, I am sure. They've got plenty of batting. They've got a first innings Centurion. They've got class and quality of Hayne. They've still got Burgess to come, not to mention Amir Jamal. There's plenty of batting.
I just afternoon.
Afternoon, Dean.
Afternoon, everyone. I do wonder just how much damage was done by that 9th and 10th wicket partnership, where they went from essentially parity to dominating proceedings and still being in the lead now.
Well, I sort of went off on my long run about the tactics employed at the start of that, which I thought were bewildering. And essentially giving Jamie Smith a single. Jamie Smith had got becalmed this morning. It was very hard work against Jamal and Helen Dolby for the first 25 minutes. And when Steele and Jordan Clark were out in pretty quick succession, Surrey's lead was only 6 runs, and Abbott came out to bat, and they spread the field to Smith to bowl at Abbott, which was not a problem at all because Abbott's a proper batter. That's a fine shot. That's going to race away.
Lovely looking stroke, that one.
I am wondering slightly about the Lawrence experiment, the off spinner to the 2 right-handers, and especially with there being another 5 overs to be bowled from this end, the Vauxhall end, after this. That feels kind of right for a little bit of a Worrell burst, doesn't it?
Well, I'm wondering a little more as well about
Cameron
Steele, if you're looking for a bit of spin. I know he went wicketless in the first innings, and Dan Lawrence did pick one up.
Yeah, slightly different circumstances.
The spinner in form.
Yes, I mean, we talk about matchups so much, don't we? And the off spinner to the right-hander is deemed a less effective matchup than the leg spinner to the right-hander for obvious reasons, the ball turning away and what have you. Did you hear, by the way, that we got to the bottom of the cheesecake drama?
I heard words such as
eaten it?
ginger and
rhubarb,
rosewater.
Yeah.
I've not really been.
You've not engaged in it.
I've not really been involved
No.
in the cheesecake debate.
No. No. It's only me and the radio team.
All I know.
Again, another easy single out. Sorry, to deep backward square, and 6 have come quite comfortably off that over. The deficit now down to 14, 107 for 4 after 26.
What I do know about baked goods at the Oval is that my youngest daughter has popped along to enjoy an afternoon's cricket, having played cricket this morning. She did okay.
The team?
The team not so
well, okay.
well,
Yeah.
but they enjoyed it.
That's all that matters.
They had great fun, and it was
What's her club?
lovely. Old Ruts.
Old Ruts.
Yeah.
I've still got a bone to pick with Old Ruts.
Okay,
They batted 65 overs in a game once against us,
and
we still won. But as you know, I'm a smoker, and 65 overs in the field is enough to make me a bit tetchy. 3.5 hours, even though I did have one man bowling 33 overs from one end. He ended up picking up 4 for 48 or something ridiculous.
Far more equitable endeavour this morning. Some under 11s pairs cricket. Great way to start a Sunday.
It's the club of the legendary Lance Keane, who's quite the man in Surrey Cricket League lore, isn't he?
Indeed, and the home of trying to remember his name. His name escapes me. Disability Cricketer of the Year from 2 years ago as well. But I will remember his name very shortly. And yeah, great club.
Great club. Yeah.
Playing against Stretton Marlborough.
Oh
this
yes,
morning.
One of my fierce enemies.
Very decent side they were too.
I did an event at Streatham and Marlborough recently with Andy Zaltzman and Ali Mitchell.
That's his club, isn't it? I think that's Andy Zaltzman's.
That's Andy Zaltzman's club, yeah.
But yeah, it was a great way to start a Sunday. Early morning girls cricket. Loved it. And she's come along this afternoon, and
had some cake.
I've been
You're trying to.
I've been coming here for more than 20 years, and nobody's ever offered to go and get me.
Squirted away. It's another single, chipping away at this deficit now, down to 12. No one's ever offered to get you. What do you expect? Do you expect to have servants at the Oval?
Well,
I mean, we know your affinities lie north of the river, Dean. So,
I love all cricket clubs equally, Dan, as you are well aware. But yeah, within 10 minutes of arrival, she had someone off to get some Victoria sponge for her, which I was most jealous of, but incredibly grateful, very kind of them.
Well, maybe you need to take a leaf out of your daughter's book.
Maybe.
Learn from the next generation in how to get cake brought to you.
But
if it's any consolation, no one's ever brought me cake here either, except for the TMS box where we're inundated with cake, and I feel like saying it's very kind, but we get cake.
Yeah.
We don't get wine, we don't get gin. You could try bringing that.
Let's move along the tops.
That's nicely guided as well, just riding the bounce. Ed Barnard's looking a good fettle here. He's obviously in decent nick after getting 100 in the first innings, end of the over, 111 for 4. And after that sort of clatter of concern, the last 21 runs in this partnership have come almost under the radar with no real issues. Now then, this, though, is the change I expected to see happen, and it is happening. It's going to be Dan Worrell coming into the attack from the Vauxhall end, where he's done so much damage for Surrey. And he's going to get here. Let's take a little look at this. There are... how many overs remain? Say 42, so there are 10 overs to go until tea.
10, yeah.
This could be, if he feels like it, a 5-over burst from the Vauxhall end. Cameron Steele has tended to do quite a lot of his work from the pavilion end, so I wonder if we're going to see Roach off.
Yeah, well,
Cameron Steele on.
I did think that Roach had really kind of got into his work in this spell, and picked up 3 wickets so far this innings, and has looked, a real threat, and looked like he's really enjoying his work as well. When you just kind of flick the switch. He's looked great, but perhaps now.
Interestingly, we've just got the one slip in place, and he finds the edge almost immediately, and that's been a feature actually after the first day, when we had serried ranks of slips, 4 in place. Since that time, both captains have judged that the ball's not likely to make it that far. And yet we have seen a few slip catches. Worrell himself was the victim of a splendid one to close out Surrey's innings. Nice off drive, playing for the away swing and finding it. Cover drive, really. To think about a third, it certainly isn't there. That brings the deficit down to single figures.
Yeah, nice looking shot, and a little bit of swing, I think, there from Worrell as well. He, as you say, always a threat. I remember, I think it was the game against Hampshire, where he started off rather poorly. Was it Somerset? One of the two. And then his second spell was absolutely devastating.
Yeah, when he gets it right, he gets late swing at pace, which is a pretty lethal combination, really. And I forget the exact details of the record, but I think Court Pope bowled Worrell was a form of a record, because there were so many of that sort for an outfielder. That's gone through quite low to folks, and Worrell's just sort of getting into his work here.
Yeah, it's a sort of slightly intriguing time for both sides. The momentum which Surrey have certainly had thus far today, first with the bat from Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott this morning, and then with those 3 quick wickets.
Oh, that one flies through, and this is what I mean, from the Vauxhall end, there's just a little bit of unevenness Sometimes the ball going through a little low to folks. That one, as you saw, right up around shoulder height.
And, what is encouraging about this from a Warwickshire point of view is that
might have somebody to bowl at.
Exactly, they could have kind of collapsed in a bit of a heap actually, and with the momentum all with Surrey and on a kind of moving down the third day here, but actually these two have shown a bit of resistance.
Right, that is the end of the over. Andrew Sampson has been in touch to tell us that Court Pope bowled Worrell is the most by a fielder-bowler combination in a first-class match for Surrey. It's coming out. It's coming out eventually.
Is that the vidi printer you've got there?
Yeah, exactly the vidi printer.
That's a lovely modern bit of commentary there.
One other thing to look out for: Surrey's over rate just ticked below -1 here. So I wonder if that might mean that after Roach has finished his spell, we'll see Cameron Steele. More from Dean Wilson then to take you through to tea. It's going to be Yaz Rana.
Well, they've stuck with Kemar Roach from the pavilion end. He has looked very threatening so far. And he threatens the back of Sam Hain, who just allows it to hit him almost Brian Close style. It's only on you for a moment. I'm sure that'll come up with a lovely little bruise later on, but well worth it.
He's worn that pretty well.
He has. He hasn't shown even a modicum of pain or.
He's just shaking his glove now, but yeah, he did very well in the moment after impact to show nothing. We're just past 3:40, and if you're a regular viewer of Test matches in England, you might be wondering, isn't this tea time? We have lunch at 1 in the county championship. It's 3:40. We're not having tea. This is a mammoth session, folks. So we've got another 8 overs after this one. The way it works is that the final session of the day always has 32 overs remaining. So if you're behind the rate in the first session, the middle one can be really, really long. So still another 8.4 overs remaining in the middle session.
I think as long as you get your overs in the day when they come, doesn't really matter too much. Just spread it out over the course of 3 sessions, get the overs in, give the crowd a good looking crowd here as well, give the crowd the entertainment that they've come for. Those joining on the stream as well will be satisfied because they're watching some pretty high quality cricket at the moment.
Yep, Kemar Roach and Dan Worrell bowling in tandem at the moment, 2 test match quality bowlers. Things could look very different in 8 or so overs time. Warwickshire 4 down at the moment, trailing by 8. Today's moved along at a decent pace. Very slow first half an hour, but Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott really took the game away from Warwickshire. At one point, it looked like Warwickshire might eke out a very small first innings lead, but in the end, they trailed by 121.
Of course, we're very close to the moment when runs will start counting double. Of course, that's always something to look out for. Just 8 runs between the teams. For a long time, I never understood why runs counted double, but one of those cricketing cliches that we must forever be beholden to.
A little bit too straight from Kemar Roach, and Sam Hain flicks that one to the... Oh no, he doesn't. It's off the thigh pad. 4-leg bye signalled. And that ends the end of Kemar Roach's 9th over. He's got 3 for 37. Warwickshire 117 for 4 after 29.
Always a little bit of a risk there, the way that Kemar Roach is bowling. If you look at the field that he had set up, he's very much playing for a catch into the leg side, 2 men short on the leg side, and then also with protection, a deep backward square and a long leg. So clearly looking to bowl straight into the pads, maybe get some luck into the hands of a leg side fielder. But of course, if it just flicks the pad or gets a very fine glance, it can run away for 4 quite easily.
Yeah, Roach's natural shape with the ball tends to be into the right-hander, and something that Surrey haven't done yet but aren't afraid to do is use that leg slip for Roach. Because that ball that you say, that the risk is that it flies away for 4. If you have a leg slip in play, that mitigates that risk somewhat, and it's potentially another wicket-taking option.
Yeah, I always, especially when home teams are in the field on a ground and seeing how they set up their field, it kind of telegraphs what their plan is, how they're looking to try and get someone out. You know, we always start with the classic umbrella field and 3 slips, 4 slips, something like that, as we saw on the first day here. But as the pitch maybe gets a little slower, more and more heat on it, and maybe a little flatter, bowlers get a little more tired with all the work that's gone in.
Bit of width off it from Dan Worrell, and Ed Bernard, who was in fine form in the first innings, wasn't going to miss out on that one.
Yeah, lovely looking stroke there. Really got the chance to throw his hand at it well wide of the off stump. Yeah, had all the freedom in the world to put that one away to the cover boundary. Rather tired looking delivery, I'd say, from Dan Worrell. Bit of a loosener, that one. And as you say, Barnard, who was outstanding in the first innings, 108 he scored, held the Warwickshire innings together. He's continuing that form here in the second.
Worrell adjusts his line, but Bernard is still able to dab that away behind square in the offside for a single.
Am I right in thinking you pulled on the whites yesterday?
I did, yeah. My first game as skipper of the twos. Okay. We were 63 for 7, got up to 120, and they chased them down with 2 wickets left spare. So one hell of a game.
It's not 2 down, but
no,
8 down.
8 down.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a moment there, I was thinking you were slightly happier about that than you should have been.
No, it was a great day. It's one of those games. It's obviously gutting in the moment, but you don't mind too much. It's a very good day out.
Just to be in the sunshine, playing this wonderful game, it's a privilege. And yeah, competitive juices have to flow. Of course, it's it's a contest after all, not just there to make up the numbers, but when all's said and done, a great way to spend a Saturday or a Sunday before getting back to work.
Left alone by Hayne, and that will complete the 30th over. Warwickshire 122 for 4. Dean, you are someone who's probably followed the England team as close as anyone over the last couple of years. What was your reaction to the confirmation yesterday that Jimmy Anderson will retire and play his final Test match at Lord's?
I think in the end, I mean, a lot has been said and will be kind of said and written about it. And as you say, I've watched Jimmy pretty much from the start. I was there in 2003 at Lord's when he made his Test debut against Zimbabwe, and yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to cover. I don't feel particularly sad about it because time moves on, and even though the idea of him still trundling in at 43, 45 or 50 would bring a smile to your face, but it was never going to happen.
Oh, Clark into the attack, very nearly picks up the wicket of Bernard first up. Bernard looking to perhaps guide the ball towards deep third.
Yeah, I just so no sadness or anything. Just I've just a lot of respect for him as a bowler. Clearly, as a cricketer, incredible athlete. But you get to know players pretty well over that long a period as well.
Clark beats the bat again. Excellent start, this from Clark.
And I actually I feel like it's been great to cover his career. He's been great fun at times. I've enjoyed some moments I can't really share on on commentary with him, but also we've had our ups and downs. He's got stuck into me a couple of times for various things, but we've rubbed along pretty well.
Excellent bit of fielding, a backward point by Cam Steele. Bit of width from Jordan Clark. Bernard, as he did in the previous over, really threw his hands at it, but this time Steele at backward point was able to cut the ball off and save 4 runs.
The last thing I'd say is just both for him and for Stuart Broad. And for any kind of cricketer who is lucky enough to get to that level and play at that level and play as long as they have done, has wrung absolutely every last drop out of the skills and the ability and the competitiveness that he's got. He's given absolutely everything, huge amount of sacrifice, huge amount of hard work that's gone into it, and he's wrung every last drop out of it. And so at the end, now it's here, he can leave the stage with satisfaction.
From the outside, there's been accusations of an element of coziness around the current England regime. This is quite a ruthless decision in a way, in that Anderson has spoken about his desire to just keep going if they want me, and obviously can completely understand why the decision has been made. But did that surprise you, that the decision was made at this time before the first test of the summer?
I think one of the things that perhaps has been maybe slightly lost in the great kind of program installed by Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes is that they want to win. They want to entertain, they want to play great cricket that people want to watch, but they want to win matches. They want England to be as successful as possible, and that certainly includes going to Australia and being successful down there. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to achieve a team now that can do that. I think that over the last couple of years they've perhaps worked out a little bit, or have got a clearer idea of exactly what they think they'll need from their team, or how they want their team to be stacked going forward. And I think this is a decision, or this is part of it. How do we build a winning team? I think that's a great fundamental for any sports team to try and win.
I noticed that you avoided using a particular word when describing the current regime. Do you think that there are misconceptions as to what Baz and Ben are actually like, and what they're trying to do with their cricket team? I was listening to the Sky Cricket podcast that had Rob Key on it, and Nasser Hussain was essentially saying that he thought there were certain types of cricketers that this current England regime wouldn't consider, and Key was trying to refute that. He was saying there were traits that they hold as valuable. but ultimately currency of runs for top order players is the most important, and it is as important as it always has been. Do you think there are misconceptions around those two and what they're trying to do with their team?
I don't know if it's misconceptions. I think that sometimes the messaging can get a little disorientated when it leaves the dressing room, and you know, if you've got one or two voices giving a message, and it's a little bit like Chinese whispers. So you've got Ben and Brendan with the players, with the group, and they're delivering their vision and their messaging, and it comes out, and off they go. You've got 12, 13, 14, 15 players, a number of other, you know, backroom staff and selectors and so on, all hearing that message, and it kind of will get filtered and disseminated in slightly different ways, and people will apply it to themselves in slightly different ways. And then when they speak to the media or do interviews or TV or whatever it might be, or even, you know, go and perform and speak after a performance, it can come across in a slightly different way, and sometimes I think that we'll then latch on to what another player has said, or, you know, how they've referred to things, and that's how you start to get maybe some difference of opinion or different interpretations of what's going on. But no, I think Ben and Brendan are reasonably switched on and consistent characters when it comes to their approach to the game. They're both prepared to take risks that others aren't, and are clearly quite keen for their teams to be prepared to do the same thing. It's their team, you know. That's the other thing. Every time, you know, we call them England, but each era, each group kind of changes over time. You know, the England team of Duncan Fletcher and Michael Vaughan, well, in fact, the England team of Duncan Fletcher and Nasser Hussain was very different to the Duncan Fletcher and Michael Vaughan team, which is very different to the Strauss and Flower team. They're all England, they're all playing cricket, but they're all doing it in different ways, and I just think this is a different way of this group or this regime doing it, and we kind of in them we trust. You know, that they have they're the stewards of the ship for the moment, and you have to give them their head, give them their chance to do with it what they will. And on balance, it's been net positive so far.
Full toss from Jordan Clark, but Bernard can only find Rory Burns at mid-off.
But there are lots of ways of kind of looking at. One of the things we were talking about here yesterday was about, you know, maybe a byproduct of Ben Stokes' captaincy, which is just the way he handles spinners. I haven't seen an England captain deal with a spinner as well as Stokes for a long time. And if the knock-on effect and the impact of that in the English game, in the county game, is the increased respect and appreciation of spin bowling, that's a wonderful thing. That's got nothing to do with, I mean, obviously kind of you want it to feed into England win, but that's sort of just a byproduct of the way that they've gone about things. So yeah, it may come across that I'm a bit of a fan of those two, but good on them.
I think also if you're a new regime and you've got an idea of what you want to end up doing, you're not going to achieve it straight away. And I'm really interested about this summer in particular coming up, because it feels, from what Rob Key and Brendan McCullum have said publicly since the India tour, that this will be a summer of evolution to a degree. width again, but Captain Steele once more is equal to it at backward point.
I've been waiting for him to come on and bowl, but in the meantime he's doing an unbelievable job at backward point. That's twice that Barnard has flashed through backward point right out of the middle of the bat, and Cam Steele has thrown his body to the ground and pulled off a couple of tremendous stops, doing his team a great job here.
That's driven down the ground nicely from Ed Bernard. It's cut off by the man at mid-on who's run around too long off. Bernard picks up 2, but there'll be another 2 runs added to the scoreboard because Jordan Clark has overstepped and he'll have to bowl that one again. Yeah, I'm really interested to see which seamers they go with for that first test of the summer. Obviously, Anderson, if fit, is going to be one of them.
If selected.
If selected, yes. That's really good cricket from Ed Bernard. Blocks it into the gap in the offside. Gets down the other end, picks up a single. 5 runs off that over. Warwickshire 129 for 4. Lead by 8. They are ahead. And after losing a couple of quick wickets, are rebuilding quite nicely. Bernard, the man in form, 108 in the first innings. 25 or 42. Hayne a bit more circumspect at the other end in his first county championship appearance of the season. In good form though, scored twin hundreds in a second 11 game a week or so ago. Yes, who do you get a sense that England will look to at the start of this test summer?
Well, I think we've got a fairly reasonable idea, certainly in the bowling department, with the likes of Ollie Robinson, Josh Tongue, Matt Potts, Chris Wokes. I think we'll see. I think we'll see some fairly familiar names, people who've maybe not played a lot of Test cricket, but have had a taste. The one, obviously, that we're looking for potentially here, from a Surrey point of view, is Gus Atkinson. He's played a couple of or handful of white ball games, but will have Test match ambitions as well. He's been part of the Test squad on tour this winter, so I think there's a real growing group of younger fast bowlers to pick from.
Yeah, Atkinson is an interesting one in that we were talking about. One of Jordan Clark's strengths has been his how he is almost always a first change bowler and is very effective as a seamer not using the new ball, and Gus Atkinson performs a very similar role here with the Keir Oval. And that is something that England have not always had. England have gone on away tours down under, for example, and have basically picked 4 new ball bowlers, and obviously not all 4 of them can have the new ball.
Of course, Mark Wood is another one, but he's going to have some work in the T20 World Cup beforehand, and I guess see how he comes back from their Test cricket not starting till later in the summer. I see that Ollie Stone's playing at the moment for Notts.
In the runs?
In the runs, yeah. Picked up 3 for 56 with the ball and 90 with the bat. In the same game, I note as well, Saqib Mahmood is back playing 4-day cricket.
2 forgotten men of English fast bowling in a way. Mahmood was so impressive on his debut tour of the Caribbean. He's hardly bowled with the Red Bull since.
Yeah.
Ollie Stone, I remember on that COVID India tour, bowled with real pace, 92, 93 miles per hour. I think he's only played 1 test since then, at home to New Zealand in 2021. But has demonstrated in his brief international career he can bowl in that 90 mile per hour region. Change in the field. looks like Surrey have brought in Ollie Pope to gully. Drifts towards Haynes' pads. There's a muted appeal that's swiftly turned away by the umpire, who signals a leg bye.
I do get the sense that it will be, 2 years into McCullum's project. He's got a reasonable idea of the players at his disposal. And I think that when you lose, they've lost Broad and Anderson now over the course of a 6-month period.
Ooh, late movement away from Sam Hain, who wafts at it, gets it outside edge, but fortunately for him that flies past Ollie Pope at a sort of third, fourth slip. Runs away to the boundary for 4. Worrell getting that movement he so often gets, swinging the ball away from the right-hander, draws an outside edge but just evades the man at second slip. 136 for 4 after 34 overs.
It will be interesting to see just how things evolve and see who steps into the void and takes on those kind of responsibilities, the leadership, the leading of the England attack. But I just think for all the players in the county game at the moment, we're here at the Keir Oval, seeing some terrifically talented cricketers, putting on a show, and I really do think the domestic game is kind of full of hugely talented players and a lot of players who have got designs on Test cricket, and some, Dan Lawrence is going to come on here and have a bowl, and he'll have his eyes on furthering that Test career as well. I just think that the game is full of talent at the moment.
Lawrence into the attack. His 6th over of the day, but his 3rd spell.
Turning to Lawrence again ahead of Steele. Must be a theory to it. I wonder whether just the idea of Cam Steele getting into a longer spell rather, don't interrupt him with tees around the corner, a couple of overs time. Actually, maybe just when he comes on, he's going to come on for quite a spell.
Yeah, don't go anywhere at the tea break, at the Tartar tea break. We'll be showing highlights of Surrey's innings victory over Hampshire in their most recent home fixture. Bit of width from Lawrence, but Bernard can't get that one away.
We've talked about the bowling. The batting perhaps seems a little more settled, but of course Harry Brooks got to come back into the England side. We talk about Dan Lawrence here with the ball in hand, but he'll be trying to force his case with the bat. Got 100 already this season, maybe just a couple of cab ranks away from slipping into that England middle order, but with Ollie Pope at number 3 and maybe even coming up on the rails of Jamie Smith, that is really kind of catching the eye now, and lots of people are talking very fulsomely about his chances.
It's as settled as Hain finishes Lawrence's first over back into the attack. Warwickshire 137 for 4. It's as settled an England batting lineup as I can remember. Probably not since the Strauss years. You've got a settled opening partnership. Ollie Pope's got an excellent record at 3. Joe Root bats 4. Harry Brooks' record is outstanding for England. You'd imagine he'll come straight back in. Ben Stokes bats 6, and it looks like we'll have a very similar debate as we had at the start of last summer Bairstow versus Folkes for the gloves, and maybe someone like Durham's Ollie Robinson or Jamie Smith here, who kept wicket in Surrey's most recent home fixture. It's a very hard team to break into. I was talking downstairs to a couple of the other journalists here, and as brilliantly as Smith has played, there's no obvious place for him in the team unless he were to take the gloves, which would be usurping not only his teammate here, Ben Folkes, but also Johnny Bairstow, who's done the job recently for England.
It's just about somehow getting a chance.
Mm.
You know, we know, as you say, Harry Brooks got an outstanding, but Harry, got a sniff, got a chance, and then just grabbed it so tightly that it's impossible to kind of take it off him. And I sort of get the impression that that's going to be the case, for anyone now looking to try and squeeze in. The competition for places is going to drive performance.
Driven nicely by Bernard. Just evades the man at cover point, and it's just about kept in by Dan Lawrence on the boundary. They'll pick up 3. Bernard moves to 30.
Confident looking stroke out there, and worth a little look to see, with that left foot just touch the rope, maybe not. I think he pretty much got that spot on.
We're only 8 balls away from the interval, so a good time to have a look around the grounds. At Trent Bridge, Notts were bowled out for 503. Hasib Hamid scored the first double hundred of his first-class career. He carried his bat, actually, 247 not out. It had been a quiet season up until that point for Hamid, but really piling on the misery on Lancashire, who are winless at the moment, rooted to the bottom of the table. They would have thought they were going all right when they scored 331 in the first innings and had not 7 down for 275, but Notts have established a substantial first innings lead of 172. Kent at 250 for 5 in response to Worcestershire's 618 for 7. Jack Leaning currently unbeaten on 105 for Kent. Durham are 14 runs away from avoiding the follow-on at the Utilita Bowl. They're 340 for 6. David Bedingham showing that he can very much still do the business in Division 1. He's 138 not out. Got a first-class batting average of 51.29, which is some going. Sussex a bit of trouble in Cardiff. They're 8 down in their second innings and only lead by 53. Top of the table, Sussex in Division 2. The talented, highly rated James Coles is still there, unbeaten on 60. Currently off the rain, which obviously Cardiff's not close to London, but there's no sign, any signs of rain where we are. And at Wantage Road, Northampton 58 for 1. In the 4th innings there, chasing a mammoth 558 against Gloucestershire, for whom it has been a long time since they tasted victory in the county championship.
Rain.
Lawrence now bowling what will be the final over of this extended middle session.
Down in Cardiff, incredible rain is falling. Just looking at the scorecard and noting Jayden Seale's performance there. With Kemar Roach here at the Oval, Jayden Seale's operating for Sussex, 2 men that we'd imagine will be making an appearance in test matches here this summer.
Yeah, I was spitballing with Matt Roller on day one what the West Indies bowling attack will actually look like. It's quite hard to work out because you've got Jayden Seales, Jason Holder, Kemar Roach, Shamar Joseph, Alzari Joseph. At least one of them's got to miss out.
Yes, almost certainly. I think a lot will have to do with fitness. Shamar Joseph and Alzari Joseph and Jason Holder all involved in T20 World Cup. Jayden Seales, Kemar Roach not picked in that West Indies squad. As we come to the tea break, maybe we'll pick this one up after the tea break.
Yep, that's it for the afternoon session. Warwickshire 141 for 4. They lead Surrey by 20 runs. Ed Bernard, the man in form, 108 in the first innings. He's 31 not out in the second. He's been ably supported by Sam Hain, playing his first county championship game of the 2024 season. They've rebuilt nicely because Surrey briefly looked like they could run through Warwickshire. The game's nicely set up now. Warwickshire lost 2 quick wickets, 3 quick wickets really. They went from 69 for 1 to 90 for 4, losing Rhodes, Yates and Mosley in quick succession. Kemar Roach taking 3 of the 4 wickets to fall so far. He's got figures of 3 for 37. Jordan Clark picked up the other, that of Will Rhodes for 21. Sorry, still on top, but a good final 45 minutes for the visitors means there's plenty to play for going into the final session on day 3. Don't go anywhere, folks, because after myself and Dean sign off, we will show you the highlights from Surrey's very impressive innings victory over Hampshire in their previous home fixture. That's it from me and Dean. We'll be back in 20 or so minutes, but before then, here are the highlights from that Hampshire victory.
Well, the ball.
The game started with a minute's silence for Raman Sabaro.
Dan Worrell's a threat with every ball here.
Over the last year or so, last 2 years, we've really made sure that we make use of the new ball and get off on the front foot and make sure we set the tone for the game.
Nicked, gone. James Vince has to go. It's not going to happen today. 2 in 2.
Played that pretty awkwardly, but in the end, fairly well, Gubbins. Sharp. Oh, he's got him. The first wicket for Atkinson. It's gone straight up in the air, and Jordan Clark takes the catch.
In off the rope. That took some catching from Roach. Yes, please. He's gone high. And it's just carried to Kemar Roach. There you have it. Something quite special taking place on the outfield. He's receiving his county cap.
Obviously, you know, naming him vice captain, that shows it in itself how valuable he is.
4 beautifully timed.
The outside part of the bat from Burns.
Shot. Good shot by Rory Burns on top of it.
Patel's seeing him really nicely. Punching again. Patel's looking really good. Captain Burns on 39 and the night watchman Roach yet to score. And with the clouds forming above, the weather looks threatening.
absolutely sensational from Burnsy.
To put down that marker for myself as much as anything, really, as much as well the boys, like the situation it was in. Yeah, obviously, like really pleasing.
And here comes Jordan Clark.
I think he cut his third one away, and I was just like, he's on it.
Goes all the way. Flayed away for more.
A captain's knock from Rory Burns.
Driven hard and beats the man, and that runs away for 4, straight down the ground.
It was all the Jordan Clark show, hammering a century in a session.
Yeah, I did really enjoy it.
Hope he wants to chat. We're handling up. Hoping he can chat.
Edged and gets the second slip. Pope's so good in there.
That's nicely played. Squirted away past third slip.
Edged. And that's taken at second slip. Liam Dawson flashing at one. He's frustrated, hitting his blade as he leaves the square. Shot. Nice response.
Brown rocks back. Got him! Caught at the second attempt, and Atkinson picks up his second wicket. What a shot that is from Ben Brown. Brown goes again and finds a fielder.
Edging and Pope! Of course it's Ollie Pope!
It took only 2 and a bit hours for Surrey to seal the deal. It was the Dan Worrell and Ollie Pope show. The seamer taking 5 wickets and Ollie Pope completing 8 catches for the match. Surrey victorious by an innings and 11 runs.
Yours will be easier than mine.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval in South London. The final session of the third day. As you can see there, Warwickshire in their second innings are 141 for 4. Yates was one of the 4 wickets to fall in the session between lunch and tea. He was the big one though. He made 52 and looked really good, but Roach back into the attack, took his off stump out of the ground. Alex Davies was out for 3 early on, also to Roach leg before. Rhodes made 21. He was caught in the cordon, a brute from Clark. And Mosley was the third of the Roach wickets. He was leg before wicket for 2. They were 90 for 4, and they were still 30 runs in arrears after Surrey took a 120-run lead into the second half of this match. They've now made it to 20 ahead, partnership of 51 that's built between Sam Hain, who's 18 from 47, and Ed Barnard, who's 31 from 57 balls, having top scored with 108 the first time around. Adam Collins with you, Cam Ponsonby with me. This game is still in the favour of the home side, no doubt, but Warwickshire with the bat won the final session on day 1 and pushed themselves into a strong position. That's the challenge for them here.
Yeah, and the first Warwickshire's second innings is vaguely following the same pattern that their first innings is. Off to a really flying start, and then a quick flurry of wickets from Surrey have yanked themselves back into comfortable control of the game. Comfortable is probably not quite the right word there. But of the two teams, they'll be definitely the happier. Warwickshire in effectively territory. They're effectively 20 for 4.
Have a bit of effectively. Very good early on.
But Barnard's fine match with the bat, and fine match in total, in overall, continues as he's 31 not out.
If they can be effectively 100 for 4 at some point here, or effectively 140 for 5, you know, that's where this might get interesting. But the other side of the ledger, if Surrey take 4 more wickets, remembering they took 4 in the previous session, well, they'll be well on their way to victory on day 4. And the first bowler with an opportunity to get a crack is going to be Sean Abbott, yet to take a wicket in the second innings. Took 2 for 51 in the first, bowled well. Has a lovely thing going on with Jordan Clark when they're bowling in tandem. 2 slips in the gully with Barnard on strike, 2 out on the short boundary on the leg side, a deep backward point as well. We're away. So one of the sweepers, run first ball.
No, Daniel Norcross painted a very kind of enticing picture earlier, but if Warwickshire can bat till around lunchtime and just maybe a touch beyond tomorrow, you're getting into a situation where they're giving themselves a lead of just north of 250. And giving Surrey around 50 or 60 overs to chase it, knowing that the champions will no doubt fancy a go at it. But to do that, they have to win this final session, and Hain and Barnard will be 2 vital parts of that.
Yeah, that much seems certain, the way that Surrey chased on that final day against Somerset. Of course, we're nowhere near that territory yet, but if Warwickshire did set them something tasty, they'll have a data that I'm sure they've still got a full 24-pointer on the shelf if they complete the game, having taken all the batting and bowling points available to them in the first innings. Remembering this is 3rd versus 4th. Both teams having the game in hand, having had the break over the bank holiday long weekend. Essex and Somerset, well, they were ahead of them. Surrey have overtaken both now on the basis of those aforementioned batting and bowling points. Can they make the most of it? Nicely worked. 2's the call. And 2 it'll be. Barnard to 34.
Just a small fumble from Roach on the rope out there at the deep square leg boundary. Looked for a moment to be suffering quite an embarrassing moment as the ball kind of trickled through his legs. But in the end there was no harm, no foul.
Yeah, plenty of people in today. Being a Sunday, healthy numbers on all 3 days, glorious weather. Exactly why they've made that adjustment to the schedule going Friday to Monday to make sure that we see more cricket on Sundays. When there were 3-day finishes last year, when the rounds were starting Thursday, of course that meant that Sunday was vacant, so nothing wrong with that.
I saw a very sunburnt man on my wander around the ground earlier. A friend of mine's sat over below the Galladari stand, and I saw one person who looked very happy. He had beer in his hand, he had a smile on his face, and he did not have any sun cream on his persons.
That gives me a bit of PTSD hearing that. I made a really bad blue when I was about a bit younger than you probably. I was probably 24 or something like that. and I went to the MCG. It was the day when JP Duminy and Dale Steyn put on about 200 for the 9th wicket against Australia in quite a famous win for South Africa. So it would have been late 2008, and I fell asleep at the with my shirt off, and it was 40 degrees, and I was very, very tired. I was working in the kind of job at the time that required you working crazy hours. I'd not been outside really at all through the summer, having a bit of R&R, a couple of beers, nodded off, and woke up with heinous burns all over my tummy and my back. It wasn't ideal. Down leg, that's a take that folks makes look easy, but it really isn't. 4 runs from the first over after tea, 145 for 4.
We'll see on the replay here, I think the ball just nips away from folks or changes direction after it passes the batter. It actually just keeps on going with that angle from Abbott. So wonderfully, often people say athletes make things look easy. I actually don't think that any point that looked easy from Ben Folkes. I thought it looked exceptionally difficult.
He sets the standard, Ben Folkes, for that kind of athleticism.
I remember of all the boring things I like in the world, the most boring that I like the most is the UV index, which I learnt when being in Australia, because I'd be very stressed about the sun was out and I need to make sure I had my sun cream on.
Because you're quite pale.
I am quite fair, yeah. I've had bad experiences with the sun. My 2 rules in life: respect the sea and respect the sun. Can't go wrong. But you look at the UV index, sun's out, it goes, oh, it's 3, it's fine, no problem.
My 2 rules in life. It's good to have a code to sort of live your life by.
Exactly.
And Clark begins proceedings from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end. In the, you got to have a code, right? That was a big part of the TV show The Wire, having a code to live by. With Omar.
I think enough time's gone past that I can go back to The Wire, actually, because I joined it halfway through series 3 when my older sister was watching it.
You watched The Wire as it was going to air in season 3?
Ooh, no, it was not as it was going to air.
I was going to say, you would have been too young to have been watching season 3 of The Wire. Is a rugged adventure, and too much for little boy Ponsonby. I'm glad you watched it a little bit older.
No, I did. I went 3, 4, 5, 1, so I kind of watched it in the wrong order, but there we go.
You should have gone 3, 4, never watched the 5th season, absolute rubbish. Gone back to 1.
Interesting, I can't remember
the conceit of the final season was the journalists got involved. They went to the media, and they didn't stick the landing. Wasn't there supernatural activity, paranormal activity, and they kind of lost their way towards the end. Anyway, great show. 2 catching mid-wickets, squeezed out to the square of the 2. That's Dominic Sibley. He's been all around the park. He started in the cordon, ended up in that kind of weird round the corner position that Daniel and I were reflecting on. Now in close on the onside. That wasn't far away from Clark either. It was trailing in towards leg stump. Barnard seeing the well this week, equal to it. Helped away. So the UV index you got today's in London, is that at your disposal?
Well, yes, I can tell you yesterday it was 6.5, which is quite high for England. In Australia, pushing can get up to 9, 10, 11. We'll see people going on the right. Appears to be sticking the sun cream on. He's had a look at the UV index. He respects the sun, and look at it. Look how happy he is.
Yeah, got the long trousers on. It's a real thing for cricketers, isn't it? Having the cricketers' tan lines. Yeah, they're all fit athletes, muscle upon muscle, the vast majority of them anyway. You see them with their clobber off, and it's the that white T-shirt outline on their bodies.
I remember seeing
even someone like Jordan Clark. Speaking of muscle on top of muscle, he'd have it. He'd have the unflattering tan lines. Occupational hazard. Ends the over, 147 for 4. I'm sure some of them would prefer playing without shirts, just to kind of make sure it's a rounded tan.
I think if I was Jordan Clark, I'd be writing it into my contracts. I've got to do 1 day a match, a session every other day. But no, I remember seeing Matthew Potts during the Caribbean tour. I think he just swapped from a training t-shirt to a training vest, and I think it was a very conscious decision because the tan lines on his biceps were remarkable. I mean, of all the problems to face in the professional world, I don't think it's one of the biggest.
Yeah, they're going to be okay. They're going to be okay. Abbott's got the men back at deep square leg, fine leg. Oh, that's not far away from being in the frame for Ollie Pope. His eyes almost lit up thinking, can I get to this? He doesn't. They had 2 to start the over. Leads 28.
I was on commentary with Daniel earlier today when Dan Worrell let a real loosener go, and it was taken by Ollie Pope at second slip, diving low to his right. It was just a remarkable situation where they've partnered up so effectively this season. They just kind of skipped out the middleman.
Yeah, it does happen to all of them occasionally when one just completely loses control and ends up in the cordon. Always feel for Steve Harmison that he's remembered for that by a lot of people, the first ball of the 06-07 Ashes, and perhaps not quite so much for the fearsome spell that he bowled on day one at Lords in 2005, or the way he bowled to Australia when returning to the England team in 2009. That's often forgotten that they brought him back. He bowled so well here at the Oval. It's part of an Ashes clinching victory to finish his international journey. But one ball.
I guess timing's everything, isn't
it?
Yeah.
Well, first ball of Ashes.
It's so. I remember speaking to Steve Harmison in India when working for TalkSport, and A, he's an absolutely lovely man, and B, I didn't quite appreciate that how much of an accidental cricketer he was. He was a footballer growing up, and cricket was just the way it exists for so many people in their life, just a summer sport. It was, oh, football's off, I guess I'll play a bit of cricket down the local club with my mates. He happens to be 6 foot lots and bowled very quickly, and so the local counties went, Steve, we have to get you involved.
I think it's part of the charm, not least in the northeast, right, where cricket clubs are more of a community organising hub, perhaps more than what we're conditioned to here in London. And thus, even those who do have I guess a football direction, that they've still got a link to cricket. Always sort of detect that one in Durham. And all the success they've had back in Division 1 this year, which is great. Might check in on Durham's score actually. They weren't going also well earlier on. It's a game that's drifting really. At the Rose Bowl, where Hampshire are 503 all out, Durham 358 for 7, so that's almost certainly going to end in a draw. David Beddingham's still going on 143. 5 wickets for Liam Dawson, second fifer of the season. Matt Potts went wicketless. Peter Siddle took 3 for. Bryden Cast 1 for 66. I reckon that's the one name we haven't spoken about much in relation to Anderson. Abbott clever off his own bowling to finish. 7 overs, none for 15 for him. 149 for 4 the score. The lead's 28. That Cast is in that category of bowler, or that group of bowlers rather, that Rob Key really likes. With I think it was in the Nick Holt interview a month ago or so. If we read that again now, it probably does give some clues as to where they were going with Anderson, but I digress. That Cass, they've picked for limited overs cricket a few times now. I've got a lot of cricket for Durham when he's been available and fit, that they've wanted him in England squads.
I think it's a very tame word, but the word like is the correct one. They just like him. They understand what he does, the way he plays his cricket, and they know that translates to the international game. And I was there for his T20 debut in Durham, I believe it was. And he finished with good, but not kind of awe-inspiring figures of 3 for 23. And you kind of look up how that compares to his career, and they're his best ever figures in T20 cricket. His domestic T20 record is pretty average for want of a better word. He averages 42 with the ball with an economy rate of 9, and those are not numbers that are going to pluck you out into international cricket very often.
Across the stumps, but just does a bit too much. Clark working into the low 80s again, and that's on a speed gun that has no. Let's actually, I'll just leave it there. On our speed gun.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
I must admit, I think it's difficult to appreciate just how skillful Jordan Clark bowling to this field is at the moment. I don't know if we'll be able to get a wide shot, but on the offside you have Rory Burns at a very kind of wide mid-off, and there's all that gap straight, and he cannot get too full at all. Now that's not too difficult in general if you're bowling to a kind of a 6-3 field and you have slips and you're trying to attack that outside edge, but combined with the fact he's bowling to a 4-5 field, he's trying to bowl straight, he's trying to target the stumps, bring in bold, bring in LBW. If he is going to miss, he wants to miss full. But if you miss full, you risk getting just very gently driven back down for full with very little protection.
Yeah, 4 fielders on the offside, which is the short boundary. Has got protection with deep point, but that's it. So wants to hit the stumps again, as he's done quite a few times in the match, Clark. Back of a length.
My guess would be if that boundary was a little bit shorter, you'd actually see Roach in the ring and you'd have a more traditional cover and mid-off. That would give Clark that protection to bowl that bit fuller and not get driven down the ground for 4. He basically just has to hold his length exceptionally well for the field to work, and that is exactly what he's doing.
Straight away, our cameras were all over that, by the way. We've got many cameras here on the Surrey live stream. We saw we got Greg with us, who's been a feature of the Surrey coverage for the last couple of years. He was sweeping the gantry this morning.
Lovely. Just
preparing his place of work, keeping everything in check. It's a nice part of what we get to do, having the cameras at our disposal. It's changed so much streaming in the 4 or 5 years that I've been doing it in championship cricket. Something of an arms race there during the pandemic. 150 for 4 the score, the lead's 29. Gentle start after tea with Warwickshire adding 9 runs in about 20 minutes or thereabouts.
So your first county gig of this type was with Middlesex, wasn't it?
I did, yeah. That was very much the unusual Bob Willis Trophy season.
Okay.
That was the year where there were, I think it was 5 games each team played, then the final.
Sure.
All behind closed doors. So getting into games was quite the ordeal because there was all the COVID testing required, and had to sort of not see anyone after play so you couldn't accidentally end up with COVID. We weren't in the players' spaces, but still. And yes, Middlesex weren't playing at Lords that season. Not in the Bob Willis anyway. So we were in a paddock at Radlett out the back, you know, where you're in a tent, but not near the pavilion, like a long way away from anything. Yeah. So you couldn't run the risk of being anywhere near a player. So it was quite an experience. And back then it was just a couple of cameras, well, a handful of cameras, but yeah, it was what it was. It was just giving members the chance to take in county cricket because they couldn't be at the games due to the COVID restrictions. And from there, I mean, it's an unintended consequence of the lockdown season. It's that there was an expectation that counties, and for the most part this has happened, would raise the game and have commentary teams more akin to what we're doing, as opposed to running the radio over the top of the pictures and having more cameras and making it more of a priority. And it's been an absolute boon for county fans being able to watch all the games simultaneously and have a much better handle on what's going on outside of the box scores and the times kind of thing.
I remember I briefly had a job where I was doing the voiceovers for the county championship highlights, little 3-minute packages. And it was a wonderful situation where you've got all kind of 8 games on your one screen all at once. But you're exactly right. I remember that pandemic summer, kind of watching the live stream at Essex when Surrey went to played Essex. I remember Gus Atkinson, I think it was his debut, and he got Alistair Cook out LBW, a decision which, for all intents and purposes, I'm pretty sure was not out. It was high and leg side, but the finger went up nonetheless. And it was such an outlet to be able to keep up with the game. And from that point on, technology's obviously grown and gotten into so many different parts of life, not just cricket. But within cricket, if you've got cameras streaming your local club game, it's a no-brainer to be able to have the same at all the counties as well.
Hit hard, well stopped by the skipper, had work to do to his right, had to time his dive well, saved 3. Recognised by the crowd.
It's fantastically well fielded from Burns there, and he is covering that huge amount of space. It's not an unusual position at all, that very wide mid-off, kind of almost cover that you associate with in club cricket, but it is so dangerous for batting teams, and it's where you can really see that bowlers hold their length, because there was an example, he got a tiny bit fuller and almost was driven down the ground for 4.
Short, evaded easily. I just think that the literacy around county cricket has just improved dramatically around championship cricket because of the... You kind of follow a player, can't you? Oh, right, they're playing, are they? I saw them play last week. I'll dip into that. I'll dip out of this. Just wouldn't have been possible before all of the streams went live. And yeah, highlights are one thing, and you mentioned the recreational game, club game, frog box, and that's a great drive to finish. Hayne, who's taken his time so far by necessity. That's his first boundary of the session, up to 26, 156 for 4. That takes Warwickshire to a lead of 35. We'll see it a second time here. It's not overhitting it. It's a player of class.
It's a beautiful shot from Hayne. Presenting the full face of the bat, there was no risk involved in that shot, but he got full reward. I think it's probably the best thing for the ego of club cricketers that has ever happened is the streaming of matches, because it's meant everyone around the country has realised how bad they are. The delusion of looking out at an international game and go, I could face that, disappears when you see yourself getting rushed by someone bowling kind of 62 miles an hour. And my friend kind of crumpling in disbelief when he thought he'd taken this incredible diving catch. You saw a replay of it and it was so slow.
Yeah, the fact that it can be done so easily, just popping a camera on the top of the sight screen type of thing, it's very different to what we might have grown up with. Following games as well. You don't have to wait to get back to the club and see the scorebook.
Exactly, yeah. Had that on the boundary edge this weekend. You've got certain people in your team who obsess over play cricket, or say you've moved leagues, you've moved away to a different part of the country. You can check and see how your mates back home are doing, and follow along with the kind of familiar names across your leagues.
Soft hands there from Barnard, looking good since tee. Bit of football action from Pope, from one foot to the other, in the way that Curtly Ambrose used to do in his follow-through many years ago. Yeah, I hadn't really considered that, but how much slower the game might feel if you're watching it back on the frog box.
I don't recommend it, just don't look at it.
I've become quite badgery when it comes to filming stuff, though, I've got to say, when netting. I tend to set up a camera now so I can watch the bowling back.
Wow.
And I'm obsessed with the technical stuff and trying to repeatability and things like that.
Where's your camera positioning? Are we talking a one camera or two camera operation here?
This is a one camera operation. just the,
this would be like the strings,
just the point of view
the
thing.
growing technical aspects of Adam Collins' training.
Yeah, that's right. I don't think it's stream worthy or anything else for that matter, but it's helpful. It's helpful just to watch some nets and to see which bits I'm doing every ball and which bits are optional extras, you could say.
Well, Jofra Archer live streamed his net with Chris Jordan the other day.
Did he?
You stick it out on your Twitter. Netting at 4 PM. Come along and join on the Discord.
That's how it normally works. It normally is sort of a late afternoon thing. I've got a bit of a bone to pick on some nets though in the UK, and maybe this is having had the benefit of growing up. Again on a forceful drive, but Clark saves runs after Burns did in the previous over. Straight down with his right hand, that would have hurt as well. But all in the cause of keeping this lead in check. It's 35 at the moment, 1 ball left in the over. Yeah, the benefit of growing up in a country where there is a net on every street corner, as you know, having spent time in Australia, you're never short of somewhere to have a bat in the bowl. But less so here. And I feel like the nets here are the ones that are standard issue. The netting, the top netting, or the top cage, if you like, goes too far. Off the hip, does get the one. Barnett 39, and by that I mean it goes too close to the bowler, the top bit.
Okay.
So it does mean that if you're trying to throw the ball up, you're always at risk of hitting that top bar. And I don't mean balls.
How are you chucking it up?
I don't mean like it's to do with how close it is to you. It's probably psychological as much as anything else. 157 for 4, lead of 36. You don't need all of that netting going all the way. You can live a little.
I must have. I've never even once considered it.
Really?
Because I think it's obviously for the further the net goes back, the less likely is the ball is to leave the net, basically, when someone gets hit over the top. But not since I remember there was a indoor net at my club growing up, and the netting there was very low because the building was small, short in effect, and you'd be potentially, if someone was chucking up leggies, they might be getting quite close to it. But that was always the point of comedy. You've
got to encourage your leggies to get up and down, Cam. This might be part of the reason why England produces so few leg spinners.
Too low.
There is an article in this here for you. You're the more hustling freelancer out of the two of us these days. The other thing
take a tape measure to Australia and England.
The other thing with I find here that having lines marked for where the crease should be is an optional extra.
Yep.
I'm like, hang on. I was at those nets over the back here the other week, Kennington Park. No lines marked there as to where you're meant to let the ball go from. Oh, that got big on him. Barnard parries it down to Pope at second slip. The height was no concern on those nets, but I took umbrage with the no return crease, no pop increase. Now that's kind of fundamental, I think. My understanding, talking to someone down there, that's for the juniors. They have different. What do you bowl at different lengths here at
Different
junior
lengths,
level?
yeah. That's not a uniquely English thing.
Not an Australian thing, mate.
But at 8 years old, people are bowling off 22 yards.
Damn straight. Bowling off 16.
I don't know if that's recommended.
Bowl off 22. Then again, I am nearly 40, so things might have changed as I was a junior, but we certainly did when we were playing under 11s and whatever. Anyway, point is that the great net rethink, maybe some of this money that's going to be gathered from flogging the 100 can be used on
increasing the height,
the height of nets and putting some lines marked.
This might be a kind of apocryphal and not quite true, but I remember hearing a rumour that Nadal, when he was training as a child, or in Spanish tennis kids will play with a net twice the height, basically. And
so hang on, the net that they hit the tennis ball over
is twice as high when they're playing and the reason being to encourage you to hit topspin, basically, and get it up and over. That's meant to be one of like kind of the secrets behind his success. Whereas in the rest of the world, you're kind of hitting flat and trying to hit it as close to the net as possible. In Spain, on the clay with the high bounces, you're getting up and over the ball. I don't know any tennis terminology, so I might be saying all these things incorrectly. But the net was twice as tall.
Okay.
I'm going to Google that.
The kicking topspin forehand.
Exactly.
On the clay of Roland Garros with Gustavo Curtin and Thomas Muster and other clay court specialists. That's how they grew up, is it? Okay.
There is
Don't
also
think either of them were Spanish, by the way. Definitely weren't.
There's also a chance of I'm lying, and that's not true at all. But I remember being told it once in the bar, so it has to be true.
Have you been to the French Open before?
I've not been to the French Open.
I can recommend it.
What took you to Roland Garros?
Batisha Nahantaraja, our colleague from Cricket Info, and I went and dipped down there one day. We went to, and remarkably easy to get tickets, is the point I was going to make. Whereas here, you want to get centre court Wimbledon, end of the over, maiden complete, 157 for 4. We're drifting because we can. 25 overs left today, leads 36. You want to get tickets to Wimbledon in the second week on centre court. Good luck. You got to be a royal. You got to be invited into that box. You got to have some relationship to the game, I guess. But if you're a punter who just wants to go, good luck, right? Unless you want to spend mega bucks on the resale market or get lucky in a ballot or something like that. French Open. Different story. We watched Nadal play a quarter-final, then we watched a women's semi-final, back-to-back in perfectly reasonable seats that we bought on the morning of the day of the event.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't know either. I mean, it's
benefited from it,
but it didn't feel like it was half empty or anything. It's just more that it just feels less full on than the Australian Open's the same. I should note the Australian Open you can't get to centre court unless you're going first couple of days and you've got to buy your tickets well in advance.
I couldn't believe how social an event the Australian Open is in Melbourne.
Huge.
Because of course in Wimbledon here you can buy a ground pass and you can go with a couple of mates and spend the day there on the hill and whatever. But for the weeks when I was in Melbourne and the tennis was going on, it was almost like you'd meet at the bar. You go, let's meet at the tennis.
Yeah, they turn it into a festival environment where there are bands playing and there are rides and there are all the rest of it out the back, and you basically pay a nominal fee to get in, which gives you access to the outside courts after 5 p.m. or whatever it works out to be when they bring those tickets online, and it's like it's the city's biggest beer garden, a bit like the Oval during a blast game. It's nicely played, but Roach caught off guard. It just did that thing off the turf where he went one way, it spun maybe on the third bounce.
I think it just got caught in the footmarks of the training wickets. Had a slight change of direction. Wrong-footed Roach, but he gathered it nicely in the end. No, unless I'm mistaken as well, that those outside courts at the Australian Open, when it's not tennis season, you can rent them, you can play on them.
Yeah.
I remember that blowing my mind walking through the Australian Open. I can't remember what the park's called. I'm very sorry. Albert Park? No,
Flinders Park. Well, it's called Melbourne Park now, but Flinders Park's the tennis bit.
Got you. It's an amazing square mile of land around there. The MCG, the tennis, swimming centre. You've got loads of football training grounds like Collingwood train there and the like.
You've got no idea how close it was to there being an Olympic bid for Melbourne. It would have been 2028, maybe 2032, 2028. I think it was. They were keen to go again, and they didn't. Much to my chagrin. And part of the argument is what you're describing there is that so much of the infrastructure is in with like a. Remember when London Olympic Games?
Yes, absolutely.
They built kind of a footprint that the games, all the temporary stadia and so on, that's already there. So the added infrastructure would have been so little. But anyway, that ship has well and truly sailed. Brisbane's hosting the 2032 Olympic Games. Takes on the short ball, won't carry. Just for a moment, it was like periscope, wasn't it? Had he hit it with more force, it would have seen Sean Abbott in the game. Not to be. 1 run added to the total. We'll see a replay before I hand over to Norkie. Landed about 10 metres short. 159 for 4. Barnard retains the strike. He's 39, 27 for Sam Hain this session. They've only added 18 runs in 8 overs, so they're just gently building their lead, which is up to 38. Cam Ponsonby sticking around for a bit longer.
Barnard had to scamper there from the throw from Sean Abbott, who was watching to make sure he was safe, and once he was safe from the court method of dismissal, Abbott hurled the ball with great velocity, Daniel, towards the bowler's end.
Oh, I was lucky at that.
Barnard scampered through.
It was like a bullet, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Bullet. So it's one of those placid, somnolent Sunday afternoons at the moment, which is exactly how Warwickshire wanted. They want to take the sting out of this game after that quick loss of 3 for 21 in the afternoon session. A couple of wickets for Roach in quick succession. But since then, Hayne and Barnard, who has been a thorn in Surrey's side, have gone along very comfortably. A partnership of 70. Did you try the cheesecake?
I did try the cheesecake, Daniel. Yes, rhubarb and ginger, as we now know.
Confusing, isn't it? Can you see now why it perplexed so many? No, not really.
Well, I feel like I've done a service to myself and yourself in eating. I'm not the biggest pudding fan. I don't have the biggest sweet tooth in the world.
Me neither.
And so I went, well, right, okay, well, I need to try this now.
It's an
and
experiment.
I started eating it. I didn't really taste that much rhubarb. I did taste ginger, and your words of it being a symphonic experience were ringing through my head. And I went, I'm glad I've done this.
Yeah,
I'm glad I understand the depths of the taste sensations that were available to us.
I'm pleased. Oh, great. Fantastic dive from Ollie Pope. I'm hoping our director can just zoom out a little bit here, just before Sean Abbott bowls his next delivery, because I want to show you this field. This is a classic, thank you very much, this is a classic Indian subcontinent field, isn't it? Where the captain decides that the ball's gone soft and the pitch has gone slow.
Yep.
And you're not going to get much in the way of catches behind. So your slip goes wide. You've got a kind of short third on an angle, saving one. It's in the air for a while. But, oh dear, it's gone through Roach. He's slipped over just at the point at which he was addressing the ball. He will not be happy with that. And he's given away 3 extra runs.
It's not the first time that Roach has had some difficulty out there. It's been skipping across those foot marks, changing directions. He was almost wrong-footed a couple of overs ago.
It's a net, isn't it? The practice pitch is out there, and
this time we'll see it again.
Oh dear. It wasn't the longest of barriers either. But to get back to the field, so we've also got ourselves 2 tricksy mid wickets in catching positions for the sort of the ball that might stop on you slightly. So it's catches in front of square I want you to look at, and the mid off is quite short as well. Rory Burns, to whom it has now gone. Almost like a short extra cover, really. So Surrey are in a kind of defensive mode, and there are 34 more overs before a new ball becomes available. So this is a terrific opportunity for Warwickshire to fight their way back into this game. Slender lead at the moment, but over the course of 34 overs with an older, softer ball, things could turn around. Oh my goodness, what a catch that is! Sean Abbott in his follow through. We were wondering where a wicket was going to come from, and it's come from a moment of fielding genius. That is remarkable. That was hit so firmly back, and it's Barnard, the key man, the centurion for the first innings. That was hit beautifully. It was timed splendidly, but it was just a little aerial. It didn't have to be very aerial, because Sean Abbott in his follow through has dived forward and taken what we'll see here is a really wonderful catch. That is as hard as it gets as a bowler. If it's a little bit higher and to left or right, weirdly it's a bit easier, but coming at you and that low, for a fast bowler to get down that quickly, to react that quickly, to get both hands underneath the ball, well, and in real time, if we see the replay there, and it's good to see that replay, so you see all the moving parts, but I'll urge us to be able to show you that in real time, possibly from I mean, the speed of reactions there is quite brilliant. Cameron Ponsonby, I wonder where a wicket was coming from. It's coming from a very unlikely source.
Well, the catch diving forward is the most difficult catch in cricket. To do so in the follow-through of a fast bowler is even more remarkable. Barnard has hit that so powerfully, so sweetly, and Abbott has had to kind of almost catch the ball around his front foot, which is still trying to catch him from his own delivery. That ball is struck before Abbott's...
Your feet are in the way, aren't they? I mean, every bit of you is hampering you.
Abbott was yet to land after having bowled his delivery. We'll see here on the replay again, in real time.
I mean,
just
you
astonishing.
see there, the reaction time there is next to none. And to contort your body into that position and get both hands to the ball, woof, wow.
There's also something deeply satisfying about him ending up right in the middle of the wicket.
Absolutely delicious, wasn't it?
It really was, and a vital breakthrough because it'd been a slow session.
It had rather. It had, but that bring a new batter to the crease, a left-handed Bethel.
I was going to ask you about 2 minutes ago whether Warwickshire would have had any designs on victory still in this game. Whether they need to
designs, definitely.
Do you still reckon so?
Yeah.
Okay.
They bat deep.
I'll stop asking stupid questions.
No, I know what you mean. It's a huge ask. They're 44 ahead and half the side's gone, and there's plenty of time left in the game. But the pitch itself is offering no terrors, isn't it? And as I was saying earlier, there are 34 overs with an older, softer ball. And you look at Warwickshire's lineup, Burgess at 8. Burgess is not an 8.
Absolutely.
Amir Jamal is not a 9. And if Craig Miles can bat, he's certainly not a 10. So you look at what Surrey managed. You look at the partnership between Smith and Abbott for the 9th wicket, and Warwickshire will think that they've got partnerships in them still to come. They've got Sam Haynes still there. They've got accomplished young batter in Jacob Bethel. They've got Burgess, as I say, Jamal Miles. And we know that Hannon Dolby can stick around. So they will think that they can still add another, 150, 160 would put pressure on Surrey and the time they take to get it. Then it will shape the game for sure. They could bat for this session, and then tomorrow they'll start with a ball that's 68 overs old. So the first hour is going to be pretty tricky for the bowlers, and then it's a matter of trying to keep going through the second new ball to lunch. That's their scenario.
I imagine.
Now, our director has very wisely pointed out that asked a question about Miles, whether he can bat or not, and we will have to wait and see. I would think in extremis he can more than hold a bat. And you have to remind me the runner situation.
Oh goodness me!
Oh brilliant! Yaz is here. He'll know.
He will know, and I'll save that for him to be able to answer.
Because it does keep changing, doesn't it?
It does change.
Cameron,
okay.
You've done very well to get through this mini session with me.
I've enjoyed this one far more than the last one.
Oh well, yeah, be honest.
It's amazing. Yeah, genuinely. Yeah.
Lack of cheesecake or lack of Aristotle?
Well, I'm always sad when there's a lack of Aristotle.
I was going to say you can never have too much Aristotle, but the message of Aristotle is that you should have just the right amount.
Goodness me.
But Philosophy Day here on Surrey live stream. We'll be moving on to Emmanuel Kant in a minute.
How exciting.
Yes, round it comes in. I hate the deontological imperative.
No, don't get me started.
Don't get me started.
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
The wicket did play into what you were talking about earlier, though, with the field setting. Although it was in the extreme, and that it wasn't like a particularly poorly timed shot.
But you're saying that sort of forced to hitting straight?
Yes, it's the plan. Surrey bowling straight, hoping to get one to hold in the surface. And although Barnes struck the ball beautifully well, he struck it in the air just long enough for Abbott to, kind of manage to mangle his fingers underneath it in the most dramatic of fashion. It's 165 for 5 after 47 overs, and I'm going to leave. Goodbye.
Cameron Ponsonby drops his mic and leaves. You back tomorrow? Yep. He's back tomorrow. And Yaz Rana can come in and he can answer the question. I know you're all going to be listening to this saying, you're a commentator, you're supposed to know this. But they keep changing the thing with runners. And I get my externals and my internal injuries mixed up. So if you've sprained your ankle rather sorely in the course of the game, then what's the situation there when it comes to runners, Yaz?
So I just looked at the county championship playing conditions, and it just says refer to law 25. And law 25 says it's legit. So
could you read out law 25? Because I do love a little bit of law. We've had philosophy. It's time we moved on to law.
Law 25.1: the eligibility to act as a batter or runner. Only a nominated player may bat or act as a runner, and subject to 25.3 and 25.5.2 may do so, even though a substitute fielder has previously acted for him/her.
What are the eligibility criteria?
The law itself doesn't list this one out.
That's unfortunate.
So I don't think I've been I've not provided a firm answer.
No, you haven't actually. Yep.
But it's interesting. I think a lot of times people assume some things are in the laws when actually they're from playing conditions and vice versa.
That's right. Yeah.
So maybe the runner is something that's actually changed from an international playing condition.
So what's the internal-external injury business all about?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, is that to stop people going, oh, I've tweaked a hamstring?
Probably.
Whereas, you know, if you break a finger, then it's... I mean, it wouldn't change the runner situation. Break a finger? Of course, that's gone through quite low to a diving folks. But I suppose if you might break a toe. You might break a toe. Say you're batting and the full pitch delivery, bang, flush on the toe. But you want to bat, you want a runner. That's an external injury as opposed to tweak a hamstring. And that's slightly more open to abuse. Would that be the reason why? Because people might say, oh, I've done my hammy, and I happen to be rather slow anyway, and I could do with a runner. That's what I used to do. Oh, that's beaten the bat, but it's a no ball anyway, so it makes no difference. I've seen a few no balls in this match. Another 2 to the total.
I suppose that is an attempt to... I guess you don't want to leave it totally to umpire discretion, and that is a way of doing it, to give some sort of definition as to what constitutes a legitimate...
You don't have to be much of a doctor to work out whether someone's broken a bone, whereas you might have to be in order to establish the severity of a muscle injury. But back spasms...
Sometimes it can be quite entertaining when a batter can't really run.
It's very funny, yeah. Not so much for the batter, but you know, for us.
I remember a test match between Australia and Sri Lanka in, I want to say 2016. O'Keefe couldn't run, so he was on naught for absolutely ages because he physically wasn't able to get between the wickets.
Oh, Glenn Maxwell in the World Cup.
Yeah,
against
exactly.
Afghanistan.
Exactly.
Played out a maiden. He hit every ball to deep extra cover. Playing across that front pad, he's bringing his pads very much in front of the stumps, and that's what Sean Abbott's targeting, and that's also why he's got this sort of tricksy catching short mid-wicket in place.
I've still not got over that return catch. That
Superb,
was just incredible, because it was hit so firmly. It's one of those where the full speed replay is the one that shows just how difficult the catch is more than anything else. It was driven back hard. It was so low, and Abbott's a big man, so to get that low that quickly.
I mean, it was actually hit so firmly that if he hadn't got his hands to it, it could have broken his toe. But end of the over, 21 remain in the day, 170 for 5.
And that would have been an external injury.
And that would have been an external injury, exactly. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it was breathtaking. In the moment, you knew you'd seen something startling, hadn't you? $170 for 5. It's slightly alarming sharing a name with one of the cameramen. I do hear your name quite a lot. Now then, change bowler here.
It's quite an interesting... One of the more interesting stories of the early stages of the county season has been Lancashire's struggles, and they are once again really struggling. They're 37 for 4.
For 4?
For 4. 135 runs behind Notts. And not that long ago in the game, they were arguably ahead. They had Notts 270 for 5, so for 7 rather.
Nasib Hamided. So it is going to be Dan Worrell. Switching ends again, back to the pavilion end. To the left-handed Bethel.
You know, if Kent can somehow secure a draw in their game against Worcestershire,
and that seems on the cards.
It's possible. They will probably
the follow-on, have they?
They have not. But
have they nearly avoided the follow-on?
No, but it's more in terms of time in the game for Worcestershire to take 14 wickets on what looks like from afar quite a decent batting surface, as it often is at Canterbury.
I was going to say, I think it's just called Canterbury.
Yeah. So if those two sides, who many people tipped for relegation at the start of the season, if they each pick up a healthy haul there, if Lancashire lose, which it looks like they will do, there'll be a real gap opening up between Lancashire at the bottom of the table and Kent and Worcestershire, who will likely still actually be in 7th and 8th, even if they both draw that game.
Now I'm just going to ask our director to pull out again here and give us a bit of a wide shot, because once again we've got a weird field. You'll see there that there's a sort of a backward square leg, who's like a deep leg gully, as well as a long leg and a deep square leg and a short mid-wicket catching. And Worrell is targeting the legs, the pads, the hip.
It's more for a flick.
Yeah, a bit of a flick shot.
It's quite interesting that they're doing it so early to Bethel in his innings. Very deliberate plan.
They've had plans for batters, haven't they? I mean, the moment Sam Hayden came to the wicket, that's when Dom Sibley came to a very specific, very square leg, but almost catching. He was walking in and then stopping. And he's going to be there now.
Yeah, it's a sort of close-ish square leg.
Yeah. And that one has gone through pretty well. Really good diving take by Ben Folkes. He's had a lot of diving around to do in this game, and he sort of slightly got up in instalments on that occasion. But this is another very specific field. It's specific to Sam Hayden. There's the deep square leg is 15-20 yards inside the boundary and about 5 yards in front of square. Then the short square leg, the catching mid-wicket, the backward point. It's inventive stuff from Surrey's captain Rory Burns. Now, a change of personnel perhaps in the catching positions, or has Worrell been so excited by the movement of that previous ball that Sibley's now come in to make a first slip?
I think that's a fair call, given how much that previous delivery moved through the air.
Jamie Smith has moved into the position vacated by Dom Sibley, and now they're going to have to move again because they've got this entirely different plan to Jacob Bethel. They do need to keep a little eye on their over rate. That once you have plans, the problem with plans is that it can take quite a while, and there's a very famous incident connected to a Surrey captain. When Percy Fender was trying to get fired as captain in 1930, what year was it?
Remind us why he wanted to get fired.
He'd had enough.
Okay.
It just,
well, what was wrong with his resignation?
He wanted Douglas Jardine to be captain.
Was resignation not an option?
They tried, and they weren't having it. No, Mr. Fender, you will continue. 172 for 5 at the end of the over. So there's a sequence of 4 matches in which he just does a series of rogue things in an attempt to get fired, and one of them was being peeved at the way in which, I can't remember who it was, Hampshire were playing or someone. He decided to chuck up lobs and sent out fielders to the boundaries. But for the right-hand, left-hand combination, because they were showing no sort of intent, he swapped the field over every time there was a change of batter. So when the left-hander scored the run, instead of just keeping all the fielders where they were, he said, no, Sandham, you are deep square leg, whether it's the left-hander or the right-hander. And so they crossed over and he made them walk, not run, which incensed the committee, incensed the crowd, and eventually got his own way. Kemar Roach back in the attack. Now, that was an occasion in which someone was trying to do something to slow down the game to the point of farce. Surrey don't want to be doing that. And they just need to be a little bit careful here, because their over rate has just slipped behind where it should be. They haven't used a lot of spin today. Surprised we haven't seen Cameron Steele, for example. And after every ball, because we've got a right-hand, left-hand combination and different plans, there has to be a rejigging of the field, so each over's just taken that little bit longer.
Yeah, and also there are gaps on offer for both the plans for Hayne and Bethel at either end at the moment, so a lot of singles, especially when they're bowling straight to Hayne. It's quite an inviting gap through mid-wicket.
I've just been reminded by John Surtees, it's 1930 that all of those events took place, so pre-Bodyline, and Jardine was kind of Fender's protege, of course, famously. They cooked up Bodyline together. After seeing cine footage of Bradman at this very ground being discomforted by Larwood, because Fender used to film stuff. He was one of the first people to use, you know, actual data that we would understand today, and he would have plans for different batters, and one of the first people to use film footage to construct a plan.
Do you know if Jardine tried Bodyline in county cricket before the famous tour?
I don't know, but I think it was employed by Nottinghamshire. George Gunn.
I suppose you need to have the bowling.
Yes, and Surrey didn't really have much in the way of quick bowling in the late 20s and 30s. That was one of the reasons why Fender's captaincy was so admired, because he had pretty decent batters, but bowling resources were a bit more thin in those days than they are now, and yet he somehow still kept Surrey competing. Never successfully, didn't manage to win it, but got close. Well taken by Folks again, having to dive and sprawl away to his left. I think you'll be able to hear all about Percy Fender on podcast series that's coming out. John Surtees has been doing a podcast series with illustrious historian Tom Holland, not Spider-Man, although I'm sure he'd be welcome on as well. So Bethel, with a couple of good leaves in that over, is building his own innings. 175 for 5, 50 gone. The lead 54.
That outstanding return catch aside, it's been largely uneventful session so far.
Just what Warwickshire want, yes.
I was going to say actually that I think Surrey, given how the pitch is currently playing, have done a pretty good job of keeping a lid on the Warwickshire scoring rate.
Yeah.
It's one of those passages of play that actually Warwickshire could not run away from Surrey, but get into a position where they're looking to build what could be quite a spicy
250
target
sort of thing, 250, 260 sort of target.
You know, Haynes 32 off 77 here. He's had to fight really hard for his runs.
Yeah.
There's another excellent take by Ben Folks, by the way, but yeah, I think Surrey have done a pretty good job. The overall innings run rate is 3.49, but that's because once again Warwickshire got off to a bit of a flyer. Rob Yates, as we've seen in both innings, really likes to take the attack against the new ball.
It's a very attractive innings, wasn't it? Really, really lovely to watch. Superb timing, crisp, elegant. I don't think I want to see his dismissal again. It just wasn't the right shot to the ball, was it? It sort of came from nowhere as well. He didn't play injudicious shots. He played good, controlled, but aggressive shots. Another bouncer.
Yeah, Yates is one of those players who naturally scores at a rate that I don't think he needs to take too many risks, because, as you say, he was scoring not far off a runner ball at one point, and doing so just by playing very normal cricket shots. There's one beautiful on drive where all he did really was lean into it. It's hardly a follow through. Yeah, Joe, clearly a very talented player. 500 in the championship winning season in 2021 when he was only 21 years old.
That's nicely played. It'll bring 4. Just a well, I'd say nicely played. I don't mind a leg by. Just let it come onto the leg. Wafted the bat somewhere near it. Picks up 4 runs. Just a slight ill direction there from Worrell.
Yeah, I'm surprised we've not seen Cam Steele yet.
I'm a little surprised, because it's a lengthy old partnership, that 5th wicket partnership between 2 right-handers, and that seemed the obvious moment. In fact, Burns, when the 4th wicket fell, kept Lawrence on to 2 right-handers, and I sort of thought if he was going to try a spin, that might have been the time he'd try the leggy, but he persevered with Lawrence. It didn't come off on this occasion.
Do you think that desire to have a bit more control was a part of it? Steele was
possibly
relatively expensive in the first innings. And although that wickets have been hard to come by, Warwickshire haven't really scored at a rate that would annoy Surrey that much since the opening 10 overs.
No, since that opening partnership, it has sort of been fairly steady at around 3-ish, just under, hasn't it? So Surrey managed to ensure that if they chip away, Warwickshire aren't too far ahead. There's a truth to that. Picks out the fielder Sibley, who's there for that little deflection.
I think one of the reasons why Surrey is such a successful side is that they don't have a set philosophy that they try to play all the time. They're very good at adapting to different match scenarios and how the pitch is playing, etc.
Yes, it's varied, isn't it?
They're very happy to be aggressive at certain points, but also very happy to absorb pressure.
They'll do that with the bat as well.
Yeah.
It's very noticeable, isn't it? Oh, there's nothing that folks could do about that one. He's done a lot of diving around, but he'd have needed 10-foot long arms to get to that one, and it's another rather brutal example of 4 byes against a keeper. We've seen a few of those in this match for both keepers. End of the over, 183 for 5.
Yeah, Worrell not quite getting his line right on a couple of occasions in that over, and it was costly for Surrey, 8 runs coming off it. Yeah, you know, Jordan Clark is quite a good example of a player with the bat who adapts to different situations. Scored a very brisk 100 recently this season. Last summer he scored 100 that was much more sedate.
Yes.
And in that middle order you've got very different types of players.
Spearing in at the pads there. There's Roach. See, there's a little bit of late shape there. Is that a bit of reverse, perhaps? Is that even conventional? This stage, the ball might be reversing. 51 overs in.
Well, Roach, his natural shape is the other way, so it is potentially reverse swing.
Oh, he's got him! That is that shape. Bethel shouldering arms, stump out of the ground, a 6th wicket goes down. Bethel goes for 4, and it's Roach in this innings for Surrey who's picking up the wickets. If it isn't Jordan Clark or Dan Worrell, it's Kemar Roach. We take a look at this again. This is exactly what we were talking about, the tailing back in. And Bethel, like every batter who has ever left a ball and seen his off stump go out the ground, will be thinking, why, oh why did I not just play at that? But it's come back quite sharply. And once again, this game doesn't stay completely silent for that long, does it? Surrey chip away, 6 gone now.
Yep, if it's not Worrell or Clark, it's the guy with 250 or so test wickets who'll get you. Kemar Roach, you know, he's been uncharacteristically quiet, I'd say, so far this season. This is his first really substantial performance with the ball. And boy, if Surrey needed it. They've found wickets hard to come by today, and Roach has picked up 4 for 40 now from his 10 overs. We know how deep Warwickshire bat. Michael Burgess, their wicketkeeper, who averages 34 in first-class cricket, is their number 8. And we just saw there, you know, Dan Worrell lost his line a little bit in the last over, and you're just thinking, oh, Warwickshire starting to build another annoying partnership, but Roach finding a bit of late, significant inward movement to Bethel creates the breakthrough. And once again, it was another wicket where a batter's left it, where actually they've got across reasonably well, but the movement is so late that even though they sort of get their pad across to off stump, it doesn't matter.
Dino was talking about this earlier. He just looks to have found his rhythm today, Kemar Roach. And once again, Surrey have got 2 right-handers to bowl at. So Zamir Jamal due in next. And then we will see if Miles can bat. It's another reason why Warwickshire are so keen to be able to bat through the day, so that they don't have to find out tonight.
Oh! Just short of Dom Sibley. They've got 2 men short in front of square on the leg side.
For exactly that.
For exactly that ball and exactly that shot. That swung in a long, long way from Kemar Roach. Really showing how skillful he is as a bowler. He was getting the ball to shape in the opposite direction to the left-hander Bethel. Into the left-hander and into the right-hander, and very, very nearly picks up his second wicket of the over.
This is very probing stuff from Roach at the moment. You see what we mean about his rhythm. He's gliding to the crease at the moment, looking pretty comfortable.
It's such a hard thing to do, not only to move the ball both ways, but to do it effectively, because your line has to be so different. If the ball is moving that much, it has to start quite a long way outside off stump. So it's not just a skill to get the movement, you've got to control it too.
End of the over, another successful one for Roach. A wicket maiden, he has 4 for 40. Warwickshire 183 for 6. 17 overs remain in the day. That lead a slender 62. Warwickshire on a knife edge here. Really, can't afford to lose another wicket today, you wouldn't have thought. I say that, you know, we know they can bat down the order, and they will keep fighting, but there's just 4 more wickets now for Surrey to take. And again, this movement from Worrell. It's going to be a bit testing out there, to put it mildly.
And I know he's not quite got his line right in the last 10 minutes, but he's really charging in. Running in with real vigour.
They bowl really well in tandem, don't they? It's quite nice, the pairings that Surrey have got. When you have Clark and Abbott, you just have a slight change of approach and gear and pace, and then they go attacking as the ball's moving. There's just a sense that that ball's starting to talk again.
And also, you've got 4 brilliant seamers on show in this game. You've still got on the sidelines Tom Laws, Gus Atkinson, Jamie Overton.
It's preposterous, really, isn't it?
Crazy, crazy depth. Early in the day, we were sort of wondering what will the Surrey T20 lineup look like this year, because they've got quite a few guys who are obviously away for the T20 World Cup. And even with those guys gone, you know, you're losing Reece Topley, Sam Curran, Chris Jordan. You've still got an attack of Spencer Johnson, Sean Abbott, Tom Curran, Gus Atkinson, Tom Laws.
It's not bad.
I'm definitely Dan Worrell.
Dan Worrell, yes. It's a fair few knocking about.
I suppose with the relentlessness of the blast schedule, it's important, even for a T20 competition, to have a group of seamers that you can rotate. You can't expect the same guys to play 14 games, especially when you've got a few weekends when you're effectively playing 3 matches in 4 days.
There's been a lot of spotlight on that, hasn't there?
On
the blast schedule and the travel. Really only being kept awake by listening to Adam Collins on the final word. Colo's back in the building. His task, should he wish to accept it, is to try and pick up a couple of wickets in his 8 over spell. Yes, and I think he concurs with us that there's a bit of reverse going on out there. But Sam Hayne's been pretty solid today. First class match of the summer. Bouncer to end. 183 for 6. Another maiden, back-to-back maidens for Roach and Worrell. More from Yasrana. And to take you through the next 8 overs, it's going to be Adam Collins.
Yeah, Warwickshire now leading by 62, 6 wickets down. We've seen 2 moments of individual brilliance so far in this session. First, incredible, genuinely incredible return catch from Sean Abbott. If you've not seen it already, seek it out. It'll be on the Surrey Twitter and Instagram page, etc.
How excited did Daniel get when he called it?
He was very excited. I think we all were. Okay. It was absolutely fantastic. Then I was
watching it from side on and didn't quite. It's one of those ones where if you don't watch it, but I'm looking forward to watching the clip that I'm sure is on the Surrey socials.
It's one of those where you have to see the full speed replay to really appreciate it. It was hit so hard, it was so low, and Abbott to get down that low in such a short space of time, and not only to stop the ball but to get his fingers underneath it and hold on to it was quite something.
Again, that tail, that late movement that we're seeing from Roach that accounted for the second bit of individual brilliance after tea. Bethel knocked over by Roach for 4. With Barner, when you consider he faced about 340 odd balls in the match, don't think he gave a chance in the first innings until he was dismissed, and would you call that for Abbott a quarter chance? Having that dragged in, that could make all the difference here. The lead's just 62, Surrey with their tails up here. Shot. Good response there from Burgess. Gets off the mark with a couple. Cam made this point before, and I think you did earlier today as well, that the scoreboard has mirrored the first innings quite a lot in the second. At one point they were 167 for 6 on day 1, and they were 183 for 6 now. So that rear guard was due to what they were able to do down the list. Burgess was part of that. Cannot lose another wicket tonight.
That will give Warwickshire optimism. They were in a very, very similar position in the first innings and then got up to a score of 340. They were 6 down with a score on 167, and if they get up to a score of 340, that will give them more than something to bowl at. There's a lot of cricket left today, 15.2 overs.
It's one of those where it could. You can easily imagine a scenario where Surrey are batting tonight. I'm not saying they'd have enough time to win the game or anything, but well, that would have helped in that enterprise, given that Haynes, the last man who might get in the way. Well, I say the last man, the most noteworthy of the Warwickshire batters, having made it to 33 here from 90 balls. But if Hayne were to fall now, if that ball had a ricochet back onto his leg stump, for instance, reversing ball is very, very difficult for lower order batters to deal with. We've seen just enough of it. Roach holding the shiny side away from the direction he wants us to swing, so that's why it's done that to finish. So that is genuinely reverse. 4 runs from the over, 187 for 6, so lead by 66.
Yeah, I think it's as challenging a time to bat as it has been for a long time. Roach and Worrell getting the ball to reverse. Roach in particular displaying supreme control and not only getting the ball to swing both ways, but carefully managing it. Obviously, if you're swinging the ball in the opposite direction, you've got to change your starting line. It's challenging both edges of the right-handed pair of Warwickshire batters.
Gets no easier with Worrell. Outswinger. Sharp work there by Jamie Smith at backward point, keeping it to 1. And the luxury that Surrey have is that once these two are finished, well, they can get into their rotation with 2 other bowlers that, if they were anywhere else, would be leading the attack in Abbott and Clark. Maybe some spin as well, given we're 54.1 overs into this ball. We've seen very little of the spinners.
Yeah, Lawrence has bowled 3 short and sharp spells. And he's looked threatening, to be honest. He's induced a few false shots.
It's a Pleve. It's also 4. Didn't want to play it, but in the end, the bounce dictated that he did. First boundary, he's 7. I've got a bit of a theory, as we see a replay here of Worrell being placed for 4, just. I've got a theory that whenever the first Love Church is in operation on level 2 here, and it sets the soundtrack, sets early on day 4 and late on day 4, stuff happens. During those 2 services when there is a soundtrack, I'll just turn your effects mic up slightly and you'll be able to hear it a bit more as they start singing again. Wickets fall. Oh, pulls inside the line.
Is that one we can get Andrew Sampson on?
Oh, that is so good.
Average runs per wicket during the services and outside the services.
The way to do it would be not to tell Samo what to do, but find out when the 2 services are for the church. So if you're googling it, Samo, First Love Church in the England room on level 2 of the JM Fin stand, and then take the 2 times of the services and apply it to the... Yes. He hasn't been that busy today, has he? Compact drive. Won't get full value because Roach is sweeping, picks it up in front of the older of the scoreboards. 2 more for Warwickshire. Did half a lap before, caught up with a... Whenever you do half a lap around the oval, you catch up with people you know, don't you? It's the nature of the beast. It's a gathering place, a county venue on a Sunday afternoon. A couple of my final word crew listeners who are doing the Edinburgh half marathon with me in a couple of weekends' time for the Lord's Taverners. Shot, but again, it'll give Roach a chance to cut it off, and so he does. Haynes 35.
I think Surrey doing a really good job here of they've got catches in place, but also they've got quite a lot of protection. So it's quite hard for Warwickshire. I know this is a profitable over so far, 8 runs off the first 5 deliveries, but you know that boundary from Burgess wasn't totally deliberate. They're managing to exert control while also looking dangerous.
His rears up. Dead ball, so they won't bother getting down the other end, but again that's a handful. 7 from the over. Make that 8 from the over. 195 for 6, leader 74. Daniel asked me for a couple of wickets in my spell. So far I've brought quite a few runs actually. We'll see. So partnerships here. The best of them, the 75 with Hayne and Barnett either side of tee. Once that was broken, just gave Surrey a bit of a sniff. 51 for the second wicket, Yates and Rhodes. That was put on at a pretty decent clip actually, at least initially. Then they were slowed down by Clark and Abbott, and then 2 wickets fell in quick succession. Roach was keen to bowl then, but Burgess wasn't keen to face, so they'll go back and start again.
14 overs remaining in the day, Colo. How do you see those split up between the Surrey bowlers?
That's a good point. What are we into now? This must be Roach's 4th of the spell, I want to say. 4th. I love when he comes on, actually. That's an appeal from Pope at second slip, but not much doing. They'll get through for a leg bye. Terry Blake, who's the ground announcer here, has quite a distinctive, deep, considered voice. And he does the 2-syllable. He goes... Coming on from the Vauxhall, and he's Kemar Roach. It's like he's a professional wrestler, the way he's... So I got to experience that in the seats about half an hour ago when he came in. So yeah, about 4 overs in, I'd suggest. More runs, 4 of them. Leg byes. So 5 leg byes to start the over from the first 2 balls. Unusual sequence.
Surrey very much targeting leg stump. You've got 2 men in front of square on the leg side who are very close. Burgess very, very nearly chipped one up to Dom Sibley, who's on the right of the 2.
bit of a discussion going on next door about Sibley and Pope. So Pope took, it was 8 catches, wasn't it, last week? Sorry, 2 weeks ago against Hampshire. He has been the sole slip as opposed to Sibley. Sibley's been hovering, he's been at square leg cover, catching mid-wicket, etc. Despite normally the convention would be the first slip would stay put and the second slip would go walkabout, but yeah, the question as to where Pope might see himself fielding for England, and whether this might be a bit of a tell that is he going to be taking a more senior spot in that cordon on a full-time basis. Your thoughts? He and Crawley are both keen to be there and thereabouts.
Crawley is an outstanding slipper. I think he's probably England's best in the last few years. I guess so. Root has been there for a long time.
Because usually Pope third. Depends where Bairstow is in the team. When Bairstow has the gloves, obviously he's not in the cordon, but when he's been playing as a specialist bat, often he bobs up at third. Took a great catch on the first day of Bazball, didn't he, at third slip. Feels like a long time ago, that Lord's Test against New Zealand in 2022 when Folkes was in and Bairstow was as well. But yeah, so if you were doing a depth chart, maybe so Pope at third?
Yeah, I think it's probably Root, Crawley, Pope is their first choice slip cordon at the moment.
Leg slip in. Oh, that's a beauty as well. Kemar Roach gives it the full celebration, and rightly so. He's bent back the off stump of Sam Hain. He's got himself a fifer. 5 of the 7 to fall. Warwickshire only leading by 79, and Roach is having a day out.
That ball had me literally applauding in the commentary box. We've been talking about how Kemar Roach has had a masterful control of the reverse swinging ball here. And this one beat Sam Hain, one of the most resolute batters in the country, with an absolute peach.
The reverse angle might. You can see that he's not doing an awful lot wrong there from the reverse angle anyway, Hain, in terms of what he's trying to cover up, but just on that angle, shaping in, straightening up. I mean, that is dreamy. That is dreamy for a fast bowler who swings it around, to have the radar so well set and getting rid of the most important player for Warwickshire. 200 for 7.
It's been a brilliant spell of reverse swing bowling. And we're talking about how Kemar Roach has had a relatively quiet season so far by his extremely high standards. And this has been his spell of the summer so far. 5 for 44 off 13 overs. As Adam says, 5 of the 7 Warwickshire wickets to fall. Surrey just 3 wickets away from batting again. I wonder now, Adam, as Ahmed Jamal comes to the crease at number 9, do we think we get a change of intent from Warwickshire at this point? They need something to defend.
Well, Jamal's the guy to sort of pull that lever on the basis of what I've seen when he's played Test cricket for Pakistan. He has got the ability to hit the ball a long way and take down Test quality attacks, but I mean, it won't be easy. Ball's reversing. I guess the question is, how long does Roach bowl for in this spell? Worrell wicketless so far. Catches the call, won't carry. Burgess maybe demonstrating what you're talking about, whether there will be a change in approach here. Leads 80.
Well, Warwickshire's overall run rate, 3.58, is healthy enough, but that can almost be split into different phases. They got off to such a fast start, and it's been broadly 3 and over since that fast start. And there was a period, the ball's doing a fair bit now, but there was a period where the ball wasn't doing that much, and Surrey kept a lid on the Warwickshire scoring rate, and it has meant that now that Warwickshire are 7 down, that lead is only at 80. And you think that with the way that the pitch is playing, that has a long, long way away from a lead that will cause Surrey problems.
So can Worrell get in on the act? We were saying yesterday, it feels time ago now, that it was remarkable that Worrell was wicketless on day 1, got 1 for 73 there and none for 47 here. The way it breaks in these bowling partnerships. Enjoyed a lot of success, as did Roach last year against Warwickshire. But if he can get into it here, Amir Jamal, the new man, not entirely clear what Craig Miles' situation is, whether he'll bat or not. I expect he'll bat. certainly not able to bowl, we've been told that, with that ankle that he injured when celebrating his 5th wicket yesterday. How disappointing that is.
Yeah, for those who missed that moment, you might think that if he's got injured celebrating, he was attempting a cartwheel or anything, but it was just in his follow through, giving his teammates a high five. Really, something popped.
Just one of those things.
He wasn't trying anything extravagant.
We tried to get that going earlier. Surrey broadcast at gmail.com when sports people have been injured celebrating. Don't know whether it went anywhere. Worth a try. Edged and gets beyond Pope on the bounce. Off the mark, Jamal.
Did Hassan Ali sort of pop his back once whilst he was doing his star celebration?
Yes, he did. I think that might have been a World Cup game, 2019. That rings a bell when Hassan Ali gave it big and hurt himself. We talked about the poking of the eye with Brad Haddon and James Faulkner. The 1993 League Cup game where Tony Adams dropped one of his teammates and broke his shoulder. That was from via Norcross. Catherine Brunt got a mention. Nice shape from Worrell, but well negotiated by Burgess out to cover. One left in the over.
Did Ollie Stone pick up a severe injury in his Northants Day celebrating? That rings a bell.
In a way, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more because of the exuberance. Often in a follow through, like a torn hamstring or something like that.
Surprised Imran Tahir's not done it at some point.
Remember well that first wicket of the World Cup in 2019 when he really took off in this direction actually. Again edging, second time in the over that Pope's nearly been in the frame for a diving snaffle. As Rana's jumping out, been great working with you today. We'll hear from you tomorrow. 206 for 7 becomes the score. We'll see this last ball back. So Worrell just enough shape away and not quite in the frame for Pope to drag it in. Dean Wilson joining us on colour for the last, what are we, 12 overs left on the day. Hello, Dino.
Hello, did I hear you talk about Steve Morrow just now?
We did, yes. Do you know what we found? We looked up the YouTube clip, right, and watched it in the box, as you do, very professional, and the talking head discussing Steve Morrow breaking his shoulder, none other than Yozza, Simon Hughes, in a documentary or something like that, or one of those clip shows. Couldn't believe it. Oh, there's the in swing from Roach. Do you think they just bowl him? I mean, is this one of these situations where, with 3 wickets to go, late on day 3, you just bowl him until he's spent?
Absolutely, until he can't, or he feels like he doesn't want to come in anymore. And at the moment, why would you feel that way? He's got the ball doing exactly what he wants it to, moving prodigiously with the reverse swing there. Absolute master of his work.
Slipping a leg slip. Oh, look at that! That is brilliant. We've seen 3 bits of individual brilliance from Kemar Roach, 3 times stumps out of the ground. That's his 6th. This has been a masterful spell of reverse swing bowling. 206 for 8. Warwickshire reeling now, and Roach truly at the peak of his powers, Dean Wilson.
Already the most threatening bowler in the Surrey side in this innings, and that was before he started to get this reverse swing, but now he's got it. He is showing what a masterful controller of the ball he is. Just sending it, hanging it out there nice and wide outside the off stump, knowing that it's going to come back late and viciously towards middle stump. And Amir Jamal has just got bowled neck and crop. Classic delivery. Almost begs the question what he was trying to achieve driving at the ball in that direction. It wasn't going to be there for long as it slips between bat and pad. Kemar Roach has his 6th, and yeah, he's delighted. Of course he is, but this has just been a terrific example of fast, medium swing bowling.
Oliver Hannon-Dull will be walking out at 10, which sort of suggests that Miles is in a fairly bad nick, because Hannon-Dull is a genuine number 11, which I don't think he mind me saying. So this does open the door to Surrey
if they can finish this very quickly, extra half an hour available, it's not outside the realms of possibility they could even knock this off today. However, one thing at a time.
Well, indeed.
One thing at a time.
But nine, as things stand, if he takes a wicket in these next 4 balls, minimum 9 overs remaining, then the extra half hour perhaps, you can squeeze. Well, Warwickshire are not going to be getting around the field particularly quickly, so maybe 5 overs in half an hour, something like that.
Yeah, what it would need to be is finish at this over, 2 for change over, 9 plus 8, 17 they could theoretically get. Anyway, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Oh, first ball. I thought that might have snuck through as well. Hannah Dolby, who was the not-out man in the first innings, she only faced 1 ball. And Roach, I mean, we set it up quite well in the end, didn't we? Because the ball before it was the in-swinging Yorker, which he just kept out. Like, how long do you leave this guy on? It's a long spell. But Bethel, Hayne and Jamal have all fell to deliveries that are just brilliant. Bethel and Jamal the ones coming in, Hayne the one tailing away. On target. So's that, but well handled. Off the mark with a single, which they just walk through.
Yeah,
lead up to 86.
Yeah, the lead is such a... I think you're right that Craig Miles, with his ankle, unlikely to feature. You do wonder, maybe he might want to come out and if it was a really tight situation, you know, end of day 4 rather than day 3.
That's one way to deal with it, on the advance and mitigate a bit of the movement. Burgess gives Annan Dolby 1 more to look at.
And it kind of comes back a little bit to what we were talking about earlier in the way in which Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott were able to take the game away from Warwickshire with their 9th wicket partnership.
Oh, past the edge at pace to finish. Terrific over, wicket coming in at 208 for 8, leads 87.
Yep, Surrey in total control thanks to the brilliance, and it is brilliance, from Kemar Roach. He's got his best ever first class bowling figures for Surrey, and he's added another display of pure class here today. 6 for 46 from his 14 overs, and he's shown a full range of skills as well. It hasn't just been about the old ball, it hasn't just been about reverse swing. There was some authentic seam movement early on, some authentic swing early on. He just seemed to have rhythm from the first ball of the day.
Mentioned I went outside before, and you even detect it from how far back Ben Folk stands for Roach compared to the others. It can be a little bit deceptive watching it down the barrel of the camera. You don't get the full extent of how quick it is, but yeah, Roach building up ahead of steam.
But I think as well, it's, you know, it is about rhythm, and it is about how he's feeling as much as anything else. We know he's a quality performer, but it's hard to do it day in, day out, and of course that's what teams are all about. That's why you've got the likes of Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark to offer, you know, such able support. But when you've got an absolute gem like Kemar Roach, who's been doing it for a very long time, when he's on song, so difficult to stop.
So field back now, we're playing the game 8 back, and just the one man in the cordon up close. Of course, that's Ollie Pope. Interested in Roach's overall analysis against Warwickshire, because he ran amok against them last year. He took in the first innings here, picked up a couple, so he's got 8 in the match, which takes him to 32 wickets. He had 24 at 19 before today. Oh, nearly snuck through. Worrell asking the question on the inside edge, not to be. So it'll be an average that gets down to sort of the 16-17 mark.
30 at 16, roughly.
It's his 4th 5-wicket haul at the Oval. Takes his wickets here at 23. He's now got mid-60s for wickets on this ground. 4th stint at the club, Kemar Roach. part of the 2022 and 2023 champion winning sides. What a great signing.
In an era when a lot of overseas players have tended just to dip in briefly, a season here, maybe half a season there, which is very different to the kind of the overseas pros that I can remember as a youngster watching. You know, Curtly Ambrose at Northamptonshire, and you know, Steve Waugh at Kent, or Malcolm Marshall at Hampshire. You know, very much identified a player with a club, and that sort of went away a little bit from that. It's really come back, you know, with Simon Harmer at Essex, for example. And
oh, the one ball at him, it's a full toss, it's given. It clearly wasn't what Worrell was going for, you could tell by the muted appeal, but it's good enough to get him in the book. Hannon Dolby's gone for one, and by the looks of the body language, that looks like 9 out, all out. With Craig Miles injured, he had one ball to bowl at Hannon Dolby, and that was enough. 209 for 9, but just getting confirmation here, yep, that's with Burgess leaving the field as well. It's going to leave Surrey 89 runs to win. This has happened in a real hurry. The last 6 wickets have fallen for 45 runs. Make that last 5 wickets because the 6 wasn't required, but in effect, they've gone from 4 for 165 to all out 209, and it's taken no more than an hour or so to achieve that. That last wicket, you can see that, well, it's hit him high, but on the full toss, height won't be the problem, and the finger goes up. But the star of the show's on camera here, Dean Wilson. Kemar Roach, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 46, and on 3 occasions taking stumps out of the ground in the final session to make it so.
yeah, and he turns to the crowd, the really appreciative Surrey crowd here, all the members there in the pavilion, standing as one to receive their hero. They love him here. Kemar Roach keeps coming back whenever he can and delivering the goods season after season. It's been a terrific display from him, really backing up the performance of Jamie Smith with the bat. 150 for him. Gave Surrey a very healthy first innings lead, but you felt there were still plenty of runs out there on that surface. And in the end, Kemar Roach was able to really take the surface out of the equation. It probably didn't have a huge amount of pace in it, but when he got that ball reversing and tailing in late, he let the damage be done in the air, and it was too good for a succession of Warwickshire batters. 209 all out. Well, 209 for 9, but effectively 209 yes. all out. And Kemar Roach has earned his cup of tea now, as he'll look to see the target of 89 knocked off. We're not going to say for definite tomorrow. We're not going to say for definite tonight.
Well, he did pick up the... I'm just going to play that out as we go through a few bits and pieces here, Dean, in the innings change. There are 8 overs remaining today, plus the 8 of the extra half an hour. So 16 overs, 88. You wouldn't rule it out just with the way that Surrey chase and the opportunity for a precious day off. But anyway, that's to one side. At one stage, they were 86 for 2 in just the 20th over, and they were in pretty good nick, with Yates passing 50. And yet at the time, he had Barnard for company, I think it was. It just felt like the kind of innings where they were building at a decent enough rate that had they been able to get through to stumps tonight, they would have had a credible number of runs on the board. But the problem was wickets falling in such quick intervals. So, mentioned before, we saw Barnard, Bethel, Hayne, Jamal and Hannon Dolby falling in the collapse. Barnard was caught and bowled Abbott. That was the first bit. That was the first bit of individual brilliance. So a quarter chance from Abbott, dragging it in. Barnard, the man in form, on 44, 100 in the first innings. And from there, it really opened up for Roach bowling Bethel for 4, Hayne for 34, Jamal for 1. Wickets falling at 165, 183, 200, 206, and the final wicket at 209. So it really did happen in a hurry.
It did happen in a hurry, and actually I think there were two moments that really kind of dictated the pattern of play in this innings. The first one was the wicket of Yates. As you said, it made a sparkling half-century, 52 from 68 balls, but his dismissal, yes, he fell to Roach, and it just says in the scorebook, bowled Roach, but I think he'll be so frustrated, so disappointed with the shot that he played, trying to pull across the line, and ended up being bowled, ball just not getting above stump height, which suggests it was perhaps a touch fuller than he thought.
And just the second ball, Roach was back in the attack as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe feeling perhaps too confident then. And so that opened up an end. And then actually Ed Barnard and Sam Hayne managed to steady the ship a little bit for Warwickshire. They put on a pretty decent partnership of 75. And at that point, 165 for 4, you know, they're in the lead. They're, you know, starting to make a case for something significant for Surrey to chase. And then, as you say, that moment of magic from Sean Abbott. And, you know, while we're talking about overseas players and we're talking about how excellent Kemar Roach has been for Surrey, Sean Abbott, another spell back here at the club. And what a terrific player, what a terrific cricketer he is, kind of full stop. And he just created something there, a little bit of magic out of nothing. A fantastic catch just above the bootlaces, and it was hit back to him firmly by Barnard. But that was the wicket then that just really started the collapse, the back end of this Warwickshire lineup. And we've talked about both teams so far in this match having very long batting lineups. They can all hold a bat pretty much, arguably number 11 on either side apart, but they do bat right down, and so you had a sense that Warwickshire could still create something. But the way that Roach snuffed out any chance of a significant target for Warwickshire was just testament to his skill and ability with that kind of 55 over old ball, reverse swinging, and he not only did he have it on a string, but he was really enjoying playing with it. You could tell the pace was up, the skill level was extraordinary, and he put on a bit of a show for the Surrey fans today.
Yeah, that's right, and you saw that with the setup of Jamal, the in-swinging Yorker, and then the next ball taking the middle stump out of the ground.
If they take it.
Let's turn you off for a sec here, Dino. The craft, the art of reverse swing is the other part of this, isn't it? That for so long, that was becoming a defining part of multi-day cricket, and then it did disappear from the game for a couple of years, and we needn't get into all that again. But it did. The truth is, teams got spooked, and they rode back from where they might have been. And now teams are getting good at it again. They've found a way to manage the ball in a way that's in keeping with the laws and the conditions that have been set to them. And you're seeing around the world, teams are getting good at reverse swing again, and nobody better than Kemar Roach with all of that experience. He's been playing in England since 2012. It's a long time bowling with the Duke's ball in conditions just like this, and on days like today that comes to the fore.
Yeah, you're right there. It's about the conditions, and we've had 3 gloriously warm and sunny days here at the Kia Oval. Slightly abrasive square either side as the ball runs over the used ends, which also aids in that looking after the condition of the ball and getting one side slightly scuffed and keeping the other side nice and shiny, or a little heavier. And once it started to go, I mean, you could kind of, it's almost like it flicks a switch, isn't it? Once you start to see it go, you're going to buckle in and enjoy the ride.
taking you through to the close of play. Who knows? Possibly the end of the match. It'll be Daniel Norcross replacing me.
And it's going to be interesting to see how Surrey go about it. They've no funky changes to their batting lineup, as if you have to send out a Lawrence and Smith to open if this was the end of day 4 and you're trying to chase it. They did go for they went for a lively chase
Somerset
against Somerset, didn't they? And didn't quite manage it. But
they were up with the rate for 11 overs, weren't they?
They were.
But I think, look, it could end today, but I think what this signals is that Surrey are comfortable with tomorrow's weather forecast. They don't want to mess up here, and in all honesty with you, I think they'd be happy to go to the close of play on 25 for none if they could, and come back knowing that they got 60 odd to get tomorrow. If they'd walked, I think if you'd seen Lawrence and Smith walk out, then you would know that that's what they were going for. But it could be a tricky little chase. You never know.
I think you're absolutely right, and it's perhaps slightly foolish of us to just dismiss the notion that 89 runs is something that you can get to in your sleep. That is certainly not the case, and stranger things have happened. Of course they have. Warwickshire will still be fighting tooth and nail for every chance here.
And the way you lose this game is by going too hard at the top and finding yourself 12 for 3, and then that gives the Warwickshire bowlers 2 bites at the cherry. Because don't forget, they are down a bowler with no Craig Miles out there, but they will hope, it's a slim hope, but they will hope that Oliver Hannon-Dolby and Amir Jamal, with 8 overs with a new ball, can prize out a few wickets, and then it gets a bit squeaky tomorrow morning with refreshed bowlers. That's their plan, and Surrey don't want that to happen, so they'll be thinking, let's get to stumps as unscathed as possible, is my guess.
Absolutely. They've got it all in front of them, and as much as a spare Monday would be a lovely thing, it really pales into insignificance next to making sure you get the win.
Yes, they're looking at 24 lovely points, aren't they, here? And frankly, for a lot of their side, they will hope that the work is done. For Kimar Roach, for example, and Dan Worrell, and even Sean Abbott and Jordan Clark, they'll be thinking that their bowlers effectively can now put their feet up. They have got the Monday off, and now the bowlers have said to the batters, you just finish off the job for us, please.
Whenever you like.
Whenever you like. We're not fussed. But what a performance from Kimar Roach. I mean, once that ball started to reverse, he was getting lovely late tail, wasn't he? It's just an exhibition of terrific bowling.
That's the word, really, exhibition. It was pure entertainment, watching a world-class player produce world-class quality, and it was joy to watch.
Oof, that was close to off stump. I'm going to give you an update on the over rate situation, which is normally a very boring subject, isn't it, really? But Surrey have finished.
When is it not a boring subject?
Well, it's a very not boring subject when a crossbow bolt flies into the oval with Middlesex, hoping they can come back out and get the necessary points to avoid relegation. Then it becomes really quite a significant subject.
Okay, so crossbow bolts apart.
Well, and this is the situation as the first over passes relatively uneventfully. Surrey won without loss, 7 overs remaining in the day. According to our board, Warwickshire are -1, which was the situation Hampshire found themselves in. The problem for Hampshire was, or was it -2, I think, Hampshire, they weren't able to get back out to bowl because Surrey won by an innings. By an innings, and not very many, but by an innings nonetheless. Whereas Warwickshire here have not suffered that indignity, and they will be able to make up that deficit if they need to. That won't be on their minds right now. What will be on their minds right now is getting some breakthroughs tonight to give themselves some hope tomorrow. But what can happen if they feel like the game is done? Surrey are 60 odd for none. They bring on Yates and Bethel and they rush through 3 overs, get it done. And it's all a bit silly, isn't it?
If there's a result, over rate shouldn't make a jot of difference, should they?
I agree. I do actually agree with that. Over rates are there, aren't they, to make sure that the game doesn't unnecessarily end in a draw through lax play.
Yeah.
But,
if you're getting near enough 100% of the action, and it ends up with a result.
Yep.
And players have given off everything that they can. To moan that they haven't done it quite quickly enough.
Does seem a bit silly. There's a huge appeal there, but possibility of height, possibility that Burns gets outside the line. Now we'll have a look at where he ends up here, because this has happened to Burns a fair bit in this match. Well, that's height, isn't it, that one? But he does slightly give the impression that he's further outside off stump than he actually is sometimes, because if you take a look at what happens at impact, the umpire can't see off stump, but then his front leg just withdraws back ever so slightly, doesn't it?
After impact.
Well, it's on or around. Sumptuous shot, 4 runs, overpitched. A shot you don't see that often necessarily, certainly early on in Rory Burns' innings, but that was a beautifully played cover drive with expert timing, just a little bit too full, searching for swing.
Yeah, real confident looking stroke there from Rory Burns, advancing almost a kind of a half step in addition to the initial front foot press. No need to run 4 from the moment hit the bat.
More here, just a single in the end. So 7 off this over so far.
What do you think? Well, I mean,
what do you think they'd have to be on in order to ask for the extra half hour? I think 50 more to win.
Will they even?
Would they bother?
Will they even bother? I'm not so sure.
I'm not sure they will. I mean, the crowd has sort of not exactly melted away, but there are fewer and fewer people in the pavilion. It's quite late. It's 6:25 on a Sunday. Oh, now I think Sibley's being attacked by an insect. And the reason I mention the crowd is that just sometimes, if you've got decent crowd in Saturday night, a bit lubed up, something, they might think, let's do it rather than drag everyone back tomorrow. But it doesn't have that feel. I don't know why. I'm happy to be proved wrong.
I think those that remain are just enjoying what's on offer and want every last ball.
Now you will note from your screen that we've got a very Ashes 2005 short mid-on, and there's also a short mid-wicket, and there's a short catching cover, and this is with a new ball. So it probably, if you are only recently joining the live stream, gives you an indication that the pitch has slowed up quite a bit from where it was on the first day when we had a phalanx of slips, 4 slips in place at some points, ball flying through to the keeper. It's nicely tucked away by Sibley, brings him his first runs and 4 of them. So Surrey have advanced to 12 off the first 2 overs. That target is now just 77 runs away. And there may be some of you, as we look at that replay just on the pads, he likes it there, some of you shouting at the screen going, 6 overs plus 8, 14. 14 overs to get 77 runs. It's not that preposterous. But that very much depends on whether they even want to think about doing it.
Well, Jamal's gone for 11 off that.
Yeah.
Over it. If he
Alan Dolby won't, will he?
If he keeps bowling outside leg stump half volleys, then they really will rush towards it.
But it's a slightly different proposition with Alan Dolby because he's going to give you nothing.
Yeah, he was very, very economical at the start of the match, or of the first innings. I think he was maybe 1 under par, 6 overs, 5 runs conceded.
I think his first 12 went for 13 or something stupid.
Yeah, he's extremely consistent performer with a ball in his hand.
It's the fact that he barely strays from the same length that I find so admirable. I don't think I'd have had quite the temperament to be that type of bowler. Do you know what I mean? Because the temptation to try things, he just gets into a rhythm and lands it on the same spot.
But he has that enviable attribute of the height that he comes from. It just makes it so awkward to. You think he might be there for the drive, and it just bounces and gets a little bigger than you're expecting, and he might drag it back just a fraction and then push it forward. He's very skillful in the way that he uses that height advantage, and of course if the pitch is offering a little bit of assistance either way, he can take advantage.
Does he remind you of such a Masters, perhaps? Maybe Masters probably swung it a bit more, did he? I'm trying to think, of these sort of tall, regular, reliable. Back in the day, there'd have been Colin Dredge we'd have talked about. You're old enough to remember Colin Dredge.
Yeah, I am. I'm probably gonna. I shouldn't say this because he'll probably get really upset with me. But in terms of consistency, I remember Angus Fraser just there, relentless. Always just outside, just on off stump. Oh.
He's gone after that as Rory Burns, and he's clattered it away through deep backward point for 4. He didn't leave that alone, which is interesting.
Yeah, no, there's definitely intent here from the Surrey openers. We're trying to second guess the
plan
and the intent, but so far both Burns and Sibley have gone after deliveries that they would otherwise have left alone, which suggests that they're quite keen to get into this target. But
end of the over, just a 4 from it, 16 without loss. That target 89. Mentioned Angus Fraser. It would take a very special kind of batter to be able to get the wood over Angus Fraser. I mean, there is one out there who has a strike rate of 400 against Angus Fraser.
From one ball.
You're sitting next to him.
And pray tell, how on earth did you...
he took a wicket off the penultimate ball of his spell.
I'm thinking a lucky edged.
How dare you?
Streaky.
It was a square drive for 4.
We all know that one man's square drive is another man's streaky outside edge.
Virat Kohli would have been proud of this square drive, I tell you. Saw it right onto the bat. It pinged away through backward point. Angus Fraser kicked the turf with frustration.
And then you woke up.
It was the Lord's Taverners against Test Match Sofa in 2010, I think it was. Great game of cricket, that.
Well, the shadows starting to lengthen here, but you're right about this slightly curious field with a straightish short mid wicket and then another shortish mid-wicket and then a wide mid-on in the gap, just in case Sibley decides to flick it and pierce those two fielders. There's a little bit of protection, both wide mid-on and deep mid-wicket. And Jamal is bowling to that field, bowling very straight, even though he also has two slips. So maybe an error might see Sibley close the face on the bat a bit too soon and get one of those slips interested, but at the moment very much seems as though the Surrey man has control of things.
Yes, it's quite a subcontinental field, isn't it? I've seen this deployed a lot of the time when captains don't think they're going to bring the slips into play too much. And it's a bit strange whole game for that. I mean, in Warwickshire's second innings, it was bowled, was the main way, wasn't it? Just looking through that scorecard. Yates was bowled by Roach. Hayne was bowled by Roach. Bethel was bowled by Roach. Amir Jamal was bowled by Roach. Three LBWs, one caught behind, and a quite sensational caught and bowled, which is really what started the collapse, isn't it? And Barnard was out at 165, so those last 5 wickets going down for just 44 runs.
I'm just looking at the field. We talked about the field placings and obviously the pace of the pitch.
Maiden over, 16 without loss, 4 gone. 4 remain in the day.
But I'm also just looking at the sort of the energy levels of the Warwickshire team. You know, they're doing a professional job, of course, just scampering through from one end to the other. And I know it's the end of the day, and it's been 3 hot days, and so you know it's tiring, it's hard work. That's what first-class cricket's all about. It is actually a kind of war of attrition, but the energy levels really don't seem to be there from Warwickshire.
Well, we're not hearing much noise, are we?
No, we're not, and we're not seeing the kind of, I don't know, what do we say, 8 overs, thinking that maybe we can
get 3,
do something, yeah, just create a little bit of mayhem, a little bit of havoc in these 8 overs, and just have them find that energy to be busy and try and make Sibley and Burns feel a little bit uncomfortable, if possible. I mean, you know, clearly the skill and the ability is what matters, but you can add to the atmosphere, you can add to the sense of pressure, but you know, from here, just watching the kind of slightly relaxed style that the players are just sort of wandering around on the field, it's almost as though they're not that convinced that they can snaffle something here to cause a little bit of disquiet.
And you do need something, because otherwise you've got quite a long 18 hours ahead of you before you come back out. You know, you want to go to bed tonight thinking, oh, there's just a chance.
Well, just exactly, just get you know, give yourself, or give half an hour, 40 minutes of just everything. Just try and create mayhem. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You know, you haven't lost anything, but just maybe it gets you something.
Now, Dom Sibley is being pursued by the same insect, I think. he's been.
Maybe that's the plan. Maybe they've released the insect.
They've released the insect
to cause the havoc for them, so they can just casually sort of just ease their way into this last session and leave Dom Sibley thrashing around
there we go again,
with his glove and his bat, as an insect does all the heavy lifting.
He's getting a bit frustrated, I think, Sibley out there, just a little bit. There was an irksome insect in a cartoon years back, wasn't it? A Pink Panther cartoon. The Pink Panther show is an exercise in some kind of political critique, as I understand it. If you recall it, I'll come back to that at the end of this over, because I've got a theory about the Pink Panther show. End of the over, 1 from it, 17 without loss after 5. So the Pink Panther show would come in 3 parts. The first part was the Pink Panther himself basically being an anarchist, basically winding up authority figures and being really naughty. And the second part was Clouseau, in effect. It was dans c'est oui, a bumbling cop, right? Bumbling cop in the middle. And then the third one was always something getting its own back on the Pink Panther. In this case, it'd be like a little fly or an insect going after it. And I always thought that it was a sort of parable about how the state ultimately quashes rebellion. So the Pink Panther starts as this free-spirited anarchist. And then the force of the law, which is shown to be stupid, is then introduced, and then ultimately the spirit is quashed by forces of the state that are extra mural, so to speak, in the form of this kind of spy, like a fly. I might have been overreaching. And it's just possible I'd read slightly too much Bakunin in my mid to late teens.
I'll be honest, just thought it was a mildly amusing cartoon.
These sorts of things are said to me often.
I'd put the Pink Panther in the same bracket as maybe Top Cat.
Love Top Cat. You know, Top Cat was called Boss Cat in England, and do you know why?
I think I do, but remind me.
Top Cat was the name of cat food in England, not in America. Oh, it's a beauty. Goes past the outside edge. Bird survives. So they always introduce it. I think it was on ITV, wasn't it? They always introduce it and say, now, coming up, it's Top Cat. It's Boss Cat. At which point, the very first thing you hear is a theme tune going, Top Cat!
Yeah.
It was genuinely the most confusing thing for an 8-year-old was to work out, is this Top Cat or Boss Cat? And the reason was that Top Cat, I believe, a bit like Whiskers, other cat foods are available, was a cat food. Squirts away for a single as the immortal line, close friends get to call him TC, providing it's with dignity, which is quite a contrived rhyme.
Slightly contrived that, but I don't think it was being examined too closely by
Blokes Watchers.
Me and my peers.
It was my dad's favourite programme, but then he loved the Phil Silvers show on which it was based.
Yeah, Bilko,
yeah.
Now, nothing silly about this innings from Dom Sibley.
We'll take the single, and yeah, you're right. I mean, there was a moment, wasn't there, at the end of the second over, when we thought, aha, perhaps. But I think what we're witnessing here is quite definitely what we thought the plan was.
Yeah.
When these two walked out the bat, which is survive another 13 balls.
Yeah, they've just settled in now, and just 2 more overs left after this one for a jolly good day from Surrey's perspective.
Nicely worked out into the onside, but you just feel, exactly as you're saying, Dean, end of the over, 20 without loss. There's something a bit too easy about it. You know, these gaps on either side on the leg side, they'd make a bit more sense if Surrey were going for it and they thought, right, we might be able to pick up wickets with them trying to play aggressively to mess up this field. But actually what they're doing is just milking the bowling, so they come back tomorrow with an even more modest target.
Yeah, there hasn't really been. I mean, we are talking about a very difficult scenario and a very difficult situation that I think Warwickshire find themselves in. I think this pitch is a little sluggish
as well. It's got to sleep, hasn't it?
It has. And, you know, I mentioned the 3 days of blazing sunshine. You know, there are some tired bodies out there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget that, you know, Warwickshire's bowlers bowled for the best part of all day yesterday and then came back today and were chasing leather for an hour and 10 minutes in that partnership between Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott. So, you know, they've had to go through all the drills and they've had some spells this morning.
And it's you know, obviously Craig Miles is struggling with the injury. Their most threatening bowler from the first innings, which is going to have a psychological impact as well.
Ooh, now that's got a leading edge, and it's evaded. Jabal will run away down through backward point for 4. That was certainly not where Sibley intended.
Everything going Surrey's way at the moment, even the thick edges are landing safely and producing 4 runs. It really has been their day. It's been their match up to now.
Yes, I mean, really, they've been tested in 2 or 3 main phases. Right at the beginning of the game when they won the toss and Warwickshire got off to a really good start, 59 for the first wicket. And then that fabulous partnership between Miles and Barnard, when actually Surrey looked a bit dismayed even when they got that 9th wicket. When Miles was eventually out, there was no celebration. There was no real celebration when the 10th wicket fell. You got the sense that they felt 343 was too many, shouldn't have allowed them to get there. But in between times they've pretty much been on top, because when they started their own innings they got off to a better start, 88, up to 303 for 3. Warwickshire fought back. And as is the way of 4-day cricket, they found themselves almost at parity when Surrey were 349 for 8 with a slender lead of 6, but it rather masked the fact that they had Jamie Smith in and Sean Abbott coming to the wicket. It was a slightly false, it was a false number 8, or false number 10 in this case, in the case of Sean Abbott.
False 10. Yeah.
Well, he's a false 9 when he normally bats, but he's certainly a false 10. But that partnership is the one that's, I think, going to prove decisive in this game. Good shot from Burns. A really good effort actually in the field out there by Davis. They pick up a couple. End of the over, 28 without loss. There is 1 over left to be bowled. And Alan Dolby has done his work for the day. But you know, it's strange, isn't it, when you think back on the match as a whole. Surrey have been in the ascendant for much more of it, you would say. But there was still a point, even today, when the game had suddenly been turned on its head by Miles from yesterday, and then the picking up of those couple of wickets early this morning. It's incredible how quickly a 4-day game can tilt. Balance goes completely the other way, which is what we love about it, among other things.
Well, it's the fact that the game has to narrow and widen from innings to innings, depending on obviously how each side does. But once you get it to that tight position, yeah, the ability for one team to then just turn the screw over a spin before the end.
So I remember talking to some of the guys at Worcestershire when they went up many years ago now. They came up, the first game of the season they played was against Yorkshire, when Yorkshire were having that terrific run around sort of 2015 or so, 2015, 2016. And Worcestershire went toe-to-toe with Yorkshire in that match. It was basically a one innings game, each side getting about 300 to 300. But in a session, in the second innings, Worcestershire blown away, and the point they were making was that just the intensity of the first division, you could expend so much energy just staying with a really good team, and eventually that tells, and you get broken, and when you get broken, you go down in a heap. And obviously you take pride and you take the positives of having gone toe-to-toe with the best team in the country for the first 2 days, but you also think, oh, this is going to be hard work.
Yeah.
Harder work than the second division.
Yeah. You're playing the man, the ball, the day, the reputation, everything.
Beats the outside edge. One genuinely turned a bit, I think.
But you're right, fundamentally it's the quality of the cricket that tells the story, and Surrey are oozing with quality from 1 to 11, and they're used to doing this now. This is what they do.
And Warwickshire came into the game slightly depleted, with not having all the bowlers they would like at their disposal, and then to lose one in the game, so all the misfortune has gone the way of the visitors. And you sort of need a lot of things to go well when you're playing back-to-back champions with a team like this and resources like this on their home ground. Last ball of the day, we assume 58 more needed. It's only actually 7 and a bit and over if they felt minded to do it, but I don't think they're going to. We'll find out after this ball. And let's take a look at Rory Burns. They're not going to. They are going to walk off. They're happy with that. They're very happy with their day's work. There was a point today at about 11:30 when this game was right in the balance, when Surrey led by just 6 runs with just 2 wickets in hand, and then Jamie Smith and Sean Abbott, in a scintillating partnership, took the match away from Warwickshire. Quite brilliant innings from Jamie Smith and fabulous support from Sean Abbott. And then with the ball, Kemar Roach. It's been Kemar Roach's day. A wonderful spell after tea has done for Warwickshire, you would imagine. The game is technically still alive. Surrey still need 58 runs to win, as you can see from your screen there. But at 31 without loss, absolutely no alarms on a pitch that's getting a bit more placid, which is what makes Roach's 6 for 46 so much more impressive. He took the pitch out of the equation. He bowled fast with late swing to bowl out Warwickshire for 209, albeit they were missing Craig Miles, so that's only for 9 wickets. Yates top scoring for them earlier. Smith top scoring with a brilliant 155. As good an innings as you will see at the Oval. And Surrey closed with 58 more needed to win. They'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow, I imagine, for about an hour's play or so, with Surrey very much in the box seat, looking to grab those 24 points and give themselves a lovely cushion at the top of the First Division table. But from Jake, from John Surtees, from Adam Collins, from Cam Ponsonby, from Yaz Rana, and from Alex Stewart, who was on at lunch, and of course from me, Daniel Norcross. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. It is goodbye. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 to 11.